Chapter 900. Beast Sea Jungle. This was the second time Yang Kai had come here. Kai Dai silently led the way, her 7-colored wings flapping as she moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai followed behind her at a leisurely pace, not seeming to be strenuous at all. This caused Kai Dai to be a little surprised. She was a second-order saint, but in order to take care of Yang Kai, a transcendent cultivator, she had deliberately slowed down her speed. However, after Yang Kai was able to keep up without much effort, she had gradually increased her speed in order to arrive at Thunder Tree Palace as soon as possible so as not to keep Great Senior waiting. Even now, she was using her full strength, yet Yang Kai was still able to keep up with her. Kai Dai's heart was filled with shock, but due to her cold nature, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to lead the way. This little brat, he's a bit strange, Kai Dai thought to herself. It was impossible for an ordinary third-order transcendent to keep up with her speed, but he was able to do so. No wonder he was able to become the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land and subdue so many masters from the demon race. Originally, Kai Dai had thought he was just lucky, but now she discovered that this little brat really did have some real talent. All the way. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he constantly glanced around. His actions naturally didn't escape the observation of Li Rong, the latter quietly sending him a message with her divine sense. "Master, have you found something suspicious?" Yang Kai replied, "The aura here is a bit strange. If there's any danger, we shouldn't go." Li Rong couldn't help feeling nervous. Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's not a dangerous aura. I just feel that this time in the Beast Sea Jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is different." There was indeed an aura in the air that Yang Kai was very concerned about, but if he wanted to investigate it, he didn't know where to begin. "Don't worry too much, Great Senior is still easy to get along with and is a trustworthy person. The change here is probably related to the matter he came to find me for. We'll know once we get there." Li Rong didn't say much, but she still warned, "If there is really any danger, Master must not be too far away from me." Yes. Yang Kai kept replying. Now, Yang Kai had many means at his disposal. He could tear through space, control the flying heaven shuttle, possess the wind and thunder wings, possess extremely high-grade artifacts, transform into a dragon, and even use the demon god transformation. It would be difficult for an average person to harm him, unless they could catch him off guard and incapacitate him with a single strike. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded by an army of thousands, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. He didn't take Li Rong's warning to heart. Speeding the entire way, it only took them 2 to 3 days to arrive at the towering Thunder Tree Manor. When he arrived, Yang Kai was shocked to find that countless Monster Clan experts had gathered here. They were either crouching or crawling, surrounding the area several times. There were also many experts who had taken human form and were standing on the tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed. "This is the Thunder Tree Manor?" Li Rong stared at the huge ancient tree in front of her in amazement, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just like Yang Kai when he first came here, he was also shocked by this ancient tree. For it to grow like this ancient tree was most likely at least 10,000 years old. It could even be traced back to an ancient era. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, from time to time flashing arcs of pure lightning. The monster race masters standing on the tree trunks weren't affected in the slightest, all of them casting their gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong. All of them gently nodded, expressing their goodwill. The last time Yang Kai came here, he had solved the problem of the beast transformation pond and received their unanimous approval. "Come with me," Kai Dai's figure flashed as she flew up. Yang Kai and Li Rong hurriedly followed. Inside the treehouse that stood high above the clouds, Yang Kai saw the Great Senior. The last time he saw him, it was also in this treehouse. The Great Senior grinned and welcomed Yang Kai's arrival, motioning him to sit down and talk. At a small table, Yang Kai and the Great Senior sat opposite each other, Kai Dai standing behind one while Li Rong stood behind the other. "Did you bring any cultivation materials for my monster race this time?" the Great Senior asked with a smile. "The crystal stone loads were almost completely mined by you. You don't need them for the time being, right?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The monster race had been acting like a tyrant in the Holy Land for 2 to 3 years now, unscrupulously mining the crystal stone lodes, simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. This made Xianxia very annoyed, feeling like he had smashed his own foot with a stone. Not needing them for the time being doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Crystal stones are a good thing. My monster race doesn't have any crystal stone lodes here. We can't compare to your human territory. The great senior slowly shook his head. Besides, I heard that your holy land has made a lot of wealth recently. You have more crystal stones than you can use up. You're the one asking around. Xianxia was speechless. Those are all pills I refined. Forget it. Next time I'll bring you some crystal stones and pills. Good, then I'll wait for the good news. The great senior's eyes lit up, thinking that Xianxia was a straightforward person. It wasn't difficult to deal with him. Great senior specifically called me over this time. What is the matter? Xianxia's expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. There is indeed a matter. The great senior's expression also became dignified as he pondered for a while, seemingly thinking about how to explain, eventually saying, Boy, have you ever heard of a void corridor? Xianxia's face went black. Great senior, you must be joking with me. The great senior's mouth twitched as he gave a hollow laugh. You're asking too much. Have you ever seen one with your own eyes? Xianxia nodded lightly. Although he didn't know about others, Xianxia always felt that the number of void corridors he had seen was too many. That makes sense. The great senior nodded. The great senior nodded and continued, some time ago, something strange happened in my Beast Sea jungle. It was related to the void corridor. Xianxia just stared straight at him, not intending to interrupt. About 3 to 5 days away from Thunder Tree Palace, a very unstable void corridor entrance suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, I've also seen void corridors before. When I was young, I even entered a mysterious small world. However, the void corridor that appeared in the Beast Sea jungle was very different from the one I saw at that time. How was it different? Xianxia asked. It was very large and gave off a very strange feeling, the great senior said solemnly. Great senior's expression was heavy as he solemnly said, its appearance seems to have changed the atmosphere of the entire Beast Sea jungle. Didn't you notice it when you came here? I noticed it, but I don't know why. It's because of it. The great senior nodded. Speaking of which, the entrances to void corridors are generally very well hidden and are rarely discovered. Even if they are opened by someone, they will close on their own after a short time. However, this void corridor entrance was different. It suddenly appeared on its own, and although it was very unstable, it showed no signs of closing. That's quite strange. That place is the intersection between this king's and the monster race's other great senior's territory, Earth-splitting divine ox. After the void corridor appeared, we investigated it together. Earth-splitting divine ox? Xianxia called out with a strange expression. What's wrong, do you know him? The great senior asked suspiciously. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know him, but I learned a certain martial skill that was related to him. Saying so, Xianxia waved his hand and used a beast soul skill he hadn't used for a long time. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, the golden tiger seal and ox seal suddenly appeared. The inside of the tree house suddenly became hot. The two beast souls were completely condensed from pure yuan qi and seemed to have a high level of sentience, their eyes moving about as if they were alive. The great senior was startled and quickly waved his hand, arranging a barrier around the treehouse to prevent it from burning down. Heaven-splitting white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox? Kai Dai exclaimed, staring blankly at Xianxia along with the great senior. It's a beast soul skill I cultivated a long time ago, Xianxia explained. This isn't a simple beast soul skill, this is a real soul skill. The great senior muttered thoughtfully, have you ever seen the remains of these two monster beasts? They seem to have fought a great battle and in the end, they perished together, leaving behind only their respective inner cores. When I was absorbing the energy from the inner cores, I saw the scene of their great battle and comprehended this martial skill. That's right. The great senior nodded, sighing. A beast soul skill with a real soul has always been a powerful monster beast whose will did not dissipate after its death, condensing into its essence and finally being obtained by someone. It seems that the two remains you saw belonged to my monster race's seniors. Unfortunately, heaven-splitting white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox are both extremely noble bloodlines in the monster race, comparable to this king, but the more noble the bloodline, the fewer there are. The white tiger clan seems to have gone extinct, and the old ox clan is the only one left. This king is also the same. After listening to the great senior's explanation, Yang Kai understood just how precious this beast soul skill was. Because he had never used it before, it was only now that he discovered that this beast soul skill had become more and more powerful as his strength grew. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get down to business, the great senior said after a moment of sadness. The strange appearance of the void corridor made me and the old ox's subordinates unable to figure out its depths, so we decided to go in and investigate to see if there were any benefits, but unexpectedly, many of them died. In the end, the old ox and I were alarmed and joined forces to enter, but even with our combined efforts, we were unable to decipher the mysteries of that place. Was it very difficult? Yang Kai was stunned. It was unimaginably difficult, and we also found some very ancient characters there. As you know, my monster race doesn't have such things as writing. Were they from the human race? The great senior shook his head and muttered, they were demon characters. Yang Kai's brow rose as Li Rong, who was standing behind him, also showed a look of interest. The old ox and I couldn't identify them, so we didn't dare act rashly. Now that he's standing guard over there, I've come to call for reinforcements. So you brought me here? Yang Kai smiled lightly. What you're looking for isn't me, but rather Li Rong, right? Boy, you're smart. Even the old ox and I felt like we were treading on thin ice because of that strange power, so what can you do to help? However, the madam behind you is the key to solving the puzzle. As he spoke, he turned a burning gaze towards Li Rong. Chapter 901. Li Rong's brow furrowed as she asked in a low voice, what kind of demon characters are they? It's like this. Great Senior said as he condensed his Saint Chi into his fingertips and began drawing something on the table in front of him. A moment later, several complex characters appeared on the table, flashing with fluorescent light. Yang Kai glanced over and found that these characters were like tadpoles, twisting and turning, completely different from the characters he knew, so he couldn't help turning his eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong stared closely at these characters, her expression dignified as she nodded. These are indeed demon characters, and very ancient ones at that. What does this mean? Great Senior saw that she seemed to recognize these characters and couldn't help smiling, quickly asking. It's similar to the sign set up in front of every sect's restricted area. It means a warning, trespassers will die. Great Senior gently nodded, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since these are very ancient demon characters, they should be from before the demon race. How could they appear in the monster race's territory? Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding. Great Senior smiled and explained, the demon land wasn't just a small place in the past. Today's monster race territory and human territory had a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago, but after the fall of the great demon god, the demon race was gradually forced to give up a lot of their territory and retreat to the current demon land. It's likely that this area was once part of the demon race's territory. So it's like that. Yang Kai felt relieved. Although I don't know which branch of the demon race the ruins in the Void Corridor belong to, what I'm certain is that this branch was once very powerful. The one who carved these characters must have been one of the world's top masters. Old Ox and I both felt a kind of murderous intent from these characters, a murderous intent that has not dissipated for countless years. Yang Kai paled slightly. Since it's so dangerous, why do you still want to go in? If such a strange place appeared in your Nine Heavens Holy Land, would you not go in to investigate? Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding, yes. Even if it wasn't for the sake of exploring the mysteries within, at the very least, they had to make sure that the place wouldn't harm the disciples. That's right. The Yao's territory isn't that big in the first place, and that void corridor appeared at the intersection of my and Old Cow's territories. If something unexpected happened because of this, we would have to give up on the Beast Sea Forest and retreat to other places. The space for survival would be even smaller. After explaining for a while, Great Senior turned to Li Rong and said, "So this time, this king would like to invite Madam to enter that place with me and explore it. What does Madam think?" "You'll have to ask the Lord." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I can't give you an answer." The Great Senior immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If even you two monster race Great Seniors find that place troublesome, it's definitely not a good place. Junior strength is too low. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll die 10 times out of 10. The Great Senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I'm not asking you to go in, I'm just asking the lady behind you to go in. You can stay in Thunder Tree Palace, my monster race's disciples will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can return to Nine Heaven's Holy Land now, no one will stop you." "How could that be?" Yang Kai smiled. "Li Rong came out with me, naturally she will return with me." "You little brat." Great Senior helplessly took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to agree? You really won't act until you see the rabbit." Yang Kai shook his head. "Your monster race's territory is so remote, besides some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, there's nothing good here. I don't care about spirit grasses and spirit medicines right now." Yang Kai's appearance made the Great Senior feel helpless. Just as he was feeling anxious, wondering what kind of excessive request Yang Kai would make, the Great Senior's expression suddenly became serious as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Li Rong pursed her lips and whispered, "I'll follow Master's arrangements." Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly, "Then let's go in." He could see that Li Rong was very interested in the ancient demon race characters and wanted to go in. Naturally, he wouldn't stop her. "What are the conditions?" Great Senior asked anxiously. "If I said there were no conditions, would you believe me?" Great Senior shook his head. "Good." Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling, looking at Kai Dai standing behind Great Senior and saying, "Make her smile for me." Kai Dai froze for a moment before a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces, her gaze piercing. "You little brat." Great Senior was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Ha, I was just joking, Miss Kai Dai doesn't need to take it seriously." Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. "Since we're going, let's hurry up and see the situation inside." Seeing that Yang Kai really didn't have any more conditions, Great Senior was a little surprised and couldn't help looking at him in a higher light. "Then let's go." Great Senior also stood up and released his monster chi to wrap Yang Kai before flying off. Li Rong hurriedly followed while Kai Dai stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai's back for a moment before following. "Boy, next time don't tease Kai Dai, be careful she doesn't turn hostile." As they flew, Great Senior whispered. Yang Kai shivered and nodded solemnly. "I won't, I feel like there's a murderous intent behind me." "Serves you right." Great Senior took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune and sighed. "Sometimes even this king has no way to deal with her. In this king's memory, I don't think I've ever seen her smile." "You really can stand this iceberg. You're the best, you've made your subordinates obedient," Great Senior said, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Li Rong next to him. A second-order Saint Realm Master obeying the orders of a third-order Transcendent Brat, Great Senior couldn't help feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. "What do you know? I conquered them with my personal charm," Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Shameless boasting." Great Senior laughed. After interacting with Yang Kai more often, Great Senior found that this boy's personality was the complete opposite of the old Holy Masters. Although he didn't seem very reliable, after interacting with him, Great Senior felt like he was much younger. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai let Great Senior fly him forward, too lazy to use his own strength. However, as they approached their destination, the strange aura in the air became more and more obvious. It was the aura of void force. It was as if the entire Beast Sea jungle had been affected. Yang Kai could hardly imagine how large this void corridor was and how it could affect such a large area. 2 or 3 days later, a small narrow crack in the sky appeared in Yang Kai's vision. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he muttered, "That wouldn't be the entrance to the void corridor, right?" "Yes, that's the entrance." "So big?" Yang Kai exclaimed. Although he couldn't see the exact length of this crack from where he was standing, Yang Kai estimated that it was at least 1,000 meters long, as if the sky itself had been torn apart, a terrifying sight to behold. Moreover, the crack was extremely unstable. Waves of void energy that made one's heart palpitate uneasily spread out from it. The crack also opened and closed intermittently, as if it could collapse at any moment. About 10 kilometers away from the void corridor, a group of monster race masters had gathered. Great Senior took Yang Kai and flew straight towards this group. Perceiving Great Senior's aura, a burly man leading this group was shocked and turned his head. A moment later, he shouted loudly, "Thunder Dragon, why did you take so long? This old ox has been waiting impatiently." Great Senior smiled lightly, "It takes time to find someone, it's only been 7 or 8 days, why are you so anxious?" As he spoke, the group of 4 landed. Yang Kai glanced over at the man who had shouted and couldn't help shivering slightly, knowing that this was another Great Senior of the monster race, Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Like most monster race masters, even after assuming human form, this Earth-splitting Divine Ox still retained some of his monster race characteristics, such as the 2 dark red horns on his forehead that exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai didn't doubt the strength of these 2 horns, they were equivalent to top-grade artifacts. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's appearance was much rougher than Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's. A few pieces of animal skin casually tied around his body, his thick black leg hair fluttering in the wind. His voice was low and muffled, like thunder rolling past one's ears. "These are the reinforcements you've found?" Old Ox's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding lightly. "This woman is not bad, but what is this guy doing?" Pointing his thick finger towards Yang Kai, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he asked, "He hasn't even reached the Saint Realm yet, what is he doing here? Is he trying to die?" He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could kill Yang Kai with a single slap. Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Anyone who dared to speak such words to Yang Kai, Li Rong would not give them any face. If it weren't for Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon being present, Li Rong would likely have already started a fight. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon didn't have any intention of mediating, simply smiling and saying, "He really hasn't reached the Saint Realm, but if you look at him carefully, perhaps you'll find something interesting." "Something interesting?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox frowned, rubbing his chin as he unceremoniously circled around Yang Kai, his eyes scrutinizing him from top to bottom as his divine sense swept over him. Suddenly, Earth-splitting Divine Ox's face changed and he staggered back a few steps, his eyes overflowing with shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "Did you notice?" Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon chuckled. "Who is he? How can he possess such pure demonic chi?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked in a low voice. This demonic chi was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was quite pure, even purer than the demonic chi of Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and himself. To possess such pure demonic chi, one's bloodline must be extremely noble, one of the highest. However, Yang Kai was clearly a human, causing Earth-splitting Divine Ox to be confused. Chapter 902. "I don't know." Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. "It may be related to the beast soul skill he cultivates." Previously, Great Senior didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had monster chi, but after witnessing his beast soul skill a few days ago, he finally found a reasonable explanation. However, whether this was the reason or not, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon wasn't sure. Beast soul skill? What kind of beast soul skill is that? Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked, his eyes widening. "Show this old ox." He didn't seem to regard himself as an outsider, his character seemingly quite open-minded. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't refuse, casually summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. After seeing the majestic and lifelike white tiger and divine ox seals, this monster race great senior's eyes widened in an instant as he became extremely excited. Now that he was the only one left of the divine ox clan, feeling the aura of his ancestor from Yang Kai's beast soul skill, he was naturally very excited. Wrapping his arms around Yang Kai's shoulders, he patted Yang Kai's back with his palm leaf fan-like hands, affectionately saying, "Little one, come to this old bull's territory some other day, we must get to know each other better." Yang Kai almost coughed up blood from this slap. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon laughed. His beast soul skill does indeed contain the will of your ancestor. If you observe it carefully, it may be of great benefit to you, but this little brat is a bit greedy. Old ox, you should be prepared to be slaughtered, ha. Earth-splitting divine ox's face went black as he muttered a few words before letting go of Yang Kai. However, after listening to Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's words, Yang Kai finally understood why the other party had suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to get closer to him. It turned out that he wanted to figure out the meaning of his beast soul skill. Thunder Dragon Great Senior deliberately said this to remind Yang Kai, not wanting him to be kept in the dark. Good, enough of this small talk. If you want to get closer, you can discuss it after this matter is over. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said solemnly, "Old ox, first let me introduce you. This little brat is the new holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai." "You're the new holy master?" Earth-splitting divine ox heard this and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. The lady beside him is his subordinate, Li Rong of the demon race. This time, we still have to rely on her power to decipher the mysteries within. Old cow, don't act recklessly when you enter later. Understood. Earth-splitting divine ox nodded firmly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior then turned to Yang Kai and asked with a serious expression, "Boy, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to go inside and not wait for us to come out? You have to be clear that there are many dangers in there. If you really encounter any danger, Old Cow and I might not be able to take care of you. At that time, you'll only be a burden to this madam beside you. The two of you might even suffer." "Great Sage, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry about me." Thunder Dragon frowned, but seeing Yang Kai insist on going inside, he just sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further, simply nodding, "Then let's do as we say." Without saying anything more, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine ox both stared towards the void crack 10 kilometers away without blinking, seemingly looking for the best opportunity to enter. The 1,000-meter-long void crack was like the maw of a ferocious beast and was extremely unstable. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were also extremely chaotic. If one didn't choose the right time to enter, it was likely they would be caught off guard. Yang Kai's divine sense also quietly extended in that direction, probing the void. Unlike the two monster race great seniors, Yang Kai's understanding of the mysteries of space was quite profound. He was able to tear through space himself and had spent a great deal of time in the void's turbulent streams. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to find that behind the void crack, there seemed to be traces of turbulence. It was because of this turbulence that the entrance to the void crack was so unstable. His divine sense swept over like a tide. Like an invisible hand, it smoothed out the turbulent flows. Gradually, the unstable void crack stabilized. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up and without hesitation shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, his figure flew towards the void crack. The others also hurriedly followed. A few breaths later, the group of 6 had all entered the void crack. Of the 6, except for Yang Kai who was a third-order transcendent, the remaining 5 were all saints. The two monster race great seniors had each brought a second-order saint with them as well as Li Rong. Thunder Dragon was naturally accompanied by Kai Dai while Earth-splitting Divine Ox was accompanied by a monster race master named Jin Ni. Yang Kai estimated that Jin Ni's true form should be a 9-nether golden beast as his entire body exuded an indestructible aura. The strength of this lineup showed just how much importance the two great seniors attached to this matter. After rushing into the void crack, everyone was surrounded by darkness. Probing with their divine senses, everyone felt as if they were in a quagmire, the illusion that the ground beneath their feet was muddy, dragging them down and dragging them down. From all directions, there was also a chaotic energy fluctuation that pressed down on them like a mountain. Arriving here, everyone was pushing their strength to resist the pressure from the outside world. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest as his eyes lit up. This was because he found that the situation here was exactly the same as the transitional space he entered after tearing the space apart. He had spent a lot of time here and was more familiar with the environment here than anyone else. Old Ox, do you remember which direction we went the last time we entered? Standing in place, Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act rashly and asked, "How am I supposed to know? It's completely dark here and there's no point of reference." Old Ox has no sense of direction, so there's nothing he can do here, Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "What about Kai Dai and Jean and I? Do you remember?" Thunder Dragon asked the other two great seniors. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't remember. The space here is very chaotic. Even if you remember the direction you went at that time, it's not necessarily the right one, anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly said. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon's heart sank. The last time he had come here, he had seen a bright entrance, and after entering that entrance, he had arrived at a strange place. He had thought that this time would be the same, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Just entering the void crack and encountering such a problem caused Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions to become quite ugly, secretly feeling that this trip would be fraught with dangers and would not go smoothly. "Follow me." Kai Yang suddenly beckoned to everyone, and without any explanation, he rushed off in a certain direction. Li Rong didn't say anything and immediately followed, wrapping Yang Kai in her demonic qi to protect his safety. The other four monster race masters froze for a moment and stood in place, not knowing whether they should believe Yang Kai or not. "What do we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox looked towards Thunder Dragon and asked, "You were the one who brought him here, should we say something? It's not too late to retreat." Thunder Dragon Great Senior hesitated, unable to make a decision quickly. He didn't know where Yang Kai had found such confidence to rush off in that direction. The space here was indeed, as Yang Kai had said, very chaotic. If they couldn't find an exit, they might be trapped in this void for the rest of their lives, unable to find their way back. "Say something." Earth-splitting Divine Ox was impatient, so seeing Thunder Dragon remain silent, he couldn't help urging, "Follow." Thunder Dragon Great Senior grit his teeth. That little brat seems to be very confident, he must have discovered something. Saying so, he and Kai Dai both chased after Yang Kai. Earth-splitting Divine Ox wrinkled his nose, hesitated for a moment before also following, cursing, "Damn it, if we die this time, it's all that bastard Thunder Dragon's fault." Yang Kai and Li Rong walked in front, deliberately slowing down. A moment later, the two monster race great seniors and their people caught up. "Little brat, are you sure you'll succeed? Don't lead us to a dead end," Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. "Huh, I'm just trying my luck," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face went black, secretly feeling like he had been fooled, his intestines turning green with regret. However, with things having gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to return. The space here was constantly changing, making it impossible for him to find his way back. Following behind Yang Kai, Thunder Dragon prepared to follow this path to the end. But soon he discovered a strange situation. The space here was very chaotic, as if countless fragments of space had been broken up and then overlapped with each other, filling the surroundings with a strange turbulence. However, wherever Yang Kai passed, this chaotic energy would all stabilize, allowing the group of six to walk on flat ground, no longer feeling any kind of traction or chaos. Thunder Dragon's eyes couldn't help lighting up, secretly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't just trying his luck but instead had a card up his sleeve, allowing him to act so unscrupulously. How did he know all this? The chaos here was something even 5 Saint Realm Masters were helpless about, so how could a mere third-order transcendent brat possibly do anything about? Following behind Yang Kai, through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon observed Yang Kai's expression, becoming more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the side. "What's wrong?" Thunder Dragon's heart tightened as he asked. "Are those people from your monster race?" Xianxia asked, pointing to the side. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see countless pieces of flesh floating in the turbulence, as if they had been sliced by a sharp weapon. The cuts were extremely smooth. A faint smell of blood filled the air. "They're this old Ox's people." Earth-splitting divine Ox's expression became gloomy as he shouted, "When we first entered this place a few days ago, Thunder Dragon and I lost a few of our men here. All of them were caught up in this strange turbulence and disappeared." "But how did these bodies appear here?" Thunder Dragon was puzzled. "Like I said, the space here is very chaotic. You think the place you enter is always the same, but that's actually wrong." Xianxia explained faintly, "The place you entered last time should be near where we are now." Chapter 903. Earth-splitting divine Ox heard this and couldn't help smiling. "Then isn't the entrance nearby?" "It should be," Xianxia nodded. Everyone glanced around, but none of them found the entrance they had encountered before. Just as they were feeling suspicious, Xianxia waved his hand again. "This way." Saying so, he turned around and walked towards the entrance. "Thunder Dragon, this little brat looks quite relaxed. Has he been here before?" Earth-splitting divine Ox quietly asked. "I don't know." Thunder Dragon shook his head slowly. "Anyways, let's just follow him. I thought he was just here to hold us back, but now we'll have to rely on his strength. How interesting. Could it be that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse?" Earth-splitting divine Ox mused. Thunder Dragon glanced over at him but didn't say anything more, quickly keeping up with Xianxia's pace. Because he had discovered that although Xianxia was walking on flat ground, not long after he left, this sense of stability would collapse. If he didn't keep up, he would have to constantly use his strength to resist the pressure coming from his surroundings. Feeling the turbulence under their feet collapse, no one dared to relax. After about a stick of incense worth of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's that entrance!" Earth-splitting divine Ox exclaimed, rushing past Xianxia without any trace of politeness, disappearing in a flash. After him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Kai Dai also used their own methods to quickly pass through the entrance. Xianxia and Li Rong continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Once they were close enough, Xianxia sent his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger, he entered. Their vision blurred for a moment, and when their vision was restored, they found themselves in a strange space. There were no suns, moons, or stars above their heads, only a chaotic nothingness, like a thick black cloud. From time to time, there would be wisps of energy shuttling back and forth like snakes. This was the structure of a standard mysterious small world. However, Xianxia frowned, feeling that this place was somewhat different from other mysterious small worlds. The four monster race masters who entered first waited for Xianxia and Li Rong to arrive safely before withdrawing their gazes. Standing in this mysterious small world, Xianxia glanced around, his brow furrowing even deeper. He found that this place was completely barren, without a trace of life, as if the entire mysterious small world was a desolate place. As far as the eye could see, the area around 1 mile in front of him was also a patch of gray. He couldn't see too far ahead. His divine sense was also restrained by an invisible force, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. "Be careful, this place is very strange. When Old Ox and I arrived here before, we were forced to return after exploring less than 10 miles, Thunder Dragon Great Senior warned in a deep voice. There was no need for him to remind him. In such a strange place, he wouldn't act recklessly. "This is the place where the demons TSSS Thunder Dragon pointed to the front, a look of dread appearing on his face, but I advise you to only take a look, don't stare too long, otherwise you may die." Xianxia was surprised and looked in the direction Thunder Dragon Great Senior was pointing. Sure enough, there was a stone pillar standing not far in front of them. This stone pillar seemed to have been placed here for many years, having experienced the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor. Its surface was bumpy and uneven. This stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, a material that could be found anywhere. However, the few demon characters engraved on it gave off a murderous aura. When Yang Kai looked at these characters, he clearly felt a cold, murderous intent, causing him to shiver involuntarily. These demon characters were bold and powerful, obviously the work of a powerful master. However, the faint aura exuding from them caused Yang Kai to be surprised and stare at them for a while longer. After a short 3 breaths, the several demon characters seemed to have come to life and turned into sharp attacks that shot out from the stone pillar, rapidly enlarging in Yang Kai's eyes. "Boy, you court death." Thunder Dragon Great Senior's complexion changed greatly as he quickly pulled Yang Kai aside and stood in front of him. A huge burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the Great Senior to take a step back before stabilizing himself, a dignified expression on his face. "Boy, didn't I tell you not to stare at it for too long?" Thunder Dragon scolded. Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything, just chuckling dryly as he exchanged a glance with Li Rong, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Although these demon characters had been engraved here for countless years, there was still a faint aura that belonged to the great demon god. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox didn't recognize them, but Yang Kai and Li Rong definitely wouldn't mistake them. Moreover, a few words left behind after countless years were enough to cause the 2 monster race Great Seniors to treat them with such caution. In this world, besides the great demon god, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. These words were definitely left behind by the great demon god. Yang Kai instantly confirmed. Being able to see the real work of the great demon god in his lifetime made Yang Kai somewhat surprised, but why would the great demon god come here? And why would he leave behind such words? Yang Kai suddenly realized that coming here this time was the right decision. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Li Rong also had an eager expression, obviously very interested in the mysteries of this place. "Don't look at it again," Thunder Dragon sternly ordered. Seeing Yang Kai's obedient appearance, he thought he had learned his lesson and quickly said, "The murderous intent contained in those words is something even Old Ox and I don't dare underestimate. You're just a little brat at the third-order transcendent realm. If you stare at it for even a moment longer, you'll immediately die." And I understand, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I really don't know who left behind this handwriting, but this kind of method is really quite sensational," Earth-Splitting Ox sighed. "Although this king doesn't know who this person is, he is certain to be a powerful master from the demon race, most likely the legendary great demon god." Thunder Dragon frowned and made a bold guess. He had hit the nail on the head and guessed correctly. "Let's go forward and see what mysteries are hidden up ahead." Thunder Dragon waved his hand and volunteered to lead the way. The last time he and Earth-Splitting Ox had entered this place, after passing through the stone pillar, they had walked less than 10 kilometers before encountering some dangers and retreating cautiously. Thinking that Yang Kai had some masters from the demon race around him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior asked Kai Dai to invite Yang Kai over. Although having an additional Saint Realm master wasn't necessarily enough to completely avoid danger, if they encountered any demon characters they couldn't understand, Li Rong would be able to help them in time. Along the way, Thunder Dragon explained the situation he and Earth-Splitting Ox encountered last time, intentionally or unintentionally asking, "Boy, what do you think of this place?" "I don't know anything about it," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If there's anything you know, just say it, don't try to hide it." It seemed that because of Yang Kai's strange behavior in the void crack before, Thunder Dragon was a little concerned about his thoughts and opinions. He secretly felt that this little brat might have been here before. On this point, Thunder Dragon was wrong. Yang Kai was only able to find the correct path through the void crack because he was familiar with the void's turbulent current, so he really knew nothing about this strange, mysterious small world. "If I know anything, I'll definitely say it," Yang Kai nodded. After walking for about 10 kilometers or so, Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Last time, Old Ox and I retreated from here. This place is so strange, I really wonder what kind of energy is hidden here." Earth-Splitting Ox also shook his head and muttered. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. The road ahead seemed to be cut off all of a sudden, and the group of 6 arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below this cliff, there was a strange turquoise sea that seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that was extremely viscous. Bursts of ghostly wails and howls rang out from the bottom of the cliff, giving off a gloomy atmosphere that caused one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, one could clearly see distorted and ferocious human faces bobbing up and down in the green and viscous sea. They struggled and wriggled, but were unable to break free from the pull of the green sea. Bubbles bubbled up from below, rising to the top and bursting with muffled sounds. Kai-Dai's face couldn't help going pale. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox's expressions were also very dignified as they secretly condensed their strength to resist the unwillingness and humiliation coming from the turquoise sea. These disturbing grievances were all being emitted by these strange faces, constantly creating an invisible impact on the group of 6. Let me remind you, it's best not to use your divine sense to investigate below, Thunder Dragon said solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, those floating faces down there are all soul avatars. Soul avatars? Xianxia paled. Thunder Dragon nodded heavily. A human face is the soul avatar of a master. I don't know why it was exiled here. The last time I came here, I accidentally released my divine sense to investigate and was almost dragged in by them. Speaking of this experience, Thunder Dragon's face filled with lingering fear. Many of these people were masters not inferior to me when they were alive. Their soul avatars were extremely powerful, and although I don't know where their physical bodies were destroyed, their soul avatars were imprisoned here. Once they were infected, none of them could escape and would eventually become one of them. You're saying that many of them were masters not inferior to you when they were alive? Xianxia was stunned. Many? Where did so many masters come from? In today's world, there shouldn't be more than 50 masters who have reached the Third Order Saint Realm, right? This is the case now. Every era should be the same. However, in the turquoise sea below, there were tens of thousands of floating faces. Even if only a small number of them were masters like Thunder Dragon when they were alive, it was still a shocking number. As far as Xianxia knew, there was no era in which the strength of a cultivator had reached such a level. On top of that, he could also feel the tyrannical strength of these soul avatars down below. Then I don't know. Perhaps a long time ago, there were countless masters on this continent. Thunder Dragon shook his head, unable to give a suitable explanation. Chapter 904. If we continue forward, we can only follow those stone platforms, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said as he looked up again. There was no path left to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of them was the strange green sea, but at the same time, there were several large stone platforms suspended mid-air. Like stone stairs, each one was higher than the one before, stretching far into the distance with no end in sight. Above the dark green ocean, gusts of fierce and strange wind blew. It seemed to be mixed with some special power, which made people not dare to fly in the air easily. Should we continue? Earth-Splitting Divine Ox asked hesitantly, not knowing whether or not they should continue to explore. Although there was a path made up of stone platforms in front of them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangers behind them. Since we're already here, this king won't go back until we get to the bottom of this, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a deep voice, then stepped onto the first stone platform and walked up. Kai-Dai followed closely behind without hesitation. Boy, you follow Thunder Dragon, Old Ox will bring up the rear. Earth-Splitting Divine Ox said kindly to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and together with Li Rong, he also stepped towards the stone platform. The stone platforms weren't too far apart and could be reached by simply raising their feet, forming a staircase that seemed to lead straight to the blue sky, leading deep into the endless void. Lei Long walked very slowly. As he walked, he vigilantly observed his surroundings in case any danger suddenly appeared. He was extremely cautious. After walking up about 100 steps of the stone platform, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the group couldn't help but relax a lot. But it wasn't long before the numerous floating faces in the jade-green ocean below suddenly emitted violent howls, and they struggled free of the restraints of the viscous seawater before pouncing over like resentful spirits while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying and shocking. Countless soul avatars broke free from the shackles of the seawater at this moment and, like cats that had smelled fish, charged straight towards Yang Kai's group. The cries of ghosts and howls became louder and louder as a gust of cold wind blew, and the transparent soul avatars flew towards them from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why such an unforeseen event would happen. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform where the 6 soul avatars were standing was surrounded by these soul avatars, and a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from these soul avatars one after another, densely packed together. Even Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox, at this moment, couldn't help feeling as if their wills were being crushed, nearly losing their ability to move. With a roar, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's body flickered with arcs of lightning, instantly forming a cyan light curtain. Bush, bush, bush. The light of the lightning illuminated the world, and the divine sense attacks caused the cyan light to ripple. In just a moment, it showed signs of collapsing. Earth-splitting Divine Ox also released a layer of earth-yellow light as he joined forces with Thunder Dragon Great Senior to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The multicolored butterflies fluttered in the air, releasing a brilliant 7-colored light that shot out like arrows, preventing the soul avatars from approaching. Li Rong and Jin and I also did their best to display their own means. However, the power released by these soul avatars was mixed with a despairing aura that shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. "Let's go!" Thunder Dragon roared, his speed suddenly increasing. The other 5 also followed one by one, crossing the stone platforms as fast as they could. Poo. Although the defensive barrier created by the 2 great seniors was powerful, it still couldn't withstand so many attacks, and after advancing about 300 meters, it shattered. The soul avatars flying around became more and more violent as they rushed over like a swarm of locusts. These soul avatars, who had lost their minds and were reduced to monsters, seemed to understand the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing how tyrannical Thunder Dragon and the others were, they actually targeted Yang Kai, who hadn't taken action yet and was the weakest of them all. The transparent soul avatars flew over, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although some of them were blocked by the combined efforts of everyone present, a few still managed to reach Yang Kai. These soul avatars pounced straight towards him, imprinted themselves into his body, and disappeared. "Master!" Li Rong's beautiful face paled as she desperately rushed towards Yang Kai, not even caring about the soul avatars in front of her. A bolt of lightning shot out from the front and resolved Li Rong's crisis, but it couldn't save Yang Kai from the fate of being invaded by these soul avatars. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained, his eyes turning blood red as he shuddered all over. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that he was being affected by the resentment of these soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was a master when they were alive, their strength at least at the Saint Realm. After being trapped in this green sea for countless years, their souls had not been destroyed, so the resentment and despair they had produced was not something a cultivator like Yang Kai could resist. Perhaps his soul had already been erased and his body occupied by these soul avatars. Thunder Dragon was also stunned for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a brilliant light, as if he had just been released, relaxing greatly. Letting out a heavy breath, he shouted with some lingering fear, "Hurry up and leave, what are you waiting for?" You're all right?" Thunder Dragon asked in amazement. Yang Kai's soul avatar had rushed into his body in an instant, and his recovery had also happened in an instant. All of this had happened so fast that no one had been able to react. Thunder Dragon couldn't understand how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. There had been more than 1 or 2 soul avatars that had entered his body. "If you don't leave now, everyone will be in trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. Thunder Dragon didn't ask any further questions and immediately used all his strength to open up a path in front of them. Arcs of lightning shot out from his body, forcing the soul avatars not to get too close as they strode forward, crossing one stone platform after another. Li Rong followed closely behind Yang Kai, resisting the soul avatars while quietly observing Yang Kai. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up as she finally understood why Yang Kai was safe and sound. Inside his knowledge sea, there was still great demon god's demon eye of annihilation. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation was the most effective against souls. Those soul avatars that dared to rush into Yang Kai's body were simply seeking their own deaths. After this incident, the soul avatars seemed to instinctively feel the danger and no longer dared to approach the group of 6, only hovering nearby while letting out a burst of unwilling howls. Thunder Dragon and the others were puzzled, but they still easily crossed the stone platform. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, everyone stepped onto the stone platform and into the chaotic void. Stepping down from the last stone platform, everyone's expression became one of shock. This was because this wasn't some chaotic and empty sky at all. Instead, it was another piece of land. Just like when they first entered this place, not a single blade of grass grew under their feet. It was very desolate. Above their heads, however, was an expanse of brilliance. The brilliance overflowed with multicolored light. All kinds of strange lights flew past like arrows leaving the bowstring, as fast as meteors. It was as if they were within reach, but also impossible to detect. What a strange place. Earth-splitting divine ox shook his head. Thunder Dragon carefully released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he said, "Let's rest for a while." When crossing the stone platforms just now, everyone had consumed a huge amount of their strength, so in this kind of dangerous place, it was natural to maintain their peak state. Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act carelessly. No one had any objections and all sat down cross-legged to restore their spirit and physical strength. The two great seniors gathered together and began discussing something in low voices, both of them intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. Although they were meditating with their eyes closed, their observation still couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "Two great seniors, do you suspect that Junior has been possessed?" Thunder Dragon frowned and no longer tried to hide anything, nodding, "Old Ox and I both have such a guess, but from the tone of your voice, it seems you haven't been possessed by those soul avatars." "Of course not," Yang Kai nodded. "What evidence do you have to prove this?" Thunder Dragon asked. "Boy, this king really doesn't understand what method you used to resist the attack of those soul avatars. If you can't prove that you are still the same person as before, this king will have to seal your strength. I hope you understand." "How does Great Senior want me to prove it?" Yang Kai frowned. It was natural for Thunder Dragon and the others to have such concerns, so he didn't feel wronged. "Anything that can prove you are still the same person is fine. There's no need to prove it. I can guarantee that he is still master. I won't make a mistake about who I serve," Li Rong said from the side. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine ox glanced at each other, then at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding after a long time. "Good, we believe in this lady's vision. To be honest, we also don't want to see you being possessed." "Two great seniors have good intentions, I understand," Yang Kai gently nodded. With this matter concluded, everyone continued to restore themselves. Half a day later, the group continued to explore. After passing through the Green Sea, everyone seemed to have arrived at a new world. From time to time, meteor-like streaks of light would flash across the sky, so fast that no one could catch them. However, to everyone's surprise, after walking for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual, let alone anything of note. Everyone felt as if they were walking on a never-ending path. They couldn't find a way out, nor could they see a way back. This strange sense of permanence caused everyone's hearts to gradually sink to the bottom. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time passed, no one had discovered anything. Earth-splitting divine ox, who was the most hot-tempered of the group, had become very impatient, constantly cursing and swearing all day long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also had a look of regret. If he had known this would be the case, he wouldn't have come here to explore. Now, even if he wanted to return, he couldn't find his way back and could only continue forward, hoping to find something special. Chapter 905. None of the four monster race masters were in a good mood, but Yang Kai and Li Rong were filled with anticipation. When they entered this place, they had already determined that this place was related to great demon god, so naturally, they wouldn't be discouraged halfway through. Since they hadn't found anything yet, it was likely they hadn't reached the right place yet. Once they reached that specific place, they would definitely find some clues. Yang Kai and Li Rong were both filled with confidence. On this day, as they were walking through the boundless world, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an unusual aura coming from behind him. Turning his head in amazement, Yang Kai happened to see Li Rong staring up at the sky, a thoughtful look flashing across her beautiful eyes as the strength in her tender body pulsed, sending out a powerful fluctuation. A strange light flashed across the horizon and Li Rong's tender body shook, her beautiful eyes lighting up as the energy fluctuations coming from her body became even more violent. Thunder Dragon, who was leading the way, also came to a halt and turned around, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Yang Kai's expression also changed. At first, he didn't understand what was happening to Li Rong, but after seeing her pretty face glow, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Epiphany." Not daring to disturb her, Yang Kai quickly waved to Earth-splitting Ox and Jean and I, who were covering the rear. The two monster race masters also tactfully walked over and put some distance between them and Li Rong. "She's on the verge of a breakthrough." Thunder Dragon stared at Li Rong with scorching eyes, confirming Yang Kai's observation and speculation. Li Rong was now a second-order saint and had been stuck in this realm for many years. When Yang Kai brought the ancient demon clan out of Demon God Citadel and set foot on Tong Xian realm, all the ancient demon clan members had more or less gained some improvement in their strength. Han Fei and Hua Mo had even broken through a minor realm because of this. At that time, although Li Rong had also gained some improvement in her strength, it wasn't enough for her to break through. But today, she obviously felt something and was finally on the verge of breaking through the shackles that had shackled her. If she broke through, she would be a third-order saint. That was the highest level in this world. Perceiving this, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Ox couldn't help feeling excited. Yang Kai grinned, silently excited. The stronger Li Rong was, the more help she would be to him. The next time he encountered that woman Xueli, Yang Kai, she would never be able to escape from Li Rong's hands again. Li Rong's Li Rong was Xueli, so after she broke through to the third Tessacest, she was... "I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while." Yang Kai turned to the two monster race great seniors. "It doesn't matter, we won't be able to find anything for the time being anyway, so let's just rest here." Thunder Dragon smiled slightly and said thoughtfully, "But why would she break through at this time? Did she discover something beneficial to her growth?" Earth-splitting Ox thought for a while before saying, "I've seen her stare at the sky these past few days. Could it be that there is some kind of mystery hidden in those flashing lights?" "The sky?" Lei Long said, also looking up at the sky. Seeing the strange lights flying away like meteors, he nodded after a while. "It's also possible. When one's strength has reached her level, often, an inadvertent discovery can greatly enhance one's strength. Then this old ox should also take a look. Perhaps I can become even stronger. When that time comes, Thunder Dragon, you should bow your head." Earth-splitting Ox's interest was piqued and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his pair of eyes staring towards the sky, not even blinking for a moment. Thunder Dragon Grand Venerable laughed dumbly but didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Earth-splitting Ox's example and sat down cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the secrets hidden in those strange lights. Li Rong could discover something from them, so they might as well. Since they had no choice but to wait, naturally they had to give it a try. Kai Dai and Jean and I also sat down, not wanting to be outdone. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored them, closing his eyes and meditating. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time. Although there was no way to calculate the passage of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had taken at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong stood in place, motionless, her beautiful eyes staring at the strange lights passing by in the sky, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body trembled, and a violent energy was released from her body, forming a gust of wind. With her as the center, It spread out in all directions with a loud bang. The aura of a third-order saint overflowed from Li Rong's body. High up in the sky, a massive amount of world energy condensed, forming a terrifying world energy that shot towards Li Rong, who was at the center. With a muffled groan, Li Rong remained motionless, only allowing her body to bear this baptism of world energy. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions became extremely serious. Both of them had experienced this stage before and knew just how terrifying and difficult it was to resist the world energy when breaking through to this stage. At that time, both of them had transformed into their true forms and used their powerful monster beast physique to resist this destructive force, but even so, they had still suffered some serious sword wounds that took a long time to recover. However, Li Rong was just a woman, yet she was even crazier than they had been at that time, causing the eyes of the two great seniors to almost pop out of their sockets. The world energy continued to fall, causing Li Rong to bleed from the corner of her mouth as her tender body trembled, seemingly unable to bear it, but she still grit her teeth and continued to absorb as much of the world energy as possible with her body, transforming it into nutrients for her own strength. As time passed, the four monster race masters who were watching from the sidelines were all on edge, Kai Dai biting her thin lip as she clenched her fists tightly, secretly worrying for Li Rong. "Boy, this isn't good." Thunder Dragon suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "If she continues like this, she'll be destroyed by the world energy." Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded. "My monster race's physique is the hardest in the world. Even Thunder Dragon and I wouldn't dare absorb the world energy without any precaution. Her actions are tantamount to digging her own grave." Li Rong not resisting the world energy at all, instead opening her body and mind to it, naturally causing the two great seniors to tremble in fear. Don't worry, she'll be able to bear it." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any signs of worry. Thunder Dragon looked at him strangely, not understanding why he had so much confidence in Li Rong. "If such a good subordinate were to fall here, you won't even have a place to cry," Earth-splitting Divine Ox reminded. "She knows what she's doing." Yang Kai shook his head, no longer explaining. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other and didn't say anything, instead turning to stare at Li Rong suspiciously, wanting to see how she would withstand the upcoming baptism of annihilation. As time passed, the intensity of the world energy grew stronger and stronger, each strike causing the world to tremble. Li Rong also began to lose her footing, as if she might die at any moment. But she still stood there, motionless. The four monster race masters all stared in shock. Regardless of anything else, the fact that she dared to face it head-on was enough to shock all of them. The world energy gathering in the sky calmed down for a while, but it only became more and more violent, as if it was preparing for its final blow. Li Zhu's expression finally became dignified as her beautiful eyes stared towards the sky. Hong. The world trembled as a destructive force fell from the sky and enveloped Li Rong, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared intently at Li Rong's position. However, her beautiful figure still stood in place, and although she was trembling, she stood firm. Gradually, the violent power converged, as if it was being absorbed by Li Rong's tender body. The wind that had been stirred up and the rubble that had been sent flying from the ground also fell to the ground. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened, flashing with a strange light. Li Rong stepped forward, gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down. This Earth-splitting Divine Ox was speechless as he stared blankly at the approaching woman. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's eyes also narrowed as he stared at Li Rong's face. At this moment, her pretty face was covered with strange dark lines that converged to form an inexplicable spirit array. As Li Rong approached, these lines gradually disappeared and the monstrous aura emanating from her body rapidly fell. Seemingly thinking of something, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression changed slightly as he stared at Li Rong with a dignified expression. After arriving in front of everyone, Li Rong stood still and smiled towards Yang Kai. Her aura was as deep as the sea, the light in her beautiful eyes was restrained, and her skin was crystal clear like jade, exuding a gentle luster as white as a newborn baby. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. "Master, I've broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm," Li Rong calmly reported the good news to Yang Kai. "Good," Yang Kai nodded heavily. "This trip wasn't in vain." "Many thanks for waiting here," Li Rong nodded lightly to the monster race crowd. "A minor matter, not worth mentioning," Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand. "I must also congratulate Madam for successfully setting foot on this territory." Li Rong smiled and said humbly, "In the future, I'll have to ask 2 great seniors to give me some pointers." "No need to be so serious. If Madam has free time in the future, feel free to come to my Thunder Tree Palace so we can exchange pointers." Thunder Dragon Great Senior nodded slightly. Li Rong had broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm and was now in existence on the same level as him, so naturally she was qualified to exchange cultivation insights with him. What a pity. This old ox has been sitting here for a long time yet still hasn't found anything special, let alone an epiphany. Earth-splitting divine ox shook his head, obviously a little dissatisfied, suddenly saying, "But you're quite amazing, absorbing the power of heaven and earth with your body alone. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. What were those lines that crawled up your face just now? Why is it that when those things appeared, I felt that your aura and chi and blood power had increased tremendously?" Hearing him ask this, Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai also felt a bit awkward, but just as he was hesitating, Thunder Dragon suddenly shouted, "Why are you inquiring about other people's secrets? Old ox, you talk too much." Earth-splitting divine ox grinned meaningfully. "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer then don't, I was just curious." Chapter 906. "I think we might be lost." Lei Long suddenly stopped and said with a bitter expression. In this gray world, it was impossible to see too far and even one's divine sense couldn't be extended, so the group of 6 stood in place, unable to move forward. It had been a long time since Li Rong broke through to the Third Order Saint Realm. No one knew exactly how long it had been, only that during this time, Li Rong's cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized. Without a clear direction or goal, everyone could only follow their heart, leading to them having no idea where they were. Hearing Thunder Dragon say this, Earth-splitting divine ox asked suspiciously, "The scenery here is the same, how do you know we're lost?" "Look over there." Thunder Dragon Great Senior pointed to a spot not far away and everyone followed his finger, quickly discovering a set of bones left behind in the wasteland. "We passed by here a few days ago, but for some reason, we ended up back here. This set of bones is the best proof of that." Yang Kai raised his brow and also remembered. When he saw this set of bones last time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but if Thunder Dragon's observation was correct, everyone may have really taken a big detour around this area before returning to this place. "No way, what do we do now?" Earth-splitting divine ox was stunned. "How did we get lost?" "I don't know. All of you think of a good way to get us out of here first. Even if we don't explore the mysteries of this place, we still need to find a way back, right? We've been here for a long time now. You lead the way. If you can't find a way, what can we do?" Earth-splitting divine ox shouted. "It's not this king's fault. Do you still want to blame this king?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior snorted. It had been a long time since they arrived here, and besides Li Rong who had obtained some kind of opportunity and broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm, everyone else had gained nothing, so the 2 great seniors were naturally not in a good mood. Seeing that they seemed to be about to quarrel, Yang Kai hurriedly tried to calm them down. "Calm down, no one expected this place to be so strange before we came here. Now that something has happened, there's no need to blame each other, we need to find a solution. How do we solve this? Did you notice anything special?" Lei Long looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "In my opinion, this place should be a maze set up by someone." Li Rong pondered and said, "The bones here should be the result of the cultivator who accidentally entered this place and was trapped here." "I think so too." Lei Long nodded. During this period of time, from time to time, they would come across 1 or 2 sets of remains. They should be the remains of those cultivator who accidentally entered this place after they died. "Who set up the maze?" Earth-splitting divine ox's eyes bulged. Who arranged this bewildering array that even 3 third-order saints couldn't break? Even if one didn't understand spirit arrays, a third-order saint would be able to see through the illusions at a glance, but none of the masters here had noticed anything strange about this spirit array from beginning to end, so it was obvious that the person who arranged this spirit array was quite skilled. This king feels more and more that this place may have something to do with the legendary great demon god, Lei Long said in a low voice. Besides him, no one can accomplish this. Yang Kai and Li Rong glanced at each other and remained silent. Should we split up and find a way out? Kai Dai hesitantly suggested. Both Lei Long and Yang Kai shook their heads, the former saying, "This place is too strange, it's best not to split up, otherwise we may never find each other again. This time we were really unlucky, this old ox won't enter any mysterious small world again," earth-splitting divine ox said angrily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, but as he was contemplating, he suddenly noticed a message from the divine tree. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai quietly informed Li Rong before sinking his consciousness into the black book space. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked, not knowing why the divine tree would suddenly call him at this time. "There's something strange here," the divine tree replied. "Is it those 2 black stones again?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned to look at the 2 black round stones and found that they were still the same, constantly absorbing the essence of the other ores, the fluorescent lines on their surface becoming more and more obvious. "It's not them, it's something else. Just wait and see, you'll know soon enough," the divine tree replied. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited quietly. A moment later, somewhere in the black book space, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange, quickly sending his divine sense to the spot where the light flashed, but after discovering what it was, he was stunned. Yang Kai had a general idea of the things stored in the black book space, the most precious of which was the myriad drug milk series, the divine tree, and the shimmering moongrass he had previously obtained. Many of the artifacts he had obtained during his previous life experiences were also stored here, but the value of those artifacts wasn't great, so Yang Kai hadn't paid them much attention. In addition, there were only the 2 strange black round stones and the ores he obtained from the star field. At this moment, however, the thing that was flashing was something Yang Kai had never expected. The Heavenly Palace. The mysterious artifact that belonged to Meng Wuya. In the past, when the Yang family launched the Inheritance War at the final moment, the ash-gray cloud evil land launched a massive invasion and Demon Lord Yang Bai led the 6 great evil kings to storm War City. In an instant, War City was plunged into an abyss of misery and misery, turning it into a ghost town. Among the ruins, only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact, unaffected by the disaster. All of this was thanks to this artifact that Meng Wuya had taken out. The Heavenly Palace transformed into a barrier that enveloped Yang Kai's mansion, rendering Yang Bai and the evil kings, who were at the peak of their strength at that time, helpless. After that, there was the final battle beneath the central capital. Yang Bai died tragically and the earth vein exploded. At that critical moment, Meng Wuya took Xia Ningchang and Su Yan through the void corridor and returned to Tongxian realm. The Heavenly Palace was left behind in Yang Kai's mansion and was eventually taken into the Black Book space by Yang Kai. Because this was Meng Wuya's artifact, Yang Kai had never intended to refine it, nor erase its soul brand and life mark, planning to return it to Meng Wuya when they met. It had been in the Black Book space for many years now, and if not for the Divine Tree's reminder today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Why was the Heavenly Palace flashing? Although the frequency was very slow, it was indeed flashing, as if it was responding to something from afar. After contemplating for a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility he wasn't certain about. Meng Wuya was also here, and even if he wasn't, he must have been here before. The Heavenly Palace was his artifact and contained his soul brand, so if there was Meng Wuya's aura here, the Heavenly Palace's reaction could be explained. Yes, according to the information Yang Kai had inquired about, it was possible to infer that Meng Wuya had taken Xia Ningchang and Su Yan to Ice Sect, then entrusted Su Yan to Ice Sect's sect Master Xianxia before disappearing. Soon after, the master and disciple duo appeared in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Nine Heavens Holy Land wasn't far from here, so if Meng Wuya had come here for some reason, then going to Nine Heavens Holy Land was just a matter of passing by and not specifically to visit the old Holy Master. Everything could be explained. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct and couldn't help feeling excited. If Meng Wuya was here, it meant that his little senior sister was also here. Li Rong called out softly at that moment, causing Yang Kai's consciousness to return to his body, his eyes shining brightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior observed Yang Kai's expression for a moment before asking, "Boy, did you discover something?" "I don't know." Yang Kai grinned and quickly took out the Heavenly Palace from the black book space, placing it on his palm. "I don't know if this counts as a discovery or not." "An artifact?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he carefully examined the Heavenly Palace. "The shape of this artifact is quite strange. It's actually shaped like a palace, very similar to an artifact I know of." Yang Kai stared at him blankly. "Which one?" "An artifact owned by a human race master. Unfortunately, he died a few hundred years ago, so there's no need to mention it." Thunder Dragon waved his hand. At first, he didn't care much about this artifact, but after using his divine sense to investigate it, his expression changed dramatically. "How did this artifact?" This artifact was extremely high-grade, most likely a saint-grade high-rank artifact, and the aura it exuded didn't belong to Yang Kai, instead belonging to someone else. This faint aura was rich and mellow, so Thunder Dragon could conclude that the owner of this artifact must have been a top master. "Is this the Heavenly Palace?" Thunder Dragon's expression became solemn as he asked, somewhat unsure. Artifacts shaped like palaces were not common, and this one's grade was not low, so Thunder Dragon immediately thought of a possibility. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression became dignified. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Great Senior knows? Is this really the Heavenly Palace?" Thunder Dragon's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Boy, where did you get this thing?" "Thunder Dragon, is this artifact very amazing?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked curiously. Thunder Dragon Great Senior let out a light sigh. "This artifact isn't that important. What's important is that its original owner was." "Who was its owner?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't seem to be as knowledgeable as Thunder Dragon and knew very little about the Heavenly Palace. "Its owner was the #1 master of the human race, Meng Wuya." Thunder Dragon shouted as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to know if Yang Kai had anything to do with Meng Wuya. Earth-splitting Divine Ox scratched his head. "Old Ox seems to have heard of this name before." "Of course you have," Thunder Dragon snorted. "Do you remember Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior?" "Of course I remember." Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded. Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded heavily. Before Old Ox achieved human form, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's name shook the entire monster race, but later he died for some unknown reason. "Right, Thunder Dragon, you were one of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's subordinates, right? Old Ox has some impression of you." Chapter 907. Yes. Thunder Dragon nodded. "I was indeed one of the subordinates of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior is related to the owner of this artifact." "Was he killed by that guy named Meng Wuya?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox exclaimed. Thunder Dragon slowly shook his head. "That's not the case. During the battle between the two, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior was defeated within a stick of incense worth of time and was seriously injured. Finally, he died of depression. After Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior died, this king was able to take over the position of Great Senior and become the commander of this monster race territory." Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his voice rolling like thunder. "Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's strength should have been comparable to yours and mine, yet someone was able to defeat him within a stick of incense worth of time?" "And it was within a stick of incense worth of time. During the battle between the two, this king was watching from the sidelines. That Meng Wuya's methods were truly earth-shattering. Later, this king specifically inquired about him and learned that he was the strongest master of the human race, one that no one could match. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he listened, the image of Treasurer Meng appearing in his mind, causing his face to twitch slightly. Treasurer Meng actually has such a glorious past. Although Yang Kai had long guessed that Meng Wuya's strength was not low, he had still somewhat underestimated him. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai had a clearer understanding of Treasurer Meng's heritage. And this Heavenly Palace artifact was once owned by Meng Wuya. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at the artifact in Yang Kai's hand with a complicated expression, sighing slightly. Because of the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, this king has been paying attention to his movements and whereabouts, but unfortunately, I heard that he later ran to the demon land to challenge the current demon commander, and in the end, died there alone. After a pause, he sighed. That guy was also a strange man. He didn't belong to any sect, and seemed to have cultivated alone without a successor. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a level, but even now, this king has no way to find someone to take revenge on. Boy, where did you obtain this artifact? If I told you that he left this for me, would you believe me? Yang Kai laughed dryly. Thunder Dragon frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he's still alive? Yes. That's impossible. There hasn't been any news of him for hundreds of years. If he's still alive, how could he not cause any commotion? Lei Long didn't seem to believe him, so he asked suspiciously, why does the Heavenly Palace keep flashing? It's probably because it sensed the aura of its master. Yang Kai also stared towards the Heavenly Palace. Since taking it out of the Black Book space, the Heavenly Palace had been flashing more and more frequently, allowing Yang Kai to conclude that Meng Wuya might really be here. Is he really still alive? Thunder Dragon Great Senior exclaimed in shock. Do I look like I'm lying? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. It doesn't look like it. That's right. Thunder Dragon's expression changed, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he shouted, so, as long as we follow the Heavenly Palace's guidance, we can find Meng Wuya? Can we even leave this bewildering array? That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded firmly as he poured his yuan qi into the Heavenly Palace. In the past, Meng Wuya had used the Heavenly Palace to envelop Yang Kai's mansion, preventing it from being destroyed by the demon lords and evil kings. In order to facilitate Yang Kai's entry and exit, Meng Wuya had deliberately left a barrier around the Heavenly Palace so that Yang Kai could use it. However, this artifact did not belong to Yang Kai, so it couldn't display its full power. This was more than enough. As the yuan qi poured into the Heavenly Palace, it began to tremble, and Yang Kai immediately noticed that this artifact was about to fly out of his hand. Immediately, Yang Kai shouted, "Follow me." Holding the Heavenly Palace in his hand and sensing the direction it wanted to fly, Yang Kai rushed forward. Everyone followed closely behind. As they flew, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya was here, but it was possible that he had come here, left a trace, and then left. If that was the case, then this time he still wouldn't be able to find him and his little senior sister. However, this was still a clue and a ray of hope. Su Yen and Yang Kai had already found the old demon, so he wasn't worried. As long as he could find Xia Ningchang, his purpose for coming to Tongxian realm would have been achieved. It had been more than 10 years since he left the central capital and came to this world. During these 10 years, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes, but there was always one thing on his mind that made him sigh whenever he thought about it. Once I find Meng Wuya, I'll definitely pluck that old hooligan's beard clean. Yang Kai secretly swore to himself as he spared no effort in sprinting forward. After an unknown amount of time, some changes suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's gray field of vision. There seemed to be something standing in front of him. At this point, the light emitted by the Heavenly Palace also became much stronger. Yang Kai's spirit shook and he rushed forward without hesitation, but after seeing what it was, he couldn't help frowning. The other 5 also stood still and stared forward with dignified expressions. About 10 meters away from the group stood a stone pillar. This stone pillar was so tall that it seemed to reach into the sky and was so thick that 3 people could wrap their arms around it. On the stone pillar, there were a few large characters written in demon script, just like the ones everyone had seen when they first entered. Li Rong, what's written on it? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Li Rong glanced at it for a moment before immediately withdrawing her gaze, not daring to stare any longer, quickly replying, Tong Xian Pillar. Tong Xian Pillar? Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what these words meant. However, there was indeed an extraordinary power surging within the stone pillar. This power was so strong that it made everyone tremble with fear. Following the Heavenly Palace's guidance, they didn't find Meng Wuya, but instead found such a strange stone pillar, causing everyone's heart to sink. However, Yang Kai could still feel the Heavenly Palace's pulling force, still guiding them forward. Let's go. No matter what, we've left that maze. Yang Kai comforted. The five nodded lightly and continued to follow. Moving forward, everyone was on high alert, afraid of encountering any sudden danger. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly slowed down his pace and sniffed the air, asking, Do you feel anything wrong? Blood stench. Lei Long immediately replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, There's a blood stench here. And it seems to be getting stronger. Yang Kai nodded. Wait, there's some movement. Lei Long shouted. Everyone quickly stopped and listened attentively. Some subtle sounds came from afar, like the sound of rolling waves and the ebb and flow of tides. The speed at which the sound was approaching was extremely fast, and in just a moment, it had already arrived in front of everyone. Looking around, the originally gray world in front of them now contained some dark red light. Gradually, the dark red light became more and more intense, and the sound of the tide also became clearer. The entire world instantly became as red as fresh blood. Not good. Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted as he hurriedly circulated his strength, causing arcs of lightning to flash from his body as a blue light curtain enveloped everyone. At the same time, in front of them, a thick and boundless blood-red liquid surged forward like a dam bursting, instantly engulfing the group of six. A strong smell of blood filled everyone's nose, and as far as their eyes could see, all they could see was a thick blood-red liquid. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into a monstrous sea of blood, losing their sense of direction and unable to find a way out. The red blood mist was pervasive and penetrated through Thunder Dragon Great Senior's defensive power. The Heavenly Palace in Yang Kai's hand was only slightly stained by this blood mist before its light dimmed significantly. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly put the Heavenly Palace into the Black Book space. Xianxia. A burst of light sounds came from all directions as the blood mist that had penetrated their bodies seemed to contain a strong corrosive property, causing everyone's skin to emit this strange sound as if they were in extreme pain. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed his strength to resist the invasion of the blood mist, his yuan qi flowing away like water. What the hell is this? Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted, a yellow light enveloping his body, but under the corrosion of the blood mist, this light quickly dimmed and he was forced to exert more strength to defend himself, consuming his strength at a rapid rate. The surrounding sea of blood and the blood mist seemed to have the effect of eroding his strength. We should have accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. Follow me out and leave this blood sea first, Thunder Dragon roared, pushing his defenses to the limit as he resisted the pressure of the blood sea. Great Senior, be careful. Kai Dai suddenly exclaimed, waving her 7-colored wings and sending out a burst of light. Looking towards the direction of her attack, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He found that from the sea of blood, there were countless blood people condensed from it. These blood people had vague facial features and their bodies were extremely unstable, so Kai Dai's attack had no effect on them at all, directly passing through their bodies and disappearing into the sea of blood. While Thunder Dragon Great Senior was distracted, several blood-red people had already pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as he sent out a bolt of purple lightning, piercing through the bodies of these blood people and turning them into puddles of blood. However, one of the blood people still reached out and grabbed Thunder Dragon Great Senior's wrist. As if his flesh had been branded by a hot iron, a tearing sound rang out as Thunder Dragon showed a pained expression, shaking his body and dispersing the blood hand. However, on his wrist, a bright red handprint was left, his flesh lacerated. Everyone's expression changed. Lei Long was a top-notch expert, and he was also a monster beast. His physical body was extremely strong, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this blood man's grip. It was clear how terrifying the power contained in the blood water was. What made everyone despair, though, was that the blood people who had been beaten into a puddle of blood by Thunder Dragon Great Senior actually gathered together and stood up again. They seemed to be immortal, impossible to completely destroy. Chapter 908. Surrounded by this sea of blood, the group of 6 used all of their abilities to fight back against the blood people who had emerged from the sea of blood while desperately trying to escape from this dangerous place. But no matter how they tried to escape, they were still surrounded by that thick red color. This blood sea seemed to have no end, as if it would follow everyone's footsteps, making it impossible for them to find a way out. Gradually, Thunder Dragon Great Senior was forced to stop and focus on dealing with the attacks of the blood people. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, bolts of lightning shot out, shuttling back and forth through the blood sea in an attempt to break through its blockade and find a way out. Thunder Dragon Great Senior was a Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and was proficient in both fire and thunder attribute mysteries. His strength and cultivation were both profound, but even so, he was at a loss for what to do about the situation in front of him. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's earth-yellow light flickered from time to time, sometimes expanding and sometimes being eroded away. The sharp metal chi emitted from Jinni's body also gradually dimmed. Kai Dai's 7-colored light and Li Rong's black demonic chi both surged through this blood sea, but it was like this blood sea was a bottomless pit, swallowing up everyone's strength, making it impossible for them to see any hope of escaping. The blood people who emerged from this blood sea didn't have strong attacks and their bodies weren't very sturdy, so the few Saint Realm Masters could easily reduce them to a puddle of blood. What was even more frustrating, though, was that after being reduced to a puddle of blood, these blood people would condense again and stand up to continue attacking. The blood mist that seeped in was constantly wearing down the strength of everyone present. It was unknown whether or not the restrictions here were set up by the great demonic god, but they possessed a terrifying destructive power and endurance. Yang Kai's strength was the lowest among this group of people, and it was precisely because of this that he was surrounded by 5 Saint Realm Masters that he did not need to worry about his own safety for the time being. While the 5 of them were struggling to resist, Yang Kai had been observing the energy fluctuations in the blood sea and the situation of the blood people. Quietly spreading out his spiritual energy, Yang Kai took advantage of one of the blood people rushing towards Li Rong to release his conflagrated knowledge sea. A scorching heat spread out in all directions, containing a concept that could incinerate all things in the world. Everyone, who was originally feeling cold in body and mind, could not help but feel a burning sensation on their skin after feeling this concept. The 4 monster race people took a break from their busy work and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Just in time to see the bloody man in front of Li Rong start to boil. The bloody man was made of blood. He had no bones, no flesh, and no blood. The thick and red blood seemed to have been boiled. Bubbles appeared all over his body and evaporated in an extremely short period of time, leaving nothing behind. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Not bad, little brat," Earth-splitting Ox praised loudly. This was the first time they had completely annihilated a blood person since they had been enveloped by the sea of blood. "Great sage, use fire." Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards Lei Long. Lei Long's reaction was also extremely fast. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind him, quickly restraining his thunder attribute power and releasing a scorching hot flame from his burly body. The attacks of the bloody men were greatly hindered. They seemed to be very afraid of the scorching power. The blood on the surface of their bodies kept bubbling, and their blurry facial features showed a ferocious and painful expression. They stopped in their tracks. Lei Long roared angrily, followed by a series of deafening roars as he sent out a series of fiery dragon-like attacks. Coordinating with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, these attacks instantly cleared out the blood people around them, allowing them to move freely. "This isn't a long-term solution. We need to take this opportunity to think of a way to leave this place," Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to determine how large this blood sea was. The blood mist that had seeped in had eroded a great deal of everyone's strength, causing the energy fluctuations in their bodies to gradually weaken. Before this blood sea evaporated completely, everyone would likely die. Why don't you and this little brat stand at the front and burn a way out? Earth-splitting Ox proposed. We can't do that. This blood sea is very strange. It seems to follow us wherever we go. If we can't get rid of it, we'll never be able to escape. Lei Long slowly shook his head, pushing his fire attribute power to the extreme, evaporating a large amount of the blood water around him and Yang Kai. Listening to him say this, everyone else was at a loss for what to do and felt despair. That's right. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Seeing his excited expression, Lei Long immediately shouted, "Boy, did you find a way out of here? If you find something, whether it works or not, we should at least try. It's better than waiting for death here." I was just thinking about that. Yang Kai nodded before turning to Li Rong and asking, "What about the blood essence stone?" Li Rong was startled, but soon a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Quickly taking out the blood essence stone she had obtained from her universe bag, she handed it over. This blood essence stone was a product from the star field and had the ability to absorb blood and transform it into blood chi that could be used by anyone. It originally belonged to Shattering Mystical Palace's Zhang Ao, but in the Snow Mountain Range, Zhang Ao was killed and the blood essence stone changed owners. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of blood and was used to heal the injured members of the ancient demon clan, so it had been kept by Li Rong. Yang Kai's eyes also flashed as he recalled the existence of such a thing. Blood essence stone? Lei Long muttered, "Is that the blood essence stone from the star field?" Yang Kai grinned. "Great Senior seems to know a lot." "You also have such a thing?" Lei Long looked excited as he laughed. "We're saved. Let's give it a try." Yang Kai no longer spoke nonsense and began pouring his yuan qi into the blood essence stone. This product from the star field immediately exuded a dazzling light and an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. Attracted by this suction force, the blood people surrounding Yang Kai's group roared fiercely and retreated back into the sea of blood. But it was too late. The attractive force of the blood essence stone was not something these blood people could resist. One by one, these blood people transformed into thick streams of blood that shot towards the blood essence stone like 10,000 swords. The blood essence stone did not refuse and absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind. A short time later, with the group as the center, there was not a single drop of blood left within a 10-meter radius. Even the blood that had seeped in had been completely absorbed by the blood essence stone. The huge suction force was still there, pulling the blood in the thick sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart calmed down and they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They knew that this time, they had survived this disaster. As time passed, the blood-red light emitted from the blood essence stone became more and more intense. The fist-sized stone seemed to be composed entirely of blood, its dark red color causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The amount of blood chi contained within it was unimaginable. Yang Kai held it in his hand and could even feel the rhythmic vibrations coming from inside the blood essence stone, as if he was holding a heart. After an hour, everyone's vision gradually became clear and the sea of blood surrounding them thinned significantly. After another 2 hours, the sea of blood finally disappeared. At this moment, the vitality emitted from the blood essence stone was so strong that it caused even the 2 monster race great seniors to tremble. Even if they released all of their vitality, they would not be able to achieve such a level of vitality. "This thing is quite amazing. Where did you find it?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox seemed to be interested in the blood essence stone and hurriedly inquired. Thunder Dragon laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. This kind of thing comes from the star field and can only be found by chance. This king has only heard of it. Today is the first time he has seen one." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "Boy, your luck is quite good. You even managed to obtain a blood essence stone. It's just so." Yang Kai chuckled as he played with the blood essence stone in his hand, feeling more and more like it was a heart as he could clearly hear a strong heartbeat coming from it. Are you willing to sell this thing? This king can offer you a high price, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Thunder Dragon asked. Yang Kai quickly put the blood essence stone into his black book space and shook his head decisively. Thunder Dragon couldn't help rolling his eyes. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you so vigilant? Why would this king steal something from you? Thunder Dragon, why do you want to buy this? Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't quite understand the purpose of this blood essence stone. You don't understand shit. Thunder Dragon curled his lips. After this thing absorbs blood, it can turn into a kind of blood chi energy that can be used by anyone. It can be used to heal wounds and bring the dead back to life. During battle, it can also absorb blood chi to increase one's chi and blood power, temporarily increasing one's strength without any side effects. Is it really that amazing? Earth-splitting Divine Ox couldn't help but stare towards Yang Kai with some interest, letting out a hollow laugh. Don't look at me like that. No matter what you say, I won't sell this blood essence stone. Yang Kai shook his head firmly. This holy master doesn't lack money. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them and took out the heavenly palace from the black book space, sensing the direction it was flying in, and waving his hand, let's continue. This little brat. Thunder Dragon was speechless, simply taking out some pills and swallowing them, restoring the strength he had just consumed as he hurried along. As time passed, the light from the heavenly palace grew stronger and stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited, more and more convinced that Meng Wuya was really here. If he had only left behind some kind of aura here to cause the heavenly palace to react, it wouldn't have changed as he approached it. For such a scene to occur, it meant that Meng Wuya was actually here. Yang Kai's heart filled with anticipation, and his speed also increased. A few hours later, when the light from the heavenly palace became brighter, it burst forth with a powerful force and broke free from Yang Kai's shackles, transforming into a stream of light that shot forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 909. After the heavenly palace flew out, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight, causing Yang Kai to freeze in place. It flew away. What's going on? Earth-splitting Divine Ox muttered. Meng Wuya is over there. Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes and said decisively. Yang Kai sped up and followed the direction the heavenly palace flew off in, a look of excitement and nervousness on his face. Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand and shouted, "Follow him, the human race's strongest master may really be here." The human race's strongest master, I must meet him. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes also lit up. Being able to be called the strongest, it was obvious that this guy named Meng Wuya had some kind of extraordinary ability, otherwise, the human race would not have recognized him as such. It was a spacious and empty field, like a rocky hill, with many broken stones scattered on the ground. In the middle of this field stood a series of strange stone pillars, a total of 8 of them arranged in an octagonal formation, each of which exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Moreover, these energy fluctuations all had different attributes. There was a scorching flame aura, an icy cold aura, an all-pervasive toxic aura, and even a lightning energy that was as swift as flowing water. All kinds of different power concepts flowed in this place, converging to form an area that would shock anyone who heard of it. At this moment, on one of the 8 stone pillars, a white-haired old man was restrained by an invisible force. He could not move his body and he could not speak. His head was lowered, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar's. His life aura was also weak, and he was about to die. Ka-cha-cha! Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. From time to time, waves of shocking power would erupt from the 8 stone pillars and surge towards the old man. This power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The old man seemed to have been struck by this power for a long time and was on the verge of death, but he still managed to hold on to his last breath, not allowing his vitality to fade away. Flames burned on the old man's body, charring his flesh while lightning pierced through his body, incinerating his 5 viscera. A highly toxic toxin spread through every inch of his body, causing his skin to flicker with a dark green hue. Outside the octagonal stone pillars, a woman with a veil over her face sat on the ground. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, and there wasn't a single blemish on them. A strange power burst forth from her delicate body. She aimed at the surging power of the 8 stone pillars and constantly waved her hands to help the old man absorb the terrifying damage. The woman was petite and her face was covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Her forehead was adorned with a sapphire, just as clear as her beautiful eyes. There were traces of tears on her pretty face, but no tears fell, as if her tears had dried up. Her tender body trembled as she constantly pushed her strength, trying to rescue the old man from the octagonal stone pillars, but she was unable to do so. He swallowed one pill after another to recover his lost energy. Kong. Another bolt of lightning came from one of the stone pillars. It was as thick as a person's thigh, and it struck the old man's body. In an instant, the old man's flesh was split open, and blood spilled out. After being stimulated by this bolt of lightning, the old man finally woke up from his coma. He raised his head slightly, and his dim eyes stared at the woman. He pursed his lips, trying to say something with difficulty, but no sound came out. The woman understood what he meant and kept shaking her head. The old man's eyes flashed with guilt, as well as a strong unwillingness. At this moment, the old man suddenly seemed to notice something and used all his strength to look to the side. Over there, a stream of light shot out and rushed into his body with lightning speed. The old man's body shook as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His originally dim eyes suddenly flashed with an astonishing light. In the next moment, a palace-like barrier lit up and wrapped around the old man's body, blocking the power that was attacking him from all directions. It seemed that because of the return of the stream of light, the old man's complexion became a little ruddy and his vitality was restored slightly. The woman sitting outside the octagonal stone pillars let out a soft cry as her beautiful eyes widened. Turning her head to look in the direction the stream of light had come from, she happened to see a heroic and majestic figure gradually becoming clearer in her gray field of vision. For eyes met, and the woman's tears, which had long since dried up, suddenly began to flow down her cheeks. Yang Kai also stared at her in a daze, feeling the blood in his body boil as his fingertips trembled. Grinning, he said in a gentle voice that seemed to be able to melt stone, "Little senior sister, I finally found you." Standing in front of him was none other than Xianxia, the one he had been searching for 10 years in Tongxian realm. She looked exactly the same as when she left the central capital, as if the flowing time great emperor had not left any trace on her body. The only thing that had changed was her figure, which was much fuller than before. "Junior brother?" Xianxia couldn't believe what she was seeing and muttered, "This isn't a dream, right?" Yang Kai shook his head and stepped towards her. Xianxia's tender body trembled slightly until she was hugged by Yang Kai and felt the warmth from his chest. Only then did she confirm that everything in front of her was not a dream, nor was it an illusion. The junior brother she had been thinking about day and night had really found her. In an instant, Xianxia's mood calmed down, feeling that she had found someone she could rely on when she was at her most hesitant. Tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, which contained the warmth of his little senior sister. Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his eyes towards the old man who seemed to be nailed to a stone pillar not far away. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai almost cried out in horror. Treasurer Meng Wuxia, who had given Kai Yang a lot of help when he was very weak, now had a withered appearance. His body was so thin that he was practically just skin and bones. It was impossible to tell that he was still a person. Yang Kai couldn't imagine what kind of torture and pain he had suffered. How did it become like this? Yang Kai asked solemnly. In his impression, Meng Wuxia always had an indifferent and calm demeanor, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He had always appeared in front of the world with an invincible attitude, which often shocked those who went against him and made them regret it. But now, the brave and invincible Meng Wuxia seemed to be on the verge of death, which made Yang Kai somewhat unable to accept. Master and I entered the ruins of the demon race, then triggered some kind of restriction and was sent here. When I woke up, Master was trapped on a stone pillar. I don't know what happened to the 8 pillars, but they were constantly releasing energy to torment Master. I wanted to save him, but I was powerless. Junior brother, please save Master. If you don't get him out, he really will die. Xianxia was sobbing, constantly pleading. She had been picked up by Meng Wuya when she was very young, and it could be said that Meng Wuya had single-handedly raised her. Her strength was also taught by Meng Wuya, so she regarded this master as her most important family member. Seeing Meng Wuya being tortured every day, Xianxia felt the same way, and it was extremely painful. Yang Kai nodded and reached out to pat Xianxia's head, injecting a subtle amount of energy into her body as he softly said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, I will save him. You should rest." Xianxia's eyelids suddenly became heavy. Yang Kai's words were like a curse, causing her to instantly fall into a deep sleep. Xianxia was also at the end of her rope. How could Yang Kai not see this? The two of them had been trapped here for an unknown period of time, and during this time, little senior sister had not rested at all. Using her energy without restraint was very likely to bring about hidden dangers to her body. She had to rest. Trapped on the stone pillar, Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude in his cloudy eyes. He transmitted his divine sense to Yang Kai, telling him to leave. As long as Yang Kai safely brought Xianxia out of this place, Meng Wuya would be able to die in peace. He had been tortured for so long, but he was still holding on to his last breath because he was worried about his precious disciple. Their eyes met, but Yang Kai did not say anything. He simply turned around, picked up the unconscious Xianxia, and walked back the way they came. At this moment, the 4 monster race masters and Li Rong had also arrived not far away. They all stopped and stared blankly, not quite understanding what was going on. "Master, this girl?" Li Rong saw that Yang Kai's expression was not quite right and quickly asked in a soft voice. "She's my senior sister," Yang Kai replied as he placed her in a safe place. "Master's senior sister?" Li Rong couldn't help feeling shocked as she secretly observed Xianxia, quickly discovering that although this veiled woman wasn't very old and the Saint Qi in her body was somewhat chaotic due to overexertion, her cultivation was actually the same as Yang Kai's, a third-order transcendent. The 4 people from the monster race also noticed this. The 2 great seniors looked at each other and were both horrified. They had thought that it was already incredible for a young third-order transcendent like Yang Kai to appear in this world, but now this senior sister of unknown origin was also the same. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven sect, so was this woman from Soaring Heaven sect? Was this sect's cultivation method really so amazing? After putting down Xianxia, Yang Kai turned around and continued to stare at Meng Wuya, a moment later quickly saying, "Thunder Dragon Great Senior, I know that Treasurer Meng has some grievances with your monster race, but I hope you won't find trouble with him at this time." "That guy isn't Meng Wuya, is he?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he stared forward. If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder, he wouldn't have been so certain, but upon closer inspection, he did find that the old man trapped on the stone pillar was somewhat similar to the one he had met in the past. "This is the human race's strongest master? How did he end up like this?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox also frowned. Meng Wuya's current situation was really quite distressing. "Yes, he is Meng Wuya." Yang Kai nodded. "I want to get him out. I won't ask you monster race masters for help, as long as you don't disturb me." Chapter 9-10. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon snorted, "Little brat, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this king is the kind of despicable villain who would add insult to injury? Xue Jiao Great Senior did die because of Meng Wuya, so this king would like to find him and compete with him, but I will wait until he is restored to his peak state. Of course, that is only if you can really rescue him." Being able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mysteries contained in these 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's arrogant words. Although this little brat repeatedly surprised everyone, in the end he was still only a third-order transcendent. "Whether or not I can save him, I have to try." Yang Kai took a deep breath and released his divine sense towards the 8 stone pillars. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know what kind of danger Treasurer Meng had encountered or why he was bound to these stone pillars, so naturally he had to investigate first. Yang Kai's movements were extremely cautious to avoid triggering any kind of barrier. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's divine sense spreading out, Meng Wuya, who was still trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips trembling slightly as he tried to stop Yang Kai's actions, his eyes flashing with anxiety. At that time, he had been inexplicably trapped because he was trying to investigate. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was fast and silent, so Meng Wuya had no time to stop it. As soon as his divine sense touched the 8 stone pillars, Yang Kai's face paled. The terrifying power contained in these stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, a power that could almost sweep away the entire world. In the next moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble. A wave of pressure that caused everyone to be extremely terrified descended from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm Masters all felt their blood boil and their breathing become difficult. None of them had expected such a terrifying pressure to exist in this world, one that even they didn't dare resist. A golden light bloomed, and from the void, a giant hand strangely stretched out and grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, the 5 golden fingers contracted and transformed into a rope that bound Yang Kai and dragged him forward. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all. In front of this giant hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai discovered that none of the masters who had come here had managed to escape. All of them were being dragged towards the octagonal stone pillars, all of them using their divine senses to investigate. Only Xia Ningchang, who was still unconscious, was lucky had managed to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya's eyes dimmed. He knew it was all too late. Peng Peng. The 4 monster race masters, plus Li Rong and Yang Kai, a total of 6, were all bound to the stone pillars, unable to move. In the next moment, Meng Wu of Yang, Meng Wu of course, Meng of Yang. Even the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't bear this terrifying torment, their faces twisting with pain as Kai Dai and Li Rong screamed out in pain. A violent power erupted from everyone's bodies as the 4 monster race masters all transformed into their monster beast forms, desperately trying to break free from the bindings of the stone pillars. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, 9 Nether Golden Beast, 7-colored illusionary butterfly, each of these monster beasts was a noble monster race bloodline, rarely seen, but now they had all gathered together. Li Rong also displayed her demon god transformation, strange dark demon crests crawling all over her cheeks, giving her a wild sense of beauty. But no matter how they struggled in front of these 8 stone pillars, they were as weak as ants. Yang Kai's face also became extremely pale. The moment he was bound to the stone pillars, he finally understood the pain Meng Wuya was enduring. Each of the 8 stone pillars contained a different kind of power. These 8 different kinds of power converged into a terrifying territory, intertwining into a giant net, lashing out at everyone's mind and body. What shocked Yang Kai the most though was that this stone pillar was also quite strange. It was actually rapidly absorbing the strength and physique essence from his body. Everyone's vitality was rapidly drained, and the fluctuations of their strength were gradually weakening. "Master, use your demon god transformation," Li Rong suddenly shouted. Yang Kai, who had been gritting his teeth and enduring the terrible destruction, immediately displayed the divine skill he had inherited from the great demon god. The world trembled as a rich evil energy surged out from the unyielding golden skeleton, replacing the original Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians and physique. The demon crests merged into his physique and disappeared, converging into a spirit array invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of relief. It turned out that after using the demon god transformation, the damage to his body had disappeared, and the stone pillar that had bound him no longer extracted his flesh and blood essence and strength. At the same time, he also felt an unusual aura flowing within the octagonal stone pillar. Shocked, Yang Kai muttered, "Is this the great demon god's method?" On the other side of the stone pillar, Li Rong nodded heavily. Like Yang Kai, After using the demon god transformation, she was safe and sound. It was because she had noticed this abnormality that she had anxiously warned Yang Kai. These 8 stone pillars contained the aura of the great demon god. This was the result of the great demon god's method. The demon god transformation and the ancient demon clan had a deep relationship with the great demon god, so after using the demon god transformation, they were able to avoid physical pain. Although this was only a guess Yang Kai had made in a flash, it should be the truth. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that the 4 monster race masters were still clenching their teeth and struggling to hold on. After 10 breaths of time, they automatically returned to their human forms. All of them looked haggard as they stared blankly towards Yang Kai. It wouldn't be long before they all ended up like Meng Wuya. Yang Kai struggled, trying to break free from the shackles of the stone pillars, but soon found that he was powerless. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Li Rong suddenly called out, "Master, there's movement." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. At the very center of the 8 stone pillars, an illusory figure was slowly condensing. Gradually, this figure began to take on a corporeal form. This figure was tall and majestic, and his expression was dignified. A pair of bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and Li Rong suspiciously. Seeing the appearance of this person, Yang Kai suddenly grinned, silently and mysteriously. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also widened as she stared at the figure in front of her, gradually overlapping it with the image of a certain person in her mind. She couldn't help calling out, "Great demon god?" The illusory figure in front of her was clearly the same as the statue in front of Demon God Citadel. The statue in front of Demon God Citadel was carved by the ancestors of the ancient demon clan. These ancestors had served Great Demon God before, so naturally they knew what he looked like. Hearing Li Rong's call, the faces of the 4 monster race masters paled. Even if Great Demon God had fallen countless years ago, his name was still enough to shock the world. He was a legend of his generation, a height no one had ever reached. "It really is you," Yang Kai shouted. "But didn't Great Demon God Master fall long ago?" Li Rong couldn't believe that this strange figure in front of her was Great Demon God, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed not fake. "He's not Great Demon God's main body, he's just a soul clone. Can't you see that he doesn't have a physical body?" Yang Kai stared at the figure in front of him. "A soul clone? What's that?" Li Rong exclaimed. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't explain. He had obtained a drop of pure demon god golden blood and comprehended a demon god divine technique, the soul clone technique. He had also cultivated this divine technique, but the soul clone he created was still being nurtured in his knowledge sea and was of no use for the time being. However, Great Demon God was different. Since this divine technique was his, it meant that his soul clone was extremely powerful, perhaps even comparable to his main body. As soon as Yang Kai saw the figure in front of him, he immediately understood his origins. "Oh, boy, you seem to know quite a lot, worthy of being this senior's chosen successor." Great Demon God's soul clone suddenly turned to Yang Kai and smiled faintly, his voice echoing directly in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "It seems that your understanding of me isn't shallow." Great Demon God's soul clone snorted. "If I hadn't sensed the appearance of this senior skeleton, how could I have appeared so easily? As for this woman, she should be a descendant of the bloodline that served me back then, right? The demon god transformation isn't something just anyone can learn." "Are you really Great Demon God?" Li Rong was so shocked that she was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with fanatical worship and excitement. As the successor of the ancient demon clan, she had fantasized countless times about what kind of existence Great Demon God was, but seeing him with her own eyes today made her realize just how weak her imagination was. She was now a top master in the Third Order Saint realm, but in front of the means laid down by Great Demon God countless years ago, she had been directly captured without being able to resist. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to appear, she and Yang Kai would likely be no different from the 4 monster race masters right now. She couldn't imagine what kind of shocking divine technique Great Demon God possessed when he was alive. "Since we have such a deep connection, shouldn't we have a good talk?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What do you want to talk about? How about letting my friends go? They were simply implicated by me, as well as that old man who came in before. He also has some sort of relationship with me." Great demon god stared at him calmly for a moment before suddenly snorting, "Boy, are you mistaken? Do you think because you are this senior's chosen successor you can negotiate terms with me? If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Why did you capture them? Why did you arrange such a thing here?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things weren't so simple. "It's not that I wanted to capture them, it's just that they entered a place they shouldn't have." Great demon god slowly shook his head. "Anyone who enters this place shouldn't even think about leaving alive. This place is the hub of the entire world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's too early to tell you this now. Since you possess this senior skeleton, sooner or later you will reach this senior's level, and when that time comes, you will understand." Great demon god said, seemingly a little impatient, "For the sake of you inheriting this senior's will, I can let you and this woman leave, but don't enter this place again, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Chapter 9:11. Saying so, the great demon god's soul clone stretched out his hand and summoned a void corridor not far away, one that was dark and deep enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. "Use your own demonic chi to break free from the shackles of this profound divine pillar and then leave." Great demon god waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai just stared at great demon god quietly, not saying a word, his eyes as deep as the stars in the sky. "Why haven't you left yet?" Seeing Yang Kai not moving, great demon god's soul clone shouted, his dignified voice echoing in Yang Kai's mind like a sledgehammer pounding his heart, causing his blood to tumble and his face to flush red. However, Yang Kai soon calmed down and shook his head. "I want to take them with me." Great demon god coldly snorted, "You overestimate yourself. I have given you a chance. If you don't take it, you can stay here forever. Although you are the inheritor of this senior skeleton, you must pay the price for intruding here." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he glanced around and asked, "These 8 stone pillars are called profound divine pillars? We also encountered one on the way here, one that was much longer than these 8 and had the words profound divine pillar engraved on it. What does it have to do with this place?" Trapped in this prison, not only was Yang Kai not anxious, he even had the leisure to chat with Great Demon God's soul clone, causing Great Demon God to feel somewhat surprised. Even Li Rong stared at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to do. "There are many profound divine pillars here, but these 8 are the central ones. Why do you ask?" Great Demon God lightly replied, "Nothing." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned, "I was just thinking that since this place was left behind by Great Demon God, it shouldn't have anything to do with you. You are just a guard left behind by this senior to guard this place." Great Demon God's eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked at Yang Kai with approval and nodded lightly, "Your thoughts are quite astute." "I'm just guessing, hee." Yang Kai smiled indifferently. "On the way here, we encountered a green sea where the soul avatars of countless masters resided. We also encountered a strange blood sea. I think these were all barriers that the great demon god left behind in the past to prevent anyone from approaching these 8 stone pillars, right? So what if I am?" The great demonic lord nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Kai's calm demeanor and confident manner suddenly made him feel somewhat interested. "Nothing." Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. "It's just that I find it a little strange. Since you're so good that you can instantly imprison and bind the masters who come here regardless of their cultivation, why did the great demon god set up so many barriers in the past to prevent others from coming here? Isn't that a little unnecessary? What do you want to say?" The great demon god's eyes narrowed as a feeling of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. "I just want to say, you appear to be incomparably powerful, but in fact, you're just a soul clone and don't have much strength at all. What's binding us here are the 8 stone pillars, something the great demon god set up in the past. It has nothing to do with the current you." Yang Kai's voice became low as he finished speaking. Hearing him say this, Li Rong's expression also froze as she suspiciously glanced towards the great demon god's soul clone, wanting to probe it with her divine sense but quickly discovering that with her soul bound to the stone pillars, she couldn't use it at all. Are you so sure? The great demon god's soul clone stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if his greatest secret had been exposed, his expression changing slightly, but the look in his eyes was still very firm. You were in a hurry to let me and Li Rong leave because you didn't want the two of us to remain here. I believe that when the great demon god set up the restrictions in this place, he had already left behind a secret door. Those who can use the demon god transformation will not have to suffer any physical pain. Coincidentally, Li Rong and I just happened to meet this condition, right? The great demon god suddenly burst into laughter. You're so fat and you're so full of yourself. Speaking so much, it's all just your own imagination. Yang Kai shook his head. After a person dies, their spiritual energy won't be able to remain in the world for long. It won't be long before it disappears, even if you are the great demon god's avatar. You don't have a vessel for this avatar of yours. You probably escaped the fate of vanishing by residing in these 8 stone pillars. However, after so many years, how much power do you have left? You can test for yourself how much power I have left. The great demonic god's avatar sneered. Of course I want to test it, because you can't control the power of these 8 stone pillars, so there's no way you can release them. Yang Kai shouted, in that case, I can only destroy these 8 stone pillars myself. Boy, you dare. The great demon god's avatar roared. Open your eyes wide and see if I dare or not. Yang Kai laughed, the power in his body surging madly as his vitality soared. The world trembled and everyone's vision changed, as if the entire world was being distorted. This kind of violent power even caused the 2 monster race great seniors to pale slightly. They didn't know how a mere transcendent cultivator like Yang Kai could erupt with such power. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk as if something had been broken free, Yang Kai walked down from the stone pillar he was tied to, his hands, feet, and neck shaking as a series of crackling sounds rang out. Li Rong, come down and help. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong gawked, glancing between Yang Kai and the great demon god's avatar, not knowing what to do. Great demon god held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of every demon race cultivator. This kind of worship and reverence came from deep within their bones, making it impossible for Li Rong to oppose him. However, Yang Kai was also the master of her ancient demon clan. If Yang Kai gave orders, she had no choice but to obey. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. He's not the great demon god. The great demon god's true body fell long ago. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But Li Rong hesitated. Forget it, you stay there. Yang Kai no longer forced her, instead turning to the great demon god's avatar and saying, I'm going to start destroying this stone pillar now. If you have any way to stop me, quickly use it. The great demon god's avatar just stared at him with a dignified expression, not showing any intention of stopping him, only asking after a long silence, do you really want to destroy this place? Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what the consequences of destroying this place will be? I only know that if I don't destroy this place, my friends and elders will all die. However, you should know a lot about the mysteries of this place, so can you tell me what it is? I just heard you say that this place seems to be the center of the entire continent. What does it matter? The great demon god's avatar smiled faintly. When you destroy this place, you will naturally understand what the consequences are. I hope you can afford the price. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, stop being so mysterious. Regardless of why the great demon god had placed so many barriers here in the past, regardless of whether this place was the center of the continent or not, since Meng Wuya was trapped on this stone pillar, Yang Kai had no choice but to free him. Saying so, demonic qi surged from his right fist, sending out a strong energy fluctuation. Looking at it, it was as if his right fist had turned into a deep black hole, causing anyone who saw it to feel uneasy. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk Yang Kai's fist slammed into the stone pillar he had been trapped on, causing it to shake violently. Soon after, cracking sounds were emitted as numerous densely packed lines appeared on the entire stone pillar. It seemed as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected this stone pillar to be so easily destroyed. He had been prepared to fight a protracted battle. Seeing him really begin, the great demon god's avatar was no longer in a hurry and instead laughed heartily, nodding as he said, "Your temper is as tough as this senior's. No wonder you were able to inherit this senior skeleton. You won't stop me?" Yang Kai turned to look at him and shook his fist. "With the next blow, this stone pillar will be broken." The great demon god's avatar shrugged his shoulders. "You said I didn't have the strength to stop you, so how could I stop you? Forget it. This world has been sealed for too long. It's time to see the light of day again. Boy, if you have time, you should go to the demon capital. Once you get there, you will naturally understand the mysteries of this place." "Speak clearly," Yang Kai frowned. The great demon god's avatar simply smiled without saying anything, putting on an unfathomable expression before his figure faded and gradually disappeared. No matter how Yang Kai called out to him, he did not show any intention of reappearing. "Boy, hurry up and get us out of here. We can't stay here for long." Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared blankly at Yang Kai and said weakly. Nodding, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and threw another punch at the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered with a loud bang, and the fragments of stone flew in all directions. The enormous amount of energy sealed within the stone pillar also surged out like a river bursting through a dam. Yang Kai did not panic as he summoned his silver leaf artifact. Like the Milky Way, a silver light enveloped everyone in it. At the same time, the grand heavenly shield appeared, blocking the energy damage. Like a chain reaction, after the first stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 7 all cracked, and the power that bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone fell to the ground. Kacha. The 7 stone pillars all made a cracking sound and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The energy sealed inside the stone pillars was also beginning to stir. "Hurry up and leave," Yang Kai shouted. If one stone pillar exploded, he would have to resist with all his strength, but if all 7 were to explode at the same time, no one present would survive. Li Rong wrapped everyone in her yuan qi without hesitation and flew towards the entrance to the void corridor opened by the great demon god's avatar. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived next to Xianxia, picked her up, and followed closely behind Li Rong and the others. Just after entering the entrance, the world behind him began to buzz. Yang Kai glanced back and his face suddenly paled. The world behind him seemed to have been disintegrated and suddenly became fragmented, the fragments quickly spreading towards the void corridor. In the position where the 8 stone pillars originally stood, the great demon god's avatar once again appeared, quietly staring in the direction Yang Kai and the others left before being swallowed by a ray of light. Chapter 9:12. In midair, a pitch-black hole appeared and a moment later, Li Rong flew out with the 4 monster race masters and Meng Wuya. After determining the direction, they began to descend. Yang Kai followed closely behind with Xianxia in his arms. Just as the 2 of them left the void corridor, a flash of light appeared behind them and the entire void corridor began to wriggle before shrinking into a small black and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if he had been just a moment slower, he and his little senior sister would have been trapped in there forever. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a dense forest below, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. The scenery was very pleasant. Li Rong stood in the open space below and waved to Yang Kai, "Master, over here." Yang Kai nodded and flew down. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and became vigilant of his surroundings. Yang Kai originally thought that this was still a part of the Beast Sea Jungle. After all, he had entered through the Beast Sea Jungle, but after a careful investigation, he found that there was not a single monster beast within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Puzzled, after confirming that there was no danger nearby, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense. Placing Xia Ningchang to the side, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "How are they?" "It's not too serious, after all, they haven't been bound for too long, so they'll be fine after a while." "But this old man..." Li Rong looked at the withered and emaciated Meng Wuya with pity and sighed. According to Lei Long, this was once the strongest master of the human race, but now he had become so miserable. If he wasn't treated with his current vitality, he wouldn't be able to live much longer. "It's fine with me here, he won't die," Yang Kai said as he walked over to Meng Wuya and helped him up. Treasurer Meng's miserable appearance made Yang Kai's heart ache. Having known him for so long, Yang Kai had never seen Treasurer Meng in such a miserable state. Meng Wuya stretched out his bony hand with difficulty and used all his strength to grab Yang Kai's clothes, his pair of turbid eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes as his dry lips trembled. "Don't say anything, I know what you mean, I'll take good care of little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Meng Wuya's eyes brightened for a moment. He was gratified by Yang Kai's understanding of his worries, a smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai quickly took out a jade bottle filled with myriad drug milk and poured out a little for Meng Wuya to drink. The myriad drug milk had a very obvious effect on treating serious injuries. Although Meng Wuya was gasping for breath, this would at least allow him to preserve his last breath. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone. A powerful thumping sound came from inside the blood essence stone. As if feeling the huge amount of blood qi contained inside the blood essence stone, Meng Wuya's eyes brightened. The stone pillar had the ability to absorb the essence of those who were bound, so Meng Wuya's vitality had almost been completely drained by the stone pillar. What he needed most now was to replenish his vitality. As long as he had enough vitality, he would be able to regain his vitality. The blood essence stone was undoubtedly the best choice. With the myriad drug milk and the blood essence stone, Yang Kai didn't believe he couldn't save Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the blood essence stone and poured it into Meng Wuya's body. As the blood qi entered his body, Treasurer Meng also felt his vitality begin to recover, so he cooperatively closed his eyes and allowed Kai Yang to heal him. Time passed slowly. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Meng Wuya's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Like a deflated balloon being blown up, Meng Wuya's flesh and blood gradually filled up and his withered body became full again. The countless wounds on his skin quickly healed and his skin became much smoother, no longer as wrinkled as before. After a full hour, Meng Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Yang Kai, his voice hoarse as he said, "I'll do it myself, you go take care of Ning Chang." Yang Kai nodded and handed the blood essence stone to Meng Wuya before turning around to assess the situation of the others. The four monster race masters were all sitting motionless in meditation, but after an hour of recovery, their complexions had become much better. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a drop of myriad drug liquid and hiding it in a pill he carried with him, giving one to each of them. The four monster race masters didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the pill into their mouths. Yang Kai then came to Xia Ningchang's side. Li Rong had been guarding this place all this time, seemingly knowing that this veiled woman was very important to Yang Kai, so she had not left even a single step. Xia Ningchang's situation was much better than Meng Wuya's, but because she had used too much of her strength, it had caused her to collapse. Yang Kai gave her a drop of myriad drug liquid before sitting down and waiting. "Master," Li Rong suddenly whispered. Before, Li Rong did not listen to Master's orders and violated the oath my clan made before, bringing shame to our clan's loyalty. "Master, please punish me." "HM?" Yang Kai was staring at Xia Ningchang, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help looking up at her, thinking for a moment before suddenly understanding why she had said such words. "That matter. You don't need to worry about it. It was me who didn't think clearly and ordered you to act against Great Demon God's soul clone. It's not your fault. But Master, since my clan has sworn to serve you, we cannot hesitate in the slightest to your orders. Don't be so rigid. That was Great Demon God's soul clone. It's inevitable that you would hesitate. And if one day Great Demon God suddenly came back to life and ordered you to deal with me, would you hesitate?" Li Rong was startled, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai smiled. "That's right, You hesitated because I am your master, but in the end, great demon god is great demon god. His position in your hearts is incomparable. Let bygones be bygones, there's no need to mention it again. Li Rong pursed her red lips for a long time before nodding lightly, yes. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, Master, this girl is your beloved woman, right? Kai Yang admitted without any hesitation, being extremely frank. No wonder Master looks at her with such a gentle gaze. Li Rong smiled tenderly. I've never seen Master reveal such an expression when looking at a woman. Although this young lady's face is covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance, I'm certain she is an outstanding beauty. Outstanding beauty? Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed. Whether she is an outstanding beauty or not, I don't know because I have never seen little senior sister's true appearance. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, somewhat incredulously, You haven't seen her true appearance. Yang Kai shook his head. The thin veil covering Xianxia's face should also be a mysterious artifact. Before, Yang Kai didn't know what it was and didn't know the mysteries behind it, but now he had discovered it. With this thin veil covering her face, even if someone wanted to use their divine sense to investigate her, they would be unable to see anything. Then Master's feelings for her must be very deep. Li Rong said decisively. If not for this, why would Yang Kai be so obsessed with a woman whose true appearance he had never seen? When he saw her, he wouldn't have lost his composure. The impression Yang Kai gave to Li Rong had always been a calm and tough person, rarely showing such excitement. Boy, if she is ugly, what will you do? Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head and found that the two great seniors had almost recovered while Kai Dai and Jin and I were still meditating. The two great seniors obviously heard the previous conversation and couldn't help joking. No, little senior sister's heart is very pure. In my eyes, she is a beautiful woman, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior frowned but suddenly nodded. What does it matter if she is ugly or beautiful? But don't you want to see what she looks like? Earth-splitting Ox interjected. Now that she's unconscious, it's a good opportunity to do so. No, when little senior sister lifts her veil one day, I'll take a look. Yang Kai shook his head. If I look at her now, it'll only benefit your eyes. Thunder Dragon laughed. I didn't expect you to be so protective of your beloved. Can't others see your beloved woman? None of your business. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He didn't mind Xianxia's true appearance being seen by others, but this time he had to see it for himself, right? But this king is curious. What sect do you come from? Why do you have such high cultivation at such a young age? Don't tell me you're from Soaring Heaven sect. Soaring Heaven sect can't do such a thing. I also have a senior sister who is also like this. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, clearly very proud of himself. Thunder Dragon's face twitched. If there's a chance, I'd like to see what kind of place raised monsters like you. If there's a chance. Yang Kai's expression dimmed, not knowing how to return to the central capital. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Thunder Dragon changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. What did you say to that person in front of those 8 stone pillars? What is his background? Before, the communication between Yang Kai and Great Demon God's soul clone had been entirely through divine sense, so the monster race masters had only seen the changes in their expressions but not the content of their conversation. What his background is, didn't Thunder Dragon Great Senior already have some guesses? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. So, he really is Great Demon God? Great Demon God? Earth-splitting Ox exclaimed, How could that be? Didn't that guy fall thousands of years ago? How could he appear in such a place? It's probably a remnant soul. Thunder Dragon quickly explained, because he doesn't have a physical body, just a remnant soul is so powerful. Just what level is Great Demon God's true body? It was rumored that Great Demon God had cultivated to the peak of this world. However, from the various signs, it was clear that he had more than just a third-order saint. 3 peak third-order saints and 2 second-order saints. in front of Yang Kai's arrangements, were completely powerless to resist. If great demon god's true body was really just a third-order saint, it would be impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 9:13. Recalling what they had experienced in that strange space, the two monster race great seniors couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Whether it was the green sea, the monstrous blood sea, or the final 8 stone pillars, all of them contained unimaginable power. Even if a third-order saint could resist the first 2 barriers, they would be powerless in front of the final stone pillar. If the methods arranged countless years ago were so powerful, just how high was the great demon god's true cultivation? Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine ox couldn't even begin to imagine. In front of such a legendary figure, they suddenly felt as weak as children, deeply realizing their own shortcomings. Who knows how strong he really is? Yang Kai smiled. Perhaps he's not just a third-order saint, perhaps there is an even higher realm above the saint realm. An even higher realm? Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed. Why has this king never heard of it? 10 years ago, I didn't even know there was a transcendent realm above the immortal ascension boundary. In our world, the top masters don't even know the name of the transcendent realm, let alone the saint realm. Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared at Yang Kai in surprise. After a long time his brow twitched. What kind of remote place did you come from? How could you be so uninformed? Let's not talk about this. How are you two recovering? Yang Kai asked. We're almost done. Do you still have any of the pills you gave us? They don't look like much, but their effects are surprisingly good. Give some to this king. In any case, your 9 heavens holy land doesn't need to worry about alchemy, Thunder Dragon asked without any trace of politeness. This time, when they entered that strange world to explore, the 4 monster race masters had traveled far and wide but hadn't obtained any benefits and had even nearly lost their lives. On the other hand, Yang Kai's side had reaped a bountiful harvest. Li Rong had obtained a trace of opportunity and broken through to the third-order saint realm, while Yang Kai had found and rescued a senior and his senior sister he hadn't seen in 10 years. Thunder Dragon felt that if he didn't obtain some benefits, he would be letting down this arduous journey. Let's wait until we get back. I'll give you some spirit pills when we get back. Yang Kai was also very generous. He knew that they didn't get any benefits, so they were a little upset. All right, then I'll be waiting for the good news. Lei Long laughed in satisfaction. Don't forget old Ox's share. Earth-splitting divine Ox poked his head over. I won't, Yang Kai nodded. From now on, we'll be neighbors, and everything will depend on you 2 great seniors. You're welcome. Ha! After talking for a while, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine Ox continued to adjust their breathing while waiting for Kai Dai and Jin Ni to recover. Yang Kai stayed by Xia Ningchang's side. From time to time, he would check on Meng Wu Ya's situation. He was in a good mood. It had been 10 years, but the little senior sister hadn't changed much. However, her breasts had become much fuller. Her black robes accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Lying on the ground, her breaths rose and fell seductively. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. Smelling the sweet fragrance of his little senior sister's body, Yang Kai felt refreshed. This girl seems to have woken up. Li Rong suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before carefully examining her. Sure enough, he found that his little senior sister's long eyelashes were trembling slightly, her breathing was uneven, and her heartbeat was stronger than usual. When did you figure it out? Yang Kai asked back. When you were talking to Thunder Dragon and the others. At that time, Yang Kai thought for a moment before smiling in surprise. Just pretend I didn't notice. Li Rong gently nodded, not knowing what Yang Kai and his senior sister were talking about. After not seeing each other for 10 years, if she had really woken up, it was only natural that they would be reunited, so how could she not open her eyes? Yang Kai, on the other hand, looked at Xia Ningchang with a gratified expression, a smile on his face. Little senior sister really hasn't changed much. After 10 years, her ability to pretend to be asleep is still the same. there's still room for improvement. Half a day later, Kai Dai and Jean and I recovered. However, when they remembered the torture and helplessness they had suffered in that stone pillar, they still felt some lingering fear. Neither of them had ever thought that with their cultivation and ability, there would be such a dangerous place in this world. Jean and I went out to inquire about the situation and confirmed that this place was not the Beast Sea Jungle. After returning and informing everyone of this, everyone was stunned. Then what is this place? Xianxia asked. There is a small town 100 kilometers away. I went there to inquire and learned that this place is about 2 months away from your 9 heavens holy land. If we calculate with the speed of a transcendent's legs. So far, Xianxia exclaimed. Thunder Dragon and the others also couldn't figure out the reason. Everyone had clearly entered the Beast Sea Jungle from the other side, but when they came out, they ended up in this place. In the end, they could only blame it on the void corridor they had left through. Most likely, it wasn't the same void crack they had entered. That place is very strange. This old master entered from the demon land. At that moment, Meng Wuya's voice called out. It seemed that because he had just regained his strength, his voice was slightly hoarse. Treasurer Meng, Xianxia's spirit shook as he quickly turned to him. Meng Wuya smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the one who rescued this old master this time was actually you. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to thank you properly some other day. Xianxia grinned. We're family, there's no need to be so polite. Meng Wuya's face went black as he coughed a few times. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did we become family? He obviously wasn't willing to admit that Xianxia had a soft spot for Xianxia. These are... Meng Wuya straightened his face and turned his eyes to Thunder Dragon and the others. The 4 monster race masters all stared at Meng Wuya with dignified expressions, not daring to take him lightly. The one in front of them was known as the strongest master of the human race in the past. It only took him a stick of incense to defeat the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and not all humans were like Xianxia, regardless of race. If this old man hated the monster race, they had no choice but to be on guard. These 4 are my friends from the monster race. Xianxia immediately introduced them to Meng Wuya. So you're from the monster race, no wonder your demonic chi is so strong. Meng Wuya nodded lightly before looking at Thunder Dragon suspiciously. Have we met somewhere before? Why do I feel like you look familiar? Thunder Dragon Great Senior quickly said, 500 years ago, in the Beast Sea Jungle. Meng Wuya frowned when he saw Thunder Dragon's disdainful expression. He wondered how he had offended Thunder Dragon, but after thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. So you're one of Blood Flood Dragon's subordinates? It's good that your excellency remembers. Thunder Dragon smiled gently. This king will definitely avenge the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Meng Wuya laughed. It wasn't this old master who killed him. He was too narrow-minded and couldn't think straight after losing for a while. Who can he blame? You're not allowed to insult the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Thunder Dragon stood up and shouted. Seeing the two disagreeing, Xianxia hurriedly tried to mediate. If they really fought at this time, he would only be caught in the middle, and Meng Wuya had just recovered, so it was not suitable for him to fight. Not even half a word is enough. Thunder Dragon Great Senior coldly snorted and looked at Xianxia. Boy, we'll be going first. Don't forget the spirit pills you promised this king. And I'll remember. Xianxia nodded. The 4 monster race masters quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meng Wuya had a bored expression on his face as he sneered, Smelly brat, I haven't seen you for 10 years, but you've grown so much? You actually managed to get acquainted with such a powerful character. It's all thanks to Treasurer Meng's guidance, Xianxia quickly said. Don't flatter this old master. Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Boy, you're naturally restless, always causing trouble everywhere. I can't rest easy with Ning Chang following you around. It's not safe to follow old master, Xianxia teased. Meng Wuya suddenly choked on his words and quickly changed the topic, turning to Li Rong and asking, How should I address this madam? Xianxia hurriedly introduced her to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong a few times, the suspicion on his face growing stronger. Why do I feel that this madam's secret art is somewhat unusual? Meng Wuya's words were implicit, but how could Li Rong not understand his deeper meaning? Pursing her lips into a smile, she said, Senior's observation is very sharp. I'm actually from the demon race. Meng Wuya's expression instantly stiffened, sending a message through his divine sense. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Why are you associating with both the monster race and the demon race? Haven't you heard of the saying, those not of my race are bound to have different intentions? Before Yang Kai could answer, Li Rong cut in. Senior, if you're worried that I'll harm His Highness, then you're wrong. My race has already sworn to obey His Highness's orders and serve him for the rest of our lives. His Highness. Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Li Rong and then back at Yang Kai, he asked with uncertainty, You called him His Highness? Li Rong nodded seriously. Meng Wuya's expression fluctuated, and after a long time, he turned to Yang Kai and said, If there's a chance, we should have a good talk. After not seeing Yang Kai for 10 years, seeing him associate himself with demon beasts, Meng Wuya couldn't help but worry. In particular, the strength of these monster demons was much higher than Yang Kai's, so they could easily kill him with just a wave of their hand. Let's talk about it when we return, Yang Kai grinned, knowing that Meng Wuya was worried about him. This thing is for you, but the blood qi inside it has almost been completely consumed by me. Meng Wuya handed over the blood essence stone. Yang Kai took it and examined it, his expression changing slightly as he asked, Treasurer Meng, what's your cultivation now? Such a huge amount of blood qi, how did you manage to absorb so little? Meng Wuya smiled. Before entering that place, this old master was only a first-order saint, but now, I've recovered. This is all thanks to the torture and whipping I endured on that stone pillar. The energy inside destroyed the seal on my body, saving me the trouble of finding a way to undo it myself. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked with joy, So, your seal has been completely lifted? Meng Wuya nodded and admitted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his expression became excited, sincerely feeling happy for Treasurer Meng. Chapter 9:14. Back in High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya had always been mysterious, and this sense of mystery had lasted all the way to the central capital. Yang Kai had never known Meng Wuya's true cultivation and heritage until he came to Tongxian realm and had a chat with his ancestral founder Chu Lingxiao. Only then did he vaguely determine Meng Wuya's true cultivation, third-order saint. Chu Lingxiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought a great battle with the current demon commander, and after that, his fate was unknown. After learning about Meng Wuya's situation from Yang Kai, Chu Lingxiao speculated that Meng Wuya had been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, which was why his strength had fallen to the peak immortal ascension boundary. The profound heavenly seal had a total of 3 seals, each stronger than the last. Meng Wuya had been searching for a way to lift these seals. When he left the central capital, he had successfully lifted the first seal and restored his strength to the peak of the second-order transcendent realm. After returning to Tongxian realm nearly 10 years ago, he had lifted the second seal and restored his strength to the first-order saint realm. After being tortured and whipped on that stone pillar, the third seal had broken by itself and now he had returned to his peak strength. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. This old master has only restored his original strength, there's no need to be so surprised. As for you, little slick brat, after not seeing you for 10 years, how did your cultivation grow to the same level as Ning Chang's? Just how many opportunities have you encountered? Meng Wuya swept Yang Kai with his divine sense and understood his current realm, marveling repeatedly. He was well aware of how terrifying Xia Ningchang's aptitude was and had spared no effort in teaching her over the years, allowing her to achieve what she had today. However, Yang Kai's cultivation progress was not any worse than his apprentices, catching up step by step and even showing signs of surpassing her. When he left the central capital that year, his apprentice's cultivation was higher than this little brat's. This discovery shocked Meng Wuya. Heh, my luck was just good. Yang Kai scratched his head. Meng Wuya sneered but didn't point it out. If Yang Kai had only obtained an opportunity and improved his strength, then it was indeed pure luck. But a person being able to reach such a level in 10 years was inseparable from their aptitude and hard work. This little brat, he's desperate. Meng Wuya's mind was clear as day. If Brother Ling knew of your recent situation, he would definitely be very pleased. Meng Wuya sighed, thinking of his old friend Ling Tai Su from the central capital. Treasurer Meng, do you know how to return to the central capital from here? Hearing him mention his grandmaster, Yang Kai hurriedly asked. You want to bring Brother Ling and the others here as well? Meng Wuya guessed Yang Kai's thoughts. Yes. The cultivation environment here is much better than the other side. If Grandmaster was born here, he would have entered the Saint Realm by now. You're right, but unfortunately, this old master doesn't know how to return to the central capital. Meng Wuya sighed softly. Back then, this old man only came to your world by chance. I was also muddle-headed. Now, it's impossible for me to find the void corridor I passed through back then. Hearing this, Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. Your idea of bringing them here is good, but do you have enough capital to settle them down? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. There are so many people in the central capital. If they really come to Tongxian realm, before I say anything else, do you have the strength to protect them? In addition, where they live is also a problem, and the materials they need for cultivation are even more so. It's impossible for you to take care of so many people. If you can't do these things, it's better to let them stay in the central capital. At the very least, they can cope with the situation on the other side without worrying about encountering any danger, but here is different. Old Sir doesn't need to worry about this. Li Rong chuckled and explained, Master is not alone now. He is fully capable of protecting everyone's safety. HM? What do you mean? Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong suspiciously. Because Master is now the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Meng Wuya's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After getting his affirmation, his face couldn't help twitching slightly. You actually became the Holy Master of that place? Is their saintess blind? How could she have taken a fancy to you? Yang Kai rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became serious. So you mean to say that the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land is dead? And not long after you and little senior sister left the Holy Land, Meng Wuya sighed. Sure enough, when I met him last time, I could see that he didn't have much time left, but I didn't expect him to pass away so quickly. However, boy, your strength increasing so quickly, could it be because you cultivated one of their Holy Land's secret arts? No. That's right, don't cultivate it. As far as I know, that secret art consumes one's vitality in order to increase one's strength. The faster one's strength increases, the shorter one's lifespan. This old master doesn't want to see Ning Chang crying every day. With your aptitude, if you cultivate diligently, sooner or later you'll reach this old master's level. Living for 1,000 years won't be a problem. There's no need to sacrifice everything for rapid growth. What Treasurer Meng says is right, I also think so. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Good. Meng Wuya seemed to have rested enough, his face glowing and his aura as deep as the sea. Slowly getting up, he said, Since you've found a place to settle down, this old master and Ning Chang will live with you for a while. It's been hard on this little girl these past few years, always running around with me without a stable life. Saying so, he glanced over at Ning Chang, who was still pretending to be asleep, and shook his head helplessly. His precious disciple was good at everything, but she was too fond of this little bastard and was easily embarrassed. After not seeing him for 10 years, she didn't even dare open her eyes to look at him. If she followed this little brat around all the time, wouldn't he bully her to death? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya couldn't breathe, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't wait to choke Yang Kai to death right now. Yang Kai didn't hesitate to carry Ning Chang in his arms, the softness of her soft body causing his heart to sway. His little senior sister's tender body also gradually exuded an amazing amount of heat. Lead the way, Meng Wuya said lightly, out of sight, out of mind. When the monster race masters were still here, he had also heard their conversation and knew that this place was about 2 months away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of flying through the air, instead waving his hand and summoning a blue light. This light was like a long shuttle, suspended in front of the crowd, quickly growing longer and longer until it was 10 meters long before coming to a stop. Oh, this artifact's grade is quite good. Meng Wuya was a knowledgeable person, and seeing this long shuttle, his eyes couldn't help shining as he praised. It seems that the treatment of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's Holy Master is quite generous. He naturally thought that this artifact was a treasure left behind by the previous Holy Masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Li Rong, on the other hand, recognized the origin of this long shuttle and exclaimed, "Isn't this that thing? And after refining it, I learned that it was a flight-type artifact." A flight-type artifact? Meng Wuya raised his brow. Quite rare. Its speed is also quite amazing. How amazing can it be? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai in amazement. "You'll know once you try." Yang Kai grinned, not bothering to explain. The speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle could only be believed after experiencing it with one's own eyes. No words could describe its swiftness. "Two friends, please board." Meng Wuya and Li Rong didn't say anything else and jumped onto the Flying Heavens shuttle. Yang Kai carried Xia Ningchong to the back of the shuttle and sat down cross-legged, letting his little senior sister settle into a comfortable position before saying, "Sit tight." With a single thought, the Flying Heavens shuttle turned into a stream of light and, as if it had broken through the shackles of space, instantly crossed 100 kilometers. Sitting at the front of the Flying Heavens shuttle, Meng Wuya couldn't help but stare in shock, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. After discovering just how astonishing the speed of this artifact was, his body couldn't help shaking. Li Rong also covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Little brat, how can this artifact have such a strange speed? Who refined it?" After a long time, Meng Wuya's divine sense transmitted over, his voice filled with disbelief. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was several times faster than a peak master like him flying at full strength. "I don't know who refined it, but Li Rong and I accidentally found it in the star field a year ago." Yang Kai briefly explained how he obtained the Flying Heavens shuttle. He didn't feel the need to hide anything from Meng Wuya, so naturally he would tell him everything. "Star field? You went deep into the star field?" Meng Wuya asked in shock. "If you want to go, I'll take you there some other day." Yang Kai thought Meng Wuya had some interest in the legendary star field. "No need." Unexpectedly, Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, his expression dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, "This old master should have been to the star field before." "Old sir, what do you mean by should have been?" Li Rong was puzzled and asked with a light smile. "Because this old master was also in a daze when he was bound to that stone pillar," Meng Wuya explained. Meng Wuya recalled and explained, "I always felt that that place was extraordinary. When I was being tortured there, this old master's soul seemed to have left his body and gone to many places, the starry sky being one of them. Those places were scattered all over Tongxian realm, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. However, because of the torment, my mind was somewhat muddled and I couldn't remember them clearly." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Little Yang Kai, I always have a bad feeling that you shouldn't have destroyed that place." Treasurer Meng also said that? Yang Kai was surprised. "Who told you that?" "Great demon god's soul clone. He said that place was the hub of the entire world and that if I destroyed it, I would have to pay an unimaginable price." Meng Wuya frowned and asked again, "What else did he say?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying. He also said that this world had been sealed for a long time and that it was time to see the light of day again. Meng Wuya looked pensive but didn't say anything, as if he was contemplating something. Chapter 9:15. Seeing his dignified expression, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "Treasurer Meng, what is the hidden meaning of his words? What is this sealed world he spoke of?" "This old master doesn't know." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, "But don't tell anyone else about this for the time being." Let me think about it carefully. Yang Kai nodded, recalling the words of the great demon god's soul clone. He also recalled that the great demon god had told him to go to the demon capital, where he would naturally learn the secret. However, how could a place like the demon capital be so casually visited? Flying forward, the flying heavens shuttle moved as fast as lightning. Meng Wuya calmed his thoughts and was amazed by the speed of this artifact. Yang Kai hugged his little senior sister as they sat at the very back of the flying heavens shuttle. Smelling her fragrance and feeling the softness and warmth of her body, his mind and body suddenly relaxed. Hugging her even tighter, the little senior sister's tender body trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling as her aura became hot and her delicate face flushed red. Being hugged by Yang Kai, the two of them could feel each other's body temperature rising and their heartbeats becoming stronger. For the pure and innocent little senior sister, this was undoubtedly a bit too stimulating. Yang Kai didn't wake her up, simply enjoying this moment of tranquility as he stared at his little senior sister's face and whispered softly, "Little senior sister, you are so beautiful." Sitting at the front, Meng Wuya couldn't help but shudder and angrily spat, "Shameless." When those explicit words of love entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even Li Rong's eyes were watery as she pursed her lips and moved forward a bit, distancing herself from Yang Kai and Xianxia. She tried to find something to say to Meng Wuya. "Old sir, if you don't have anything else to say, why don't you tell me about Master's past? Our faction's understanding of him is still very shallow." "You want to know about his past?" Meng Wuya raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. "This old man knows a basket full of his past. Come, this old man will tell you in detail. I will let you know how shameless this master of yours is, and how much of a hoodlum he is. This guy is purely a lecher. Wherever he goes, he'll flirt with women." Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. She did not interrupt and only listened attentively. Meng Wuya immediately started talking nonstop, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would hear his bad words. He waved his hand and created a barrier around him and Li Rong. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and became even bolder. Holding the little senior sister's soft hand, Yang Kai gently rubbed it and leaned close to her face, gently blowing into her ear. "For 10 years, I wanted to see you every day. Now, I finally got what I wanted, and we met under such circumstances. Little senior sister, don't you think this is fate? It should be the heavens who arranged for me to go to that place and save the most important woman in my life." The little senior sister's eyelashes trembled even more violently, seemingly moved by Yang Kai's words. Her slender neck rose slightly, her white skin glowing with an attractive luster. "Thinking about it now, junior brother is very glad. If I hadn't gone with Li Rong, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to see you this time," Yang Kai said, a trace of fear appearing on his face. The two monster race great seniors had mainly asked Li Rong to go to that place, and Yang Kai had only volunteered to follow them, but he had not expected to meet Meng Wuya and Xianxia there. This was a bit too much of a coincidence. In the past 10 years, I've met all kinds of women here, many of them beautiful, but none of them were as touching as you and Su Yen. You've left an unforgettable brand in junior brother's heart. As long as you're safe and sound, junior brother is satisfied." These worthless words of love slowly flowed out from Kai Yang's mouth. They were as gentle as water, and like a sweet spring, they flowed into Xianxia's heart. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to hug Kai Yang tightly. The strength of her two small hands was great, as if she wanted to melt into Kai Yang's body. Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the little senior sister, only to see the little senior sister's beautiful eyes watery, her cheeks flushed red, her neck flushed, and her breath fragrant. As their eyes met, the little senior sister shyly averted her gaze and murmured, "What you say is so beautiful, say a little more." After making this request, she quickly closed her eyes and buried her head in Yang Kai's chest, not daring to look at him. No problem. Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't disappoint her, so he racked his brains to express his feelings of lovesickness. Those explicit words of love were like a curse, fiercely attacking Xianxia's heart, causing her heart to tremble and her tender body to tremble. Feeling Yang Kai's body temperature and listening to his voice, Xianxia was satisfied. Even if she died immediately, it wouldn't matter. Smelly brat. Meng Wuya ground his teeth, his eyes flashing an ominous light. Li Rong chuckled, "Old sir, you don't need to worry too much. With Master's aptitude, he can definitely give that girl happiness." Ta. Treasurer Meng sighed faintly. "That girl has grown up, I can't keep her." "Forget it, this old master will go to Nine Heavens Holy Land and retire in peace." "Old sir, what are you saying? You're old but vigorous. Master will need you to assist him in the future." Meng Wuya sneered, turning his head to look at Li Rong. "You're quite loyal to that little brat. With you by his side, this old master can feel at ease. However, you should be careful. Don't be deceived by his appearance, otherwise you'll end up like this old master's treasured disciple. He may look like a human, but in fact he's worse than a beast." Li Rong blushed. "Old sir must be joking. My ancient demon clan is Master's blade. No one dares disobey Master's orders." "Don't call me old sir. You and I are both third-order saints, so we should be friends of the same generation," Meng Wuya chuckled. "That won't do. You are Master's senior, so naturally you are my senior." Li Rong quickly waved her hand. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya felt bored and immediately closed his eyes to meditate. Behind him, the whispers of Yang Kai and Xianxia could be heard, the two seemingly having a very pleasant conversation. In just 2 short days, the 9 peaks came into view. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was terrifying to the extreme. A blue light flashed across the sky and rushed straight into the 9 peaks. A group of people appeared, and upon perceiving the auras of these masters, the Saint Realm masters of the Holy Land all rushed over. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, frowned, releasing his divine sense and asking suspiciously, "Little Yang Kai, why are there so many people outside your Nine Heavens Holy Land? What are they doing here?" "They're here to ask for alchemy," Yang Kai grinned. "Ask for alchemy?" Meng Wuya raised his brow disdainfully. "Does your Nine Heavens Holy Land have an alchemy grandmaster?" "Master is a saint-grade alchemist," Li Rong quickly explained. "The people here are all here because of his reputation, but outsiders don't know the true identity of this alchemy grandmaster." "You know alchemy?" Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "It's just a so-so. Of course I can't compare to little senior sister." Yang Kai glanced over at Xianxia, who was standing next to him. "At least you have some self-awareness." Meng Wuya nodded. Li Rong raised her brow as she stared at Xianxia in amazement, a look of suspicion filling her face. She knew Yang Kai's alchemy level better than anyone else, but listening to what he said, it seemed his little senior sister's alchemy skills were even better than his own. How was that possible? As the 3 of them were talking, many Saint Realm masters flew over from all directions, including several elders of Nine Heavens Holy Land and several great commanders of the ancient demon clan. After seeing Yang Kai return, everyone was overjoyed. Su Hui and the others quickly stepped forward and bowed, a look of relief filling their faces as they shouted, "Holy Master, you've finally returned. If you hadn't returned, this old master would have committed suicide." "What's wrong? Did something happen in the Holy Land?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "It's nothing serious, it's just that those grandmasters have been inquiring about your whereabouts all day long and want you to return as soon as possible. Moreover, you were gone for 3 months, during which time those grandmasters were almost exhausted from performing alchemy and were constantly looking for you. I couldn't avoid them." Yang Kai was stunned. He had almost forgotten about Du Wan and the others. When Su Hui said this, Yang Kai remembered that after he left, the Holy Land's alchemy had been handed over to the 5 grandmasters. After 3 months of refining pills, they must have been exhausted. Those grandmasters were all quite old, but now they were working for free in the Holy Land. Yang Kai suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Pass down my orders. The Holy Land will not be providing alchemy services for the next 10 days. Let the grandmasters rest." Yang Kai ordered. "But more and more people are coming to ask for alchemy services. If we stop now, won't that provoke public anger?" Su Hui showed a worried look. It was because of this concern that after Yang Kai left, they hadn't dared to rest. Just say that my Holy Land's grandmasters are ill and need to recuperate for a while. Since they have come to ask for alchemy services, they must be patient. If they don't have the patience, they can just leave. Just tell them to wait for 10 days. I didn't say we wouldn't be providing alchemy services, so they won't dare complain. On top of that, if they went elsewhere to ask for alchemy services, the wait would only be longer. Yes. Su Hui nodded and quickly ordered the disciple next to him to pass the message to the elders outside. After arranging everything, Su Hui turned his eyes to Meng Wuya and exclaimed, "Isn't this the friend of the old holy master?" The last time Meng Wuya came here with Xianxia, he had only spoken with the old holy master. Although he had been a guest in the Holy Land for a few days, Su Hui and the other elders didn't know his origins, so naturally they didn't know his name, only his appearance. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my sect's senior, Meng Wuya," Yang Kai said. "Pleased to meet you." Su Hui cupped his fists and greeted. Feeling the strength of this newcomer, his expression became extremely dignified. He felt that the person in front of him was much stronger than the last time he had come. However, this person's name. Su Hui felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but after carefully thinking about it, he couldn't remember where, slowly shaking his head in confusion. Chapter 9:16. In a large square inside the Holy Land, a large crowd of Saint Realm masters had gathered. Yang Kai introduced Treasurer Meng and Xianxia to them. The elders of the Holy Land and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all nodded in greeting. Hearing that Xianxia and Yang Kai were from the same sect and were even senior sister and junior brother, everyone's expressions suddenly became dignified, none of them daring to show the slightest neglect. Especially after seeing the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xianxia, all of them immediately had a clear guess about the relationship between these two. "I thought our holy master wouldn't be tempted by a woman, but it turns out his heart already belongs to someone else." Elder Yu Ying stood on the periphery and chuckled. "Poor Ling." Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling distressed for Ling. The elders of the Holy Land all thought that she and Yang Kai had begun to cultivate their secret art, but little did they know that Ling had already colluded with Yang Kai. Ling should know about this, Yu Ying smiled. For a character like the Holy Master, it's normal for him to have several women. Ling isn't a petty person, so why should I be afraid she won't be tolerant? On top of that, I can see that this girl is a docile person, she won't compete with Ling for favor. I hope so, Cheng Yutong nodded lightly. Meng Wuya. At that moment, Su Hui suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared towards Treasurer Meng, a look of excitement filling his face. "Great Elder, what's your name? Didn't I just introduce him to you?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I remember this name, the human race's strongest master several hundred years ago also had this name. You couldn't be. Strongest master?" Treasurer Meng frowned and smiled bitterly. "The world is too kind. This Meng is nothing more than a reckless man. He really doesn't deserve to be called the first or second." "It's really you?" Su Hui was shocked. The other elders were also stunned as they stared at Meng Wuya blankly, as if a sledgehammer had struck all of them unconscious. After being reminded by Su Hui, they finally remembered the name Meng Wuya. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I never thought that I would be able to meet Brother Meng in this life. It is truly an honor of 3 lifetimes. When Yang Kai had introduced Meng Wuya to him just now, he had just casually greeting him. After all, the current 9 Heavens Holy Land was at the height of its prestige, and as the Holy Land's great elder, Yang Kai's status was extremely high. He didn't put ordinary people in his eyes. Because he was Yang Kai's senior, Su Hui took the initiative to greet him. However, at this moment, after confirming the identity of the person in front of him, his attitude immediately changed. There was even a hint of worship. "Good, Treasurer Meng and little senior sister will be living in our 9 Heavens Holy Land from now on. There will be plenty of time to communicate." Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Su Hui's chatter. "Oh, if Brother Meng wishes to stay in the Holy Land, you are most welcome." Su Hui's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister can live in the Holy Master Court. That is where I usually live. What do you think? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. Good, as long as it is peaceful, Meng Wuya nodded. Then come with me, Yang Kai beckoned. Holy Master, let Elder Yuing handle this matter. Subordinate still has something important to report. Su Hui saw Yang Kai about to leave and quickly stopped him. Can't you speak about it later? It's a matter of great importance, Su Hui said seriously. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before helplessly nodding. Good, Elder Yuing, I'll have to trouble you to take them to the Holy Master Court and have an Ling, or make arrangements for them. Yes, please come with me, Yuing said. Xia Ningchang glanced over at Yang Kai with some reluctance before leaving with Yuing. Master, there's nothing else to do here, I'll go back and rest first. Li Rong excused herself and left with the other great commanders of the ancient demon clan, returning to the mountain peak where they lived. Soon, only Yang Kai and the Holy Land's elders remained in the square. What made all of you so nervous? Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Hui disturbing his reunion with little senior sister and asked. It's the Holy Tomb. Su Hui quickly replied. There's been some problems with the Holy Tomb. Holy Master should come and take a look. What could possibly happen in the Holy Tomb? Yang Kai didn't care. The Holy Tomb was one of 9 Heavens' Holy Land's restricted areas, the resting place of all the previous Holy Masters, but since Yang Kai entered it last time, it had become empty. Later, the Holy Land's 3,000 disciples had taken refuge in it for 2 or 3 years. Such a deserted, mysterious small world had almost no other purpose besides being used for secluded cultivation. Yang Kai didn't know what could possibly have happened to it. In front of the Holy Tomb, a group of people came to a stop. Yang Kai stared at the huge blue stone, his expression becoming dignified. There was a barrier on this huge blue stone that required the Holy Master Spirit ring on Yang Kai's hand to open the entrance to the mysterious small world. But at this moment, at the center of the huge blue stone, a dark void corridor was silently opening, like the maw of a great beast. 1,000 meters away from the Holy Tomb, several elders had joined forces to arrange a barrier, preventing ordinary disciples from approaching. What's going on? Yang Kai asked. Why did the Holy Tomb suddenly open? Subordinate and the others don't know the whole story, but it suddenly opened on its own. In order to prevent disciples from entering without knowing the depth of the situation, we set up a barrier around it with the other elders. Have you gone in to investigate? Yang Kai turned to Su Hui. Subordinate and Elder Shikuan have been inside. What did you find? Nothing, the Holy Tomb doesn't seem to have been affected. I'll go in and take a look. You wait here, Yang Kai ordered before diving in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai returned from the Holy Tomb with a strange look on his face. Just as Su Hui said, besides the entrance to the Holy Tomb opening on its own, there was no change inside the Holy Tomb. The world energy aura was as rich as ever, and there was no sign of danger. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what was going on and asked, when did this happen? About 2 or 3 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. What's wrong, Holy Master? Did you discover something? Yang Kai shook his head. 2 or 3 days ago seemed to be when he rescued Treasurer Meng and Xia Ningchang. However, there shouldn't be any relationship between the two, right? After all, the distance between them was simply too great, a 2-month journey. Was it a coincidence? Don't let the disciples get close to this place for the time being. There may be some kind of danger. Let's observe for a while first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless about this. The entrance to the mysterious small world had suddenly opened, but he couldn't figure out the specific reason for it. All the elders received this order and quickly arranged the deployment. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai had just stepped inside when he felt many pairs of eyes turn towards him. The 5 grandmasters were all standing there, seemingly having heard the news of his return and had come out to greet him. Little brat, you're too unkind. You've been gone for 3 months, you've caused this old master and the others to suffer. Chang Bao shouted as soon as he saw Yang Kai. He was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild and a Saint-grade alchemist. His status was extremely high. Normally, when he helped others perform alchemy, it would depend on his mood and whether or not the person requesting it was to his liking. Only occasionally would he refine 1 or 2 saint pills. However, there had never been a time like this where he had to refine pills for 3 months in a row. What's more, he had to refine a certain number of pills every day. It was as if he had come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land to work for Yang Kai without any benefits. After 3 months, Chang Bao had lost several dozen kilograms of fat and his figure was much slimmer than before. And we were discussing a few days ago that if you didn't come back, we would just throw away our responsibilities and leave. How could we care about the reputation of your 9 Heaven's Holy Land? Hong Fong also chimed in. Enough, the two of you don't need to act like you haven't received any benefits. Kong Ruoyu glared at them. Thanks to these 3 months of alchemy, which one of you hasn't gained a lot? Not to mention that Du Wan has become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist, but haven't you all seen some hope? It's been tiring, but your harvest has also not been small. Being reprimanded by Kong Ruoyu, neither of them dared to refute, simply glaring at Yang Kai. Hastily stepping forward, Kai Yang apologetically cupped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't think that this trip would take so long. I originally thought that it would only take a few days, but there were so many accidents. This junior must also thank several grandmasters. Thanks to all of you, the Holy Land has been able to maintain the reputation it has accumulated during this time." "It's good you know," He Feng nodded with satisfaction. He Feng nodded in satisfaction. "You left us old men here to do manual labor. Tell me, what do you want to do to satisfy us?" Yang Kai's eyes darted around for a moment before he noticed his little senior sister sitting nearby whispering to Enling, his eyes lighting up as he grinned meaningfully. "I've ordered all those outside to wait for 10 days. During these 10 days, the Holy Land will not be providing any alchemy services. Several grandmasters should take advantage of this opportunity to rest." "Resting alone won't satisfy our appetites." Chang Bao shook his head. 10 days, after 10 days, this junior will certainly satisfy several grandmasters. Good. Chang Bao's fat face filled with a smile. "We don't have any other requests. As long as you perform alchemy in front of us, we will be satisfied. Grandmasters, please wait and see. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised." Yang Kai grinned. The several grandmasters looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine Yang Kai was trying to sell. Du Wan smiled and said, "Don't force yourself too much. There's only 10 days left. You should take a good rest. And I see you're anxious to talk to that girl, so us old fogies won't disturb you. Since arriving here, we haven't enjoyed the scenery here. Several old friends, do you have the leisure to go sightseeing?" "Good, sitting in the house all the time. It's time to stretch my bones." Chapter 9:17. You guys chat, I'll leave first. Little sister Ning Chang, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me at any time. I also live in the Holy Master Court. Seeing that the 5 masters had left, and Ling Er tactfully left as well. "And I'll have to trouble big sister in the future." Xia Ning Chang gently nodded as she watched Ling Er's back disappear. In the next moment, she felt herself being carried by Yang Kai. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry as her 2 small hands tightly wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. She hurriedly said, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" "I have a lot of things to tell you." Yang Kai smiled as he carried her towards his room. "I also have things to say." Xia Ning Chang rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed while his little senior sister was placed on his lap, maintaining an extremely intimate position. The two's bodies were closely pressed together, their chests touching. Yang Kai's eyes were burning like fire as the corners of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. His 2 large hands were wantonly mischievous. The little senior sister was wearing a pitch-black dress. Her beautiful figure was exquisite and childish, and her soft breasts were full and full. Feeling Yang Kai's hands moving across her waist and between her thighs, those 10 fingers brought forth waves of shuddering numbness. Her beautiful eyes were watery and her delicate face was blushing with shyness, not daring to look directly at him. Her breathing gradually became heavy, and the heat emitted from her delicate body was scorching hot. Yang Kai turned a blind eye as he continued to take advantage of her. His mood was extremely carefree, and he became more and more unrestrained. "Junior brother, don't be like this." Xia Ningqiang lightly bit her red lips, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "What?" Yang Kai mischievously asked. He didn't know why, but when he saw his little senior sister's expression, he was especially excited. It was as if he wanted to see the limits of his little senior sister's shyness. "That's it. I feel so uncomfortable." Xia Ningqiang gathered her courage and held Yang Kai's hand to stop it from moving around her waist. The sensation from her thighs became even more acute, and she couldn't help but clamp her legs together. At this moment, the little senior sister suddenly felt her senses increase by several hundred times. She could clearly feel every change in Yang Kai's body. In her chest, her heart was beating violently. The powerful thumping sound was like the beating of a war drum. Xia Ningqiang had never experienced this kind of spiritual and physical throbbing. For a moment, her heart was in a mess and she didn't know how to deal with it. She was at a loss. "Didn't you bring me here to talk to me?" Xia Ningqiang tried her best to keep her mind clear, but there was an irresistible feeling that attacked her mind like a tidal wave, causing her to be confused and bewildered. "Aren't we talking right now?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Oh." Xia Ningqiang couldn't refute. She couldn't take it anymore. She felt her whole body go soft, as if she had been thrown into a volcano. The heat in her body rolled, and the forbidden area unknowingly became hot and humid. "Little senior sister, what do you want to say?" Yang Kai asked again. "I don't know. It's fine like this." Xia Ningqiang closed her eyes. Her whole body's weight was leaning on Yang Kai's body. It seemed that she had never been so satisfied before. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel restless. He almost couldn't control himself. He hurriedly operated his secret art to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart. His hand stopped moving and he quietly looked at her, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Xia Ningqiang opened her shy eyes. She couldn't help but show an expression that she wanted to continue. Yang Kai sat up straight and said seriously, "When everything is settled, we will continue the next thing." Xia Ningqiang gently nodded. She lowered her head and said softly, "Junior brother, whenever you want." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hugged her even tighter. For the shy little senior sister to say such words, she must have mustered up her courage. "Now let's talk properly. I have a lot of things to ask you." Yang Kai was satisfied. "Junior brother, what do you want to ask?" Xia Ningqiang asked softly. "How did you survive these past 10 years?" "I just followed master everywhere." Xia Ningqiang leaned on Yang Kai's chest and recalled her experiences in the past 10 years. Yang Kai listened quietly. It was as if he was experiencing the hardships of his little senior sister in the past 10 years. After a long time, the little senior sister finished and asked about Yang Kai's situation during this time. Yang Kai naturally didn't hide anything. As time passed, the two seemed to have endless whispers of love. They chatted softly, enjoying this quiet time that belonged only to the two of them. "Right, senior sister Su Yen is in a place called Ice Sect." Xia Ningqiang suddenly remembered something and raised her head. "I know, I went to look for her." Yang Kai grinned. "The environment there is very suitable for her cultivation. When I went there, she was still in retreat. After communicating with her divine sense for a while, she left. I don't know how she's doing now." "Junior brother, do you want to find her and bring her back? Let's wait until we're done here. When we're done, we'll go and pick her up together." Xia Ningqiang nodded heavily and leaned forward again. "What about the old demon? Do you have any news about him?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Xia Ningqiang shook his head. "When we came here together from the central capital, senior old demons separated from us. He said he was going to the demon land, but Master and I also went to the demon land and didn't hear any news about him. We also don't know where Senior Old Demon is now. That old demon, there's no need to worry about him. It won't be easy for others to kill him. Yang Kai smiled faintly. The old demon's cultivation may not be very high right now, but his physique was extraordinary. It belonged to a demon general. It was the body of a peak third order saint. Only masters in the same realm could hurt him. As such, Yang Kai had never been worried about the old devil. After all, there weren't many third order saint realm masters out there. The days I spent in High Heaven Pavilion are more nostalgic. At that time, there was nothing to worry about. Although I was very weak, I didn't know the mysteries of transcendence. Xianxia whispered softly, a look of nostalgia flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai also sighed. As my strength increased, so did the things I encountered. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Right, little senior sister, I have something good for you." "What is it?" Xianxia sat up straight and looked at Yang Kai. Kai Yang had already taken out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle were 2 drops of crystal clear liquid. As soon as she saw these 2 drops of liquid, Xianxia's eyes became dignified, seemingly realizing that they were extraordinary. "What is this?" "The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower." Yang Kai replied. Xianxia couldn't help covering her mouth. Obviously, she had also heard of this thing before and exclaimed, "Is this the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower that bloomed in Floating Cloud City in the neutral territory?" "Yes, little senior sister also knows about it." At that time, Master said that he would take me there to see if I could encounter some kind of opportunity, but because there were too many people and it was too dangerous, Master wasn't sure he could protect me, so we left midway. Xianxia said so, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. "So, Junior brother was also there at that time?" Yang Kai said with a pained expression, "So you were there too?" Xianxia gently nodded. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both wearing looks of regret. At that time in Floating Cloud City, neither of them had known of the other's existence and had simply brushed past each other, resulting in them meeting again many years later. So it turns out that this thing was obtained by Junior brother. Although I obtained it, there was another person who took the credit. You should know him. Yang Kai smiled and didn't keep her in suspense, continuing, "A young man named Xiao. Do you remember him? Li Lao's apprentice?" Little senior sister really had an impression of him. "I remember him. I even competed with him in alchemy." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Xiao seemed to be quite unconvinced and said that the next time he saw you, he must compete with you again, but I believe that he is not senior sister's opponent. "I don't know, I only won by a narrow margin at that time. He has Li Lao's guidance, so his alchemy is not bad." Xianxia was very modest. "You have the sacred spirit medicine body. When it comes to alchemy, no one can compare to you." Yang Kai said, taking out an empty jade bottle and extracting a drop of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, handing it to little senior sister and saying, "When the time is right, refine this medicinal liquid. It should help you enter the saint realm. The sacred spirit medicine body can refine all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the world without any side effects. You are more suitable than anyone else to use this thing to enter the saint realm." Thank you, Junior brother, but I still need some time to accumulate my current cultivation." Xianxia did not act politely with Yang Kai and solemnly received the bottle and put it into her universe bag. "Come, I still have a gift for you," Yang Kai said as he picked her up and jumped onto the bed. Placing her opposite him and sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai quickly said, "Release the defenses of your knowledge sea." Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately did as she was told. The next moment, she felt Yang Kai's divine sense pouring in. Inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, there was a beautiful scenery, just like her pure nature. The world inside one's knowledge sea often reflected one's heart. The two soul avatars appeared and stood opposite each other, Yang Kai asking, "Do you still remember the true alchemic way I taught you before?" "Of course I remember. Thanks to it, my alchemy technique has improved so quickly." The last time I taught you in War City, I hadn't fully comprehended the true alchemic way, so I only taught you half of it, but now I can teach you all of it." Hearing this, Xianxia's face lit up with joy. "Little senior sister, what is your current level of alchemy?" Yang Kai asked again. "I haven't been certified by the Alchemist Guild, but I can refine Saint-grade mid-rank pills." Xianxia replied, a look of annoyance appearing on her face, "But after reaching this point, there is no way to improve further. Saint-grade materials are too difficult to find, so there isn't much opportunity to practice." Although Yang Kai had some faint speculations when his guess was confirmed, he was still shocked by Xianxia's alchemy aptitude. Chapter 9:18. Yang Kai and Xianxia were both Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists, but the amount of time and resources they spent on alchemy were completely different. For the past 10 years, Xianxia had been running around with Meng Wuxia and rarely had a stable day to spend on improving his alchemy technique. On top of that, Treasurer Meng could not easily gather the materials needed for alchemy like Yang Kai and constantly squander them to practice alchemy. It could be said that Yang Kai's alchemy technique had grown to its current level entirely due to the accumulation of time and a large number of materials. Little senior sister, on the other hand, had extraordinary talent and a special physique, so the amount of time she spent on alchemy and the number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines she consumed was only a fraction of what Yang Kai had. She had also reached the level of a Saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Shocked, Yang Kai was also full of joy. The more powerful his little senior sister was, the happier he was. Unlike other men, who were afraid that the woman they liked would surpass them in some territory, Yang Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. "Rest assured, in the future, you will have a lot of herbs to practice with here. I believe your alchemy technique will soon improve and it won't be long before you reach the same level as Li Lao." Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, sending a white light towards Xianxia's soul avatar. "This light contains all the knowledge of the true alchemic way. Little senior sister, take some time to comprehend it." "I know." Xianxia opened his mind and body, allowing the light containing the true alchemic way to integrate into his soul avatar and immediately began comprehending it. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and quietly left. Leaving his room, Yang Kai came to the main hall of the Holy Master Court. And Ling was holding an account book and seemed to be counting the harvest of the Holy Land during this period, her pretty face filled with joy. Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm her. She was still immersed in the work in front of her, constantly recording something. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat in front of her and poured himself a glass of water that Ling looked up at him. She pursed her lips and smiled. "What? It's been a long time since we last met, shouldn't we spend more time together? Why did you come out in just 2 days?" Yang Kai's expression became awkward. "I've said what I should say. What else do you want?" "Just saying?" Ling curled her lips. "What do you think we're doing inside?" Yang Kai found that her expression was quite strange, and immediately understood that she must have some strange thoughts in her mind. Who knows? It's normal for a single man and a single woman to be together for a lifetime, Ling teased. She seemed to be in a good mood. "You're not jealous, are you?" Kai Yang stared at her in amazement. And Ling snorted. "Don't flatter yourself. The elders all think that we have that kind of relationship. Don't take it seriously. You should be the first saintess to dare speak to the Holy Master in such a manner," Yang Kai chuckled. "Who told you to be different from the previous Holy Masters? It was you who gave up this opportunity. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. All of the Holy Land's income is here. Do you want to take a look?" "Let me see." Yang Kai casually picked up the account book in front of her and skimmed through it. It was densely filled with records of what kind of pills the Holy Land's grandmasters refined and what kind of rewards they received. Everything was recorded in detail. Most of those rewards were crystal stones of equal value, but there were also many rare materials, and even secret treasures, secret manuals, and cultivation methods. There were all kinds of strange things. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and tossed the account book back. Forget it, just keep recording. Sweeping the Holy Master Court with his divine sense, Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Where is Treasurer Meng? Why isn't he here?" Hearing him ask this, and Ling replied, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Senior Meng said that he would be going out for a while and that you should take good care of his disciple. He also said that if you dare bully her, you won't be able to bear the consequences." He went out? When did he go out? Did he say when he would be back? He left yesterday and didn't say when he would be back, and Ling shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't know why Meng Wuya had left the Holy Land as soon as he arrived, he could faintly guess that there was some unusual information. It was probably related to the strange world he had entered before, and even the words Great Demon God's Soul Clone had said. However, Treasurer Meng's strength had now been restored to its peak, so as long as he didn't go to the demon capital to challenge the demon commander like before, he shouldn't be in any danger. While contemplating though, Su Hui suddenly rushed in from the outside and called out, "Holy Master, Wizard Tribulation requests an audience." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Wizard Tribulation? Something seems to have happened. His expression is a bit strange," Su Hui reported. "Let him in," Yang Kai hurriedly said. It had been several months since Yang Kai last saw Wizard Tribulation, but from what Su Hui and the others said, after absorbing many elites from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had greatly increased its strength and was now developing well. A moment later, the black-robed Wizard Tribulation appeared and cupped his fists. "Holy Master, Master." Sect Master Wizard, Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Has something happened?" Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and quickly said, "There is something. It's related to the stone forest in Shattering Mystical Palace." Yang Kai's expression changed. "What happened to that stone forest?" "Holy Master, Master, if it's convenient, please follow me to have a look." Wizard Tribulation did not explain. However, from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai faintly guessed something and no longer said anything, nodding and stepping out of the Holy Master Court. Sending a divine sense message to Li Rong, the three of them flew towards Shattering Mystical Palace. "Master, is there a problem?" Li Rong asked in confusion. "Wizard Tribulation said something happened in that stone forest and asked me to go take a look." "Stone forest?" Li Rong raised her brow. "That stone forest that leads to Star Field." "What happened there?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. After a stick of incense worth of time, the three of them arrived above the stone forest where they had last arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In the center of the stone forest, a dark entrance opened silently, just like the situation in the Holy Tomb. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Who opened the entrance to Star Field?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "It was accidentally discovered by one of my disciples. Because this wizard knows that this place is important to Holy Master, Master. Since last time, I ordered my disciples not to enter or leave Shattering Mystical Palace. However, yesterday, a few disciples were flying nearby when they suddenly discovered the situation below. Curious, several of them went in to investigate but never returned. The remaining disciples hurriedly returned to the sect and told me what had happened, after which I immediately rushed to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Listening to his story, Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You should be glad you didn't go in to investigate yourself." Wizard Tribulation smiled. "This wizard knows his place. So, is that really the entrance to Star Field? And last time Li Rong and I went in to investigate, it really does lead to the legendary Star Field. Anyone below the Third Order Saint Realm who enters will die without a doubt. Your disciples shouldn't have been able to return." Wizard Tribulation paled slightly. "Only Third Order Saints can enter. The Star Field has a terrifying pressure that only Third Order Saints can resist." Li Rong also nodded. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling some lingering fear. Secretly rejoicing, it was fortunate that he had rushed to inform Kai Yang the moment he received the news, and had not rashly ventured in. Otherwise, with his current level, he was afraid that he would have ended up like those disciples, never to return. It's just, who opened this entrance? Li Rong muttered with a confused expression. Maybe it opened by itself, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Opened by itself? Li Rong and Wizard Tribulation both looked at him with some surprise. There is also a mysterious small world in the Holy Land called the Holy Tomb, which was originally the resting place of the previous Holy Masters. However, some time ago, the entrance to this mysterious small world opened by itself, causing Great Elder and the others to panic for a while. Even now, there is no way to close it, Yang Kai explained casually, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. The entrance to the Holy Tomb had opened, and the entrance to the star field had also opened, and all of this had happened in the past few days. Strictly speaking, it should have been the day he brought Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang back. Could it really have something to do with that strange world? The distance between them was too far, so how could it be related? Holy Master, how should we deal with this place? Do you need to arrange some people to watch over it? No, go back and warn your Netherworld sect disciples not to intrude. I'm not joking, anyone below the Third Order Saint Realm who enters this place will not be able to return. Yes, this wizard firmly believes Holy Master's words. Wizard Tribulation nodded solemnly. I will also warn the Holy Land's disciples not to come here. As for outsiders, if they want to enter, let them, whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Yang Kai snorted lightly, that's all, go back first. Then this wizard will also take his leave. This time, I went to the Holy Land mainly to inform Holy Master of this matter. And, do as you wish. By the way, if you have any saint pills you need to refine, feel free to come to the Holy Land and find me, Yang Kai said again, I can help you refine them first. Wizard Tribulation was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked Yang Kai profusely, claiming that he would go back to prepare the materials and visit Yang Kai again in a few days. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to ask for Saint Pills, but because his relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, he was a bit embarrassed to do so at this critical juncture. He didn't want to fall victim to rumors and damage the reputation of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. However, since Yang Kai had taken the initiative to ask, how could Wizard Tribulation refuse? So he immediately left excitedly. After parting ways with Wizard Tribulation, Yang Kai and Li Rong rushed back to the Holy Land. Along the way, Yang Kai's mind was racing, recalling what great demon god's soul clone had said in that strange world, trying to find any clues or useful information. Chapter 9:19. Yang Kai and Li Rong returned the way they had come. Seeing his contemplative look, Li Rong didn't say a word, not daring to disturb him, simply following behind him. After a short while, they returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong suddenly called out softly, Master, there seems to be a situation with the people who came to request alchemy pills. HM? Yang Kai awoke from his contemplation and looked down. Sure enough, he found that there was some commotion down below. Many of the cultivator who had come to request alchemy pills had gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to one another. Some of them even stopped waiting and left the 9 peaks to fly away. Seeing their hurried appearance, it was as if they had made some kind of incredible discovery. Because the Holy Land had been ordered not to provide any alchemy services for 10 days, the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks had become somewhat bored, but they couldn't give up on this alchemy trip and leave just because of this. What's more, the number of cultivator who had left was simply too high. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why such a scene had occurred, quickly turning around and flying towards the stone pavilion below. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Tianfei and Luo Sheng, the 2 Holy Land elders, were sitting there, maintaining order. At this moment, they were also looking at the commotion in the crowd in confusion, not knowing what was going on. In a flash, Yang Kai and Li Rong appeared. The 2 elders quickly stood up and saluted. What happened here? Yang Kai motioned for them to remain silent and asked softly. Subordinate doesn't know. A stick of incense ago, a cultivator who came to request alchemy pills joined the group and said a few words to the other cultivators nearby. Many of them left, Luo Xing replied. Where is that person? Yang Kai asked. The one at the back of the group. Luo Xing pointed. Yang Kai looked over and found a middle-aged transcendent realm man standing at the back of the group with a shrewd look on his face. His eyes were shining brightly. As the cultivator in the team continued to leave, he also slowly moved forward. There was even a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you want this subordinate to investigate the situation? Luo Xing asked. Yang Kai nodded. Luo Xing immediately obeyed. A moment later, walking back with a strange expression, he reported, Holy Master, that guy said that he found an entrance to a mysterious small world on the way here. Those who left all went to explore that mysterious small world. The entrance to the mysterious small world? Yang Kai muttered. Yes, his words are very convincing. It doesn't look like he's lying. Since he found the entrance to this mysterious small world, why didn't he explore it instead of coming here to spread the news? Let the others go forward. If there were any benefits inside, wouldn't it be taken away by someone else? Meng Tianfei had a suspicious look on his face. Is this guy planning something? He said that he was weak and alone. I don't dare to enter recklessly. Luo Xing shrugged. Yang Kai fell into deep thought as his expression became dignified. Turning his gaze towards the direction of that person, he asked after a while, Have you found where the entrance to that mysterious small world is? About 2,000 kilometers from here, to the east. Luo Xing pointed. Li Rong, let's go take a look. Yang Kai immediately stood up. Holy Master, do you want me to inform Great Elder and ask him to go with you? Luo Xing asked. No need, we're just going to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anything good inside that mysterious small world, Yang Kai said confidently before leaving with Li Rong again. Once there was no one else around, Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, turned into a streak of blue light, and disappeared. Aboard the Flying Heavens shuttle, Li Rong asked, Master, do you believe what that person said? The entrances to mysterious small worlds have always been extremely well hidden and generally can't be found. What he said is very suspicious. In this world, there were many hidden spaces of varying sizes. These spaces were called mysterious small worlds by the world. Some mysterious small worlds were completely barren, while others were inhabited by living creatures. There were even some mysterious small worlds that contained ancient ruins that contained shocking wealth. Once discovered, one could become rich enough to rival an entire country and live a carefree life. Therefore, in Tongxian realm, there were some cultivator who specifically searched for mysterious small worlds, exploring them in order to obtain treasures and make a living. However, as time passed, the number of mysterious small worlds that remained undiscovered became fewer and fewer. Those that were easy to find had already been explored by the cultivator, leaving behind only the most well-hidden mysterious small worlds. The cultivator who came to ask for a pill said he had found the entrance to a mysterious small world, which naturally aroused suspicion. However, everyone in the world was here for profit, so it was inevitable that some people would be confused by his words and rush to the location he said to investigate. If there really was a mysterious small world, they could enter it and perhaps find something. Even if there wasn't, there wouldn't be any losses. I know, but this time I'm afraid it's different. His strength isn't high, so if he really dares to spread such rumors, when those people return, they will take his life. With his shrewd appearance, how could he dig his own grave? Listening to what Yang Kai said, Li Rong suddenly felt that it made sense and nodded. So, he really found it? His luck is really good. Yang Kai shook his head. It may have nothing to do with him. Maybe the entrance to that mysterious small world opened on its own and he was just passing by, so he discovered it. Opened on its own? Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Is it the same as the entrance to the Holy Tomb in the Star Field's entrance? It's just my guess, so I need to see it with my own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. I wonder if there's anything good inside. Li Rong couldn't help but look forward to it. There shouldn't be anything inside. Yang Kai laughed. That person must have already investigated it, or someone else must have gotten there first. It's not like he said, that he didn't dare to rush in because his strength was too low. It was precisely because he was sure there were no treasures inside that he spread the news and let the cultivator in front of him leave, so he could reduce the time he had to wait to ask for pills. Master, your observation is quite detailed. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. The main thing is that guy's eyes are always looking at others, and when he sees someone leave the line, he shows a look of joy. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His thoughts are written all over his face. It's difficult for me not to see them. Those cultivators who left the line didn't notice this because they were blinded by greed. After talking for a while, the Flying Heavens shuttle had already traveled 2,000 kilometers away from the 9 peaks. The blue light stopped midair as Yang Kai and Li Rong released their divine senses and spread out. After a while, Yang Kai's expression changed and he controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to fly in a certain direction. After a dozen breaths, the two appeared not far from the entrance to a dark void corridor. Just as Yang Kai had expected, this place had already been occupied by someone else. Many cultivators were gathered outside the entrance, vigilantly looking around, secretly condensing their strength, making it clear that no one was allowed to approach. Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that their strength wasn't high, only at the immortal ascension boundary. There wasn't even a single transcendent, so he no longer concealed himself and strode over with Li Rong. Who goes there? Stop. As soon as they saw the two of them reveal themselves, those martial artists that guarded the entrance instantly seemed as if they were facing a great enemy, and one of them shouted with a grim voice. This is the restricted area of my Qin clan, and outsiders aren't allowed to trespass. If you still don't stop moving, then we won't hold back anymore. Master, do you want to? Li Rong inquired. Be gentle, Yang Kai nodded lightly. An invisible spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea, causing all the cultivators gathered around the entrance to stare blankly in place, as if they didn't see Yang Kai and Li Rong at all, allowing them to pass by and enter the entrance. With Li Rong's means, dealing with these immortal ascension boundary cultivators was a simple matter. Deceiving their perception was a piece of cake. However, since Yang Kai didn't order them to kill, Li Rong also showed mercy. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared from the edge of the entrance that the cultivators suddenly woke up. Looking around, they found that the man and woman from before had disappeared, immediately realizing how terrifying their opponent's strength was, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely appeared. When Xiao Chen spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were many cultivators moving around. They seemed to be searching for something. Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle again and together with Li Rong, transformed into a blue light and disappeared. Half an hour later, the pair returned to the entrance. There was indeed a ruin inside this mysterious small world, but there were no signs of life. The cultivators should have entered later and were currently searching for treasures inside. Moreover, this mysterious small world wasn't very large, only about a third the size of Demon God Citadel. However, the Qin family should have gained a lot this time. This family didn't have any masters, and even the most powerful cultivator was only a transcendent realm cultivator. It was almost the same as the central capital's 8 great families. The artifacts and martial books obtained from this ruin could be used as capital for the family's growth. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Yang Kai took a light breath and returned with Li Rong from the entrance. When the cultivators outside saw this man and woman appear again, all of them widened their eyes, but they no longer dared to be as aggressive as before. Instead, they were a little frightened. The methods of these two were too amazing, they could see it clearly. What made them feel slightly relieved though was that this man and woman didn't intend to embarrass them. After walking out of the mysterious small world, they walked straight into the distance. Right, there are many Saint Transcendents heading this way, they should arrive here in half a day at most. You should inform the elders of your families to quickly withdraw from this mysterious small world, otherwise there may be a bloody disaster waiting for you. Yang Kai turned back and kindly reminded them before leaving with Li Rong. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared that the cultivator who had shouted angrily at Yang Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly entered the mysterious small world. Apparently, he was going to inform the elders of his family about the words Yang Kai had said before he left and let the patriarch and elders decide. Chapter 920. Back in Nine Heavens Holy Land, after Yang Kai returned, he immediately called Su Hui and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about, only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Su Hui did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Su Hui also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise, he would never have acted like this. A few days later, early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xianxia still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance. "How is your harvest?" Yang Kai asked. "Almost all I need to do is familiarize myself with it," Xianxia gently nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days. "Come, let's start alchemy now. I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar. The next moment, both of them woke up. Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xianxia walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary, all of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Chang Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days, so this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy. Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing, but why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment?" He Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Feng also laughed. Xianxia was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yang, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come, little girl, come sit with this old woman, don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Ruoyu beckoned to Xianxia affectionately. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruoyu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ruoyu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xianxia's eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness. "All right, let's not talk too much. Let's start now." Duwani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door, "Great Elder." Su Hui pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, "These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters. When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills. Great Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials," Yang Kai ordered. Su Hui was stunned. Bring in 10 more batches? The 5 grandmasters also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chang Bao said, "Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest. If you are in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself, we've already seen it, but all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day. How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? If you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all." Duwani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them. Yang Kai glanced over at them and laughed. "I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry, the extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them." "Then who will refine them?" He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Hui, a look of suspicion filling his face. The Great Elder quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Grandmaster, don't look at me like that, I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10, I still don't understand one thing." He Feng nodded lightly. "You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy." Su Hui's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words. Yang Kai. Kong Ruoyu thoughtfully glanced over at Xianxia a few times. "You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xianxia. Yang Kai chuckled, "That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine Saint pills?" Chang Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out, "That's impossible, she's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine Saint pills." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either." The several grandmasters looked at him angrily. "You're different, you can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us. Be careful or these old fogies will get angry with you." This was the territory they were most proficient in and the territory they held the most authority over. Being surpassed by Yang Kai was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world. But if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel? They would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. "I will," Xianxia suddenly said. Du Wan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Yang Kai and asking, "She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours?" Back in Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own. At that time, Du Wan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Yang Kai nodded. Du Wan took a deep breath and quickly said, "Seeing is believing, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials." Su Hui didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed, leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy but instead stared towards Xianxia, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xianxia couldn't help turning a timid look towards Yang Kai. However, she soon discovered that Yang Kai had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. "Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look?" Kong Ruoyu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xia Ningchang seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. "I don't have a pill furnace," Xia Ningchang replied softly. "You don't have a pill furnace?" The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Chang Bao shouted, "How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace?" This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master, but this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. "Don't be noisy." Kong Ruoyu glared at him before turning to Xia Ningchang with a smile. "Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy?" Xia Ningchang gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruoyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said, "Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace." Xia Ningchang nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but now, she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes, and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her, and she meticulously examined them one by one. "Saint pill materials." Kong Ruoyu whispered softly, "She's already eyeing the saint pill materials. Could it be that she can really refine them?" The 5 grandmasters all paid close attention to Xia Ningchang. But the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xia Ningchang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 9:21. What stunned the 5 grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xia Ningchang's strength. Although she was a 3rd-order transcendent, the grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xia Ningchang released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 grandmasters were all stunned. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint-grade herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xia Ningchang. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xia Ningchang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xia Ningchang for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xia Ningchang. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xia Ningchang like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xianxia used her finger as a brush and Yuan Qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yang Kai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xianxia. They no longer doubted whether or not Xianxia could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xianxia's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xianxia's movements, the 5 grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world, a world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The grandmasters' emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xianxia finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly turned to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover, so he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duwan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. "Really, seeing is believing." Everyone finally recovered, with Chang Bao frowning and a puzzled look on his face. "But I still don't understand, without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this Yuan Qi's attribute isn't right." "I'm not too sure. Does alchemy not require a burning power?" He Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xianxia perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. "Kong Ruo, you seem to be deep in thought." After thinking for a long time, she said, "Have you heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy?" "A special physique?" Du Wan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered, "You mean, sacred spirit medicine body?" Hong Fong exclaimed. "Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body." Kong Ruoyu stared at Xia Ningchang with a burning gaze. This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power. Du Wan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xia Ningchang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. "Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique?" Chang Bao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder, it turns out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xia Ningchang as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world, their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. "You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others." Du Wan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. "And I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long." He Feng also couldn't help sighing. "But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl." Hong Fong laughed. "Both of them are refining Saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before." Xia Ningchang quickly waved his hand. "You don't need to praise each other. Hurry up and continue refining. There are still 30 pills to refine today." Chang Bao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first, after being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today so as to avoid wasting herbs," He Feng added. "Good, today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister." Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xia Ningchang, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now, and now that Xia Ningchang had joined them, naturally they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xia Ningchang was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to 9 Heavens Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xia Ningchang herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xia Ningchang was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Su Hui came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang, and the 5 grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day, the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit grade and saint grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 9:22. Time flew by, and a month later, the Holy Land disciples sent out by Su Hui to inquire about the situation returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Su Hui said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way. Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the Star Field, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Su Hui to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Su Hui continued, "After the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another, but according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, one or two of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened?" Su Hui nodded. "It seems to have been about a month and a half ago." A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Yang Kai's heart. This was when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Could the strange space where great demon god's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great demon god had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Seeing Yang Kai's expression fluctuating, Su Hui didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our Holy Land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good, the Holy Land's disciples can go out at will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land, or Tianlang Dynasty, report it immediately, don't delay." Su Hui didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Yang Kai's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. "Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation, tell him I have something I need his help with." Yang Kai ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time, he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low, but now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden, mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from. Because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds as the central capital's world was much larger. If some Saint Realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with the heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Yang Kai, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing all this, Yang Kai gave some instructions to Xia Ningchang before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7 stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7 stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, and the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?" A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised, "Your vigilance is not bad, it seems you've grown quite a bit." Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, "Senior Yang?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Yang Kai and asked. "I just arrived," Yang Kai replied casually. "Speak softly, there are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside." Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair. "Senior Yang, please sit." After Yang Kai sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded, "Your cultivation has progressed quite well, you've been cultivating hard this time, right?" Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, "Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me, this progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it." "Don't worry, strength is something you grow slowly. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master?" "I've been under a lot of pressure lately," Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded, "but now is not the time." Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. Wait a while, Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yan and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear. Presumably they would be happy to accept. Then, what business does Senior Yang have with us this time? There is indeed something I need your help with. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jie and his martial aunt Fei Yu. Sun Yu naturally did not refuse. Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Chen Zhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Xue Ling knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Xue Ling would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heavens Holy Land even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss. Chapter 923. One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from the outside world. Returning to the Holy Master Court, he called Su Hui and asked him if his disciples had found anything during this time, but there was no harvest. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all of his connections to ask several great forces to pay attention to news from the central capital. In addition, Nine Heavens Holy Land itself was also investigating, but he still couldn't find anything. Over the past 2 months, Yang Kai himself had been searching everywhere for the entrance to a small sealed world. He had entered and exited 20 to 30 small sealed worlds, but none of them led to the central capital. The Flying Heavens shuttle's incredible speed was of great help at this time, so after 2 months, Yang Kai had almost traversed half of the human territory. Every 3 days, Yang Kai would return to the Holy Land so as not to miss any useful information. But he still hadn't obtained any news. Su Hui had already left when a fragrant wind blew past. Yang Kai looked up and saw Xia Ningchang standing in front of him in a light muslin dress. Seemingly understanding the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, a look of deep sympathy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms before asking, "Have you finished refining the pills?" Xia Ningchang nodded gently. Thanks to the small sealed world, fewer and fewer people are coming here to ask for pills, so there aren't many pills to refine now. Because of the sudden appearance of so many small sealed worlds, most cultivators wanted to get a share of the pie, so they left the 9 peaks one after another to seek opportunities outside. As a result, there was no longer a need to line up outside the 9 peaks to ask for pills. This also allowed Xia Ningchang and the other grandmasters to have some free time. The senior sister and junior sister were touching each other's skin as they breathed in each other's scent. "Junior brother, are you looking for the entrance to the central capital?" Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. "Did you ask Great Elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Ningchang shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the central capital is also a small sealed world. Before, we couldn't find the entrance, but now that the entrance has opened on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but there hasn't been any news about it. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You've been running around a lot these days, so I guessed it. I've been looking for it, unfortunately I haven't found it. There will always be some clues, junior brother, don't worry. Xianxia comforted him softly, taking the initiative to hold Kai Yang's big hand. Faintly sighing, she said, at such a critical time, I don't know where Master ran off to. If he's here, we can't. Treasurer Meng. He probably has something important to do. Kai Yang didn't know where Treasurer Meng had run off to at this critical moment. But since he had left as soon as he arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even leaving Xianxia in Yang Kai's care, it must be something important. Yang Kai even suspected that he had run off to the demon land. After all, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, so perhaps after restoring his strength, he had gone to find trouble with the demon commander again. If this was the case, Treasurer Meng's future was bleak. Asterisk dang 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 asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xianxia was like a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly jumped out of Yang Kai's arms, blushing slightly as she stood aside awkwardly. When no one else was around, she could be affectionate with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she couldn't let go. The one who came in was Su Hui, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Is there something else, Great Elder? Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously there was something he needed to report. Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who want to see you. Su Hui carefully glanced at Xianxia's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. Women? Yang Kai frowned. What kind of women? Very beautiful and very young. Su Hui didn't hesitate to ask. Su Hui didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these 2 women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside and were now looking for him. Xianxia also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, Junior brother, I'll return to my room first. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xan Yu from Bold Independent Union? When those 2 came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them. Not them. Su Hui shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, Right, those 2 girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties. From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these 2 women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, Twins? Su Hui didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing. And according to this old master's observation, these 2 girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same, even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange, even if they are twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened and a strange light flashed across his eyes while Xianxia also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other and both thought of the same possibility. Were they? Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. Just outside the mountain peak. Take me to them. I'll go too. Xianxia hurriedly said. Su Hui was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these 2 women. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. What are you gawking for? Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xianxia. Su Hui braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with. Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. Su Hui, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 peaks, 2 women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the 2 of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these 2 women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the 2 women's distraction to sneak a peek. Elder sister, these people are really annoying, they keep stealing glances. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left. Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything. All men are like this, there are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different. That person? The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him. I think so. The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered. Although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 heavens Holy Land Holy Land's Holy Master is a 3rd order transcendent. The 2 of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the 2 of us working together, our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and War City? Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so, but if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with, the elder sister sighed. Although she still held out some hope, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. I wonder what the situation with the sect is like. The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way. Someone's coming. While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Xianxia and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these 2 girls, the Holy Master smiled. And although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend. It really is you. Xianxia also covered her mouth and exclaimed, Xianxia. The 2 sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the great elder, they rushed over and gave Xianxia a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person. Hugging left and right, their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kai Yang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these 2 sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Xianxia feel overwhelmed. Xianxia just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 9:24. Outside the 9 peaks, Xianxia held 2 identical beauties in his arms, and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself, Holy Master is truly a holy master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men. That's enough, what are you two doing? Yang Kai was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment, so he quickly touched the waists of the two women. The two sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth. What? Yang Kai looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying. The charming woman snorted, we've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai looked at them in amazement. Then I'm really honored. I'm not, it's Me-er who keeps talking about you, the woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has. Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you see each other, let's go inside and talk. Xianxia also recovered and said. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the two sisters, come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. I won't. The elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xianxia, taking the lead into the 9 peaks. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The two sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Because Yang Kai had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chalk report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chalk elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai and Su Yen had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, the Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of Twin Chi Shared Branches Divine Technique. After cultivating this technique, their life aura and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongshen realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master, those two girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Yang Kai, but also feeling that he was being too nosy. It's not what you think. Yang Kai glanced at him. Subordinate understands. Su Hui nodded quickly. After entering the 9 peaks, the two sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. 9 Heavens Holy Land was a top force even in Tongshen realm, and the scenery inside the 9 peaks was pleasant and the world energy aura was rich. The central capital simply couldn't compare. When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The two sisters were like 2 village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xianxia arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea. And Ling also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time, their pretty faces filled with exhaustion and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao Air unceremoniously picked up 2 fruits and handed one to Hu Mei Air before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xianxia sat next to the two sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the two sisters seemed to have recovered and Yang Kai asked, looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time? The Hu sisters nodded together, about 3 months. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, you've worked hard. The two of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength, so it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital. Something may have happened there. Hu Jiao Air suddenly frowned and said anxiously. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. You know. The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today, so tell me in detail, how did you get here? The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao said, "Do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines." "Of course I remember," Yang Kai nodded. "About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there." After listening to Hu Jiao's story, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had come to Tongxian realm and why they had traveled so far to find 9 Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared there and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but they didn't know that it was the entrance to the void corridor that led to Tongxian realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian realm. The two sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the two sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time, they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, they inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world, and if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of 9 Heavens Holy Land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to 9 Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. "I didn't expect you to really be the Holy Master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang and the central capital, right?" Hu Jiao looked eagerly at Yang Kai, pinning all her hopes on him. "Do you remember where you came from? What is the name of the force that drove you away?" "I don't remember where we came from." Hu Jiao slowly shook her head. "This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called Free and Unfettered." "Free and Unfettered?" Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before. "That place isn't close." And Ling, who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected, "These two girls should have taken a detour, otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months. Do you know this force?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to her. And Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "The saintess' knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak. It has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land." "You could say that." And Ling smiled and nodded. "However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current Holy Land, but it still can't be underestimated." Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this 9 Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do? Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past. Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price. The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Yang Kai took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 chalk elders and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. Holy Master! Master! Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Yang Kai. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Yang Kai had grasped. Chapter 9:25. Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these 2 sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. I'm going out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me. The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Shikuan stepped forward. Then Elder Shikuan will also come with me, everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Su Hui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Su Hui to feel that something was wrong. There is no dispute, but there may be, so I need to take a few masters with me. Then Subordinate will also, Great Elder, you don't need to go. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. There needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Su Hui thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xianning Chang. Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go. I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xianning Chang nodded obediently. We want to go. The Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Air and Hu Jiao Air smile. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens, Yang Kai's is Yang, and the Holy Heavens elders and Yang. The elders and the elders and elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Shikuan glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Shikuan, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Shikuan's hesitant look. Shikuan smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that the auras of these two girls are very similar." "Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is." Shikuan scratched his head, "But if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the two of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion." Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. "Senior, why do you think we're from Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Hu Jiao Air asked. "Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you," Shikuan explained with a smile. Shikuan smiled and explained, "This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life aura and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you two. The two of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there." "We've never heard of it." Hu Jiao Air shook her head and shook her head. The two of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, "Elder Shikuan, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past?" "It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high." "Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long time ago Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined. What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth. Their inheritance was severed." Hu Jiao Air exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Yang Kai also had a rough idea. He was basically certain that the twin chi shared spirit divine art the Hu sisters cultivated should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate. "If there's a chance, I'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion," Hu Jiao Air whispered, obviously curious about this Twin Spirit Pavilion. "After we're done with the central capital, I'll take you there," Yang Kai said. "N." Hu Jiao Air nodded, suddenly moving her head closer and whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "By the way, Yang Kai, these people you brought with you, what are their cultivations? Why can't I sense their depths?" "Saint Realm." "Saint Realm?" The Hu sisters stared at him in amazement. "Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm." Li Rong interjected with a smile, "You two are now first-order transcendents, and it seems you're about to reach the second order. Above that is the third order, and above that is the Saint Realm. It seems that the world master came from didn't have any Saint Realm masters." "Don't mention it. 10 years ago they didn't even know what the transcendent realm was, they only called it the above immortal ascension boundary," Yang Kai also blushed with shame. What about those above the Saint Realm? Hu Mei Er's beautiful eyes widened as she asked curiously. Above the Saint Realm? Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, Li Rong smiling and saying, I don't know, no one has ever reached the Saint Realm. The Hu sisters fell silent. It was as if the existence of the Saint Realm had given them a huge shock, causing them to slowly digest the information they had just heard and try to integrate themselves into this world. In the central capital, when the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible, but as soon as they arrived here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they were no match for. This change in their perception of the strong and the weak had a huge impact on their perception. They had no choice but to re-examine themselves and Tong Xian realm. As they flew, most of the time everyone remained silent. Yang Kai asked Shikuan about the free and unfettered carefully. 2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop midair and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation around them. Hu Jiao Air suddenly called out, I remember the town below us. Mei Air and I only walked for 2 days before arriving here. Which way should we go now? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao Air looked around carefully and pointed in a certain direction, this way. The blue light flashed again. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw the entrance to a void corridor in the distance, about a dozen meters above the ground. Near the entrance to the void corridor, many cultivators were standing guard, guarding the entrance while remaining vigilant. Once someone tried to approach, they would immediately chase them away. It's here, Hu Mei Air bit her red lips and whispered, Elder sister and I came from here. Yang Kai gently nodded and controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to descend. The group of 6 strode towards the entrance. Master, there are 5 Saint Realm masters guarding this place, but they are only first-order cultivators. There is nothing to be afraid of. Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly understood the number and realm of masters here. It seems that it's not just the free and unfettered sect here. Shikuan said thoughtfully, they should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved. Yang Kai nodded. The central capital is a big piece of meat, one family can't eat it all. What should we do? Li Rong asked in a low voice. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Yang Kai quickly said. The arrival of the 6 people had obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators, all of them staring at Yang Kai and the others. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 of them had their eyes flashing and were secretly condensing their strength, ready to attack at any time. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, Halt! This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere. Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. Chapter 9:26. The entrance the Hu sisters had come from was not far from the free and unfettered small world, so naturally they had arrived first. Even if the nearby small forces and families were envious of them, none of them dared to provoke the free and unfettered small world. Under the Saint Realm cultivators' shout, Yang Kai and the others also stopped. Before they knew what the situation in the central capital was like, Yang Kai did not intend to act against them. The Saint Realm cultivator nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, crossing his hands behind his back and continuing, Please return, this is my free and unfettered small world. If you want to enter this mysterious small world to seek opportunities, please go elsewhere. Please forgive us for any impoliteness. His words were quite polite, obviously because he was aware of the strength of Li Rong and the others. Otherwise, he would have directly driven them away. Shirkuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. How should I address this friend? The man glanced over at Shirkuan and frowned somewhat reluctantly. Free and unfettered, Yu Chun. Shirkuan acted as if they were old friends and laughed. So it is Brother Yu. It's an honor to meet you. Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered small world? This one is Nine Heavens Holy Land's Shirkuan. Nine Heavens Holy Land? A burst of exclamations rang out as all the nearby cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, turned their gazes towards them. Yu Chun even swept his eyes over Shirkuan, trying to see if he was lying. Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation had spread far and wide over the past few years, so it was difficult not to notice. The old Holy Master had passed away, and a new Holy Master had succeeded him. Unfortunately, this new Holy Master was a brat who had colluded with evil demons, and before the storm had died down, a new top alchemy grandmaster had appeared. All sorts of rumors had spread, and the Holy Land's name was unparalleled. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, Could this be the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land? When he saw Shirkuan standing behind Yang Kai and showing a respectful attitude towards him, Yang Kai naturally had some guesses. It is our Holy Master, Shirkuan nodded. So it's Yang Shengzhu, no wonder you look familiar. Yu Chun suddenly smiled a strange smile. Where have we met before? Yang Kai frowned at him. Holy Master Yang, it is only natural that you do not remember this Yu, but Holy Master Yang should remember my spirit religion's religion master, Wu Zheng, right? Wu Zheng. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he thought for a long time before suddenly remembering, the Wu Zheng we met outside the Nine Peaks? More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because a large number of demons were detected, a large group of human race masters had followed Yang Kai's group. Finally, outside the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had gone to negotiate with these masters. At that time, 3 people had talked to Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, one was Fang Yu Bai of Smokelock Tower, and the last was Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered. All 3 of them were second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that Chu Yi and Fang Yu Bai had quickly left after hearing him promise that the ancient demon clan would not do any harm, leaving only Wu Zheng with a look of hatred and unwillingness. Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him. Yes. Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Yang Shengzhu is young, he still has some memory. I thought Yang Shengzhu was as arrogant as ever, but it turns out that he still remembers my spirit religion's religion master. Hearing this, Shirkuan's face turned cold and his expression became unfriendly. His pair of eyes filled with panic as he stared towards the woman from the demon race. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman's strength was quite good, but after she released her aura, Yu Chun discovered that this woman wasn't someone he could resist. Even if he joined forces with the other 4, he wouldn't be able to win against her. This was a peak third-order Saint Realm Master. Realizing this, Yu Chun's expression changed incessantly, and it was particularly interesting. Yang Kai had already led everyone past them and glanced over at him. What are you going to do about it? Yu Chun couldn't move his body, couldn't speak, so how could he answer? Hu Jiao Air sneered and made a face at him, pretending to be a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. She and Hu Mei Air had wanted to return from this place a few months ago but were mercilessly expelled by the free and unfettered sect's disciples, causing her to be extremely angry. Now that she saw Yang Kai's might, her heart was suddenly filled with excitement. When a man was strong, there was always a particularly attractive taste to him, which made her eyes shine brightly. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the void corridor. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling with fear, but none of them dared to stop them. At that moment, Yang Kai frowned and stared at the void corridor that was several dozen meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. After a short while, a group of people walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out was a few free and unfettered sect's disciples. After they appeared, they immediately gathered near the entrance of the void corridor, each of them beaming with joy, as if they were in a good mood. A moment later, another group of people appeared from there one after another. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions dispirited, and their auras dull and oppressive. Obviously, they had been imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor, these people looked around blankly and helplessly, their eyes dim, as if they couldn't see the light. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" The first few free and unfettered sects disciples scolded them and threw them to the ground without any trace of politeness. One after another, the cultivator was thrown to the ground, followed by a series of painful howls. The Hu sisters covered their small mouths and shouted, "It's the Storm House's disciples." Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and his face suddenly became cold. "This little girl is not bad, huh?" Another woman walked out of the void corridor. Her figure was petite and charming, but she was full and full. She attracted the attention of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, who chuckled at her with a lewd look on his face. Following behind the woman, a man walked out. When he heard this, he quickly stood in front of the woman and glared at the free and unfettered sect's disciple who was laughing lewdly. "Dui Shuang Fang Ziki." Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth. The woman who walked out first was the Storm House's little sister Du. When they were adventuring in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, the one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the Storm House's first disciple, Fang Ziki. After not seeing each other for many years, Fang Ziki had also reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but in front of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, it was still somewhat insufficient, not to mention that his strength was currently sealed. Fang Ziki's attitude annoyed the free and unfettered sect's disciple. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, which blasted Fang Ziki's body and sent him tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. "Barbarian, you overestimate yourself." The free and unfettered sect's disciple acted as if he had done something insignificant. Looking around, he quickly flew down and cupped his fists to Yu Chun. "Elder Yu, the sect master asked us to escort this group of people back first. He said that although the cultivation of this group of people isn't very good, they can still be used as coolies. They are quite useful for mining and transporting things. Moreover, there are many beautiful women among them that can be rewarded to the disciples who have contributed." "Elder Yu?" The free and unfettered sect's disciple reported, but found that Elder Yu didn't move at all. He couldn't help but feel strange. Looking up, he was surprised to find that Elder Yu was sweating profusely and had an incomparably difficult expression on his face. For a moment, he was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 927. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Storm Hall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Did your religion master say that?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. "Who are you?" The disciple glanced over at Yang Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And what's the problem?" This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate. The disciple replied matter-of-factly. When he saw Yang Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one. "Good," Yang Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. "Master." Seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. "Kill them all." Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black, without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts. No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered Spirit Temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "How dare you?" It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Kacha. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise. It's the 2 Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found? Hey, the man leading them looks familiar. Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples. Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely. Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Du Yishuang supported Fang Ziki and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode towards them with a smile on his face. After seeing his appearance, Du Yishuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Fang Ziki stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open. "Brother Fang, long time no see." Yang Kai stood in front of him and waved his hand to undo the seal on his body, and gently nodded. Fang Ziki didn't say anything, but still stared at Yang Kai. Suddenly he whispered, "Shuang, pinch me." "Why would I want to pinch you?" Du Yishuang asked in surprise. "I want to know if this is a dream." Du Yishuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, this is not a dream. In other words, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai. If it's not me, then who?" Yang Kai also laughed, and the previous haze in his heart was swept away. "Brother Yang, you finally appeared." Fang Ziki couldn't help but show an expression of relief and firmly grasped Yang Kai's hand and eagerly said, "Let's go back to High Heaven Pavilion. Our 3 sects have been bullied." Yang Kai nodded and narrowed his eyes. "I came because of this matter, so let's talk later. It's not safe here, so you have to come back with me." Fang Ziki nodded heavily and gritted his teeth. "We really have to go back." Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out from her, and all the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned by her suddenly regained their freedom. "Han Fei, you and Elder Shirkun bring up the rear, Li Rong and I will go first," Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong into the void corridor. Just as they flew to the entrance, another free and unfettered disciple appeared, and before he could understand the situation he saw a big hand coming towards him, and before he had time to react, he exploded into a bloody mist. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely. He then flashed into the void corridor and disappeared. After a moment of weightlessness, Yang Kai and Li Rong's eyes blurred as they appeared above a mining area. It was the Blood Battle Gang's mine. There were many people gathered below, divided into 3 groups. Standing midair, Yang Kai swept his eyes around and immediately determined that these three groups were based on the three nearby sects. Everyone's strength had been sealed, and the people closest to the Void Corridor were the Storm Hall's people, who were being cursed and whipped by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples, unable to control themselves as they passed through the Void Corridor. The people from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were still waiting. Yang Kai glanced at the people from High Heaven Pavilion and saw familiar faces. The attitude of the free and unfettered disciples towards these three sects was quite bad. At this moment, the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be arguing with several free and unfettered disciples, loudly shouting. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. Sassafras. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it downwards. *Shio. A whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the High Heaven Pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. "Who goes there?" A loud shout rang out as several Transcendent Realm cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. *Pupi. A few muffled sounds rang out as the several transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the Void Corridor, Fang Ziki took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. "Yang Kai is back. Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me." As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the Void Corridor and followed behind Fang Ziji. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Fang Ziji. "Yang Kai is back?" The cultivator from the three sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the two sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. "Li Rong, help!" Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his Yuan Qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why, after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here, and after the few Transcendent Realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shirkuan and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the High Heaven Pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fifth Elder Yu Zizai, and with the exception of 4th Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other High Heaven Pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back, the sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer." Chapter 9:28. Not at all, not at all, you came back just in time. Su Xianwu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, what remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law. Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Yang Kai. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the First Order Transcendent Realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Long time no see, your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Yang Kai had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Fang Ziqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had given to Su Yen had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. "Where's elder sister? Did she come back?" Sassafras looked around but did not find Su Yen among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. "No, don't worry, Su Yen is now in a very safe place," Yang Kai comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Yang Kai was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the 3 forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yang Kai, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuanqi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Yang Kai. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. "Where's Grand Master?" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. "Grand Sect Master went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be." Su Xianwu explained sadly. "Grand Sect Master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who is the Sect Master now?" Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. After all, none of the elders had reached the Transcendent Realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Sect Master began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sect's affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of Sect Master to me. I had no choice but to accept. No wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently, it's because your status is different." Kai Yang laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me." Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. "How could I compare to you? Right, brother-in-law, what's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you?" Third Order Transcendent Realm. "Ugh!" Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai Su was still only a Second Order Transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only First Order Transcendent Realm, but Yang Kai had already reached the Third Order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator. Now, only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right? Sassafras asked excitedly. She should also be a third-order transcendent. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, what's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else? Sassafras smiled bitterly. Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all. Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Yang Kai had guessed, the entrance to this world had appeared near the Free and Unfettered, so naturally the Free and Unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the 3 nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big fat piece of meat, the Free and Unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai Su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai Su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily. Many of my Blood Battle Gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts. Hu Man also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the 2 of them hadn't gone 1 step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster, not to mention finding Yang Kai as reinforcements. Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We'll listen to you. Storm Hall's Lord, Xiao Rua Han, walked up and looked at Yang Kai. Are they really going to bully us like this? Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples. Li Rong. Master. Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces, don't miss a single one. Yes. Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. Nephew Yang, don't be rash. Xiao Rua Han was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people. And there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm Master, apparently even stronger than a transcendent. Hu Man also chimed in, isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go? Saint Realm? Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. Don't worry, even if there is a Saint Realm Master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. What realm are those 2 in? Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention there is only 1 Saint Realm Master here. Even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents. Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage to the 3rd order Transcendent Realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the 2 women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's? Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. "Good girl." Hu Man quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, "It looks like you 2 still have a long way to go." Hu Mei Er looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, "Those 2 girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You 2 can't compare to them." "Why should we compare to them?" Hu Mei Er became more and more confused. Hu Jiao Er rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, "Who asked you to speak so much?" Hu Man smiled meaningfully. "Isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my 2 daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. And, father supports you, I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative, don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women." Hu Mei Er finally reacted and said shyly, "What are you talking about?" Hu Jiao Er smiled sinisterly, "If you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth." "I won't say it, I won't say it." Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, "This old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Now, when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood." Everyone. Yang Kai stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, "It's almost time to return to the sect." Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Storm House's invaders were all swept clean. All of them fell to the ground, dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor. A large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai." The shouts spread out and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters. This time, brother-in-law and brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital and drive them all away. Chase all of them away. The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jie, Where are you going? Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xie Hongqin standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xie Hongqin, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. Brother Jie? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xie Hongqin. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yan. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xie Hongqin no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xie Hongqin had also grown to the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. Brother Jie. Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. Brother Jie's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Xie Hongqin stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras, his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother? Sassafras shouted. Sect master. Xie Hongqin's legs went soft and he almost fell to his knees, pleading, Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone, but brother had no choice but to endure humiliation. Endure humiliation? Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. Brother, no matter how I look at it, you were like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it. Many people here saw it with their own eyes. But Xie Hongqin was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, Elders, this disciple knows his mistake. Please spare this disciple's life. The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, Spare your life? I can't wait to cut you into pieces. Xie Hongqin, you have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person. This old man was really blind. The other 3 elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xie Hongqin. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders. He deserved to be killed. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang. Xie Hongqin saw that the elders were not speaking up for him, so he looked at Yang Kai. I know you have the most face. You saved my life. I, Xie Hongqin, will repay this kindness. Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, Brother Xie, you talk too much. Xie Hongqin was stunned. I, Sassafras, was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xie Hongqin, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father. His crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xie Hongqin, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xie Hongqin's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy. Instead, they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xie Hongqin softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master, Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our two sects. Hu Man and Xiao Rua Han walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xie Hongchen's body, then hurriedly discussed with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other two sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. When he saw his senior sister, Xianxia, sleeping soundly on the bed, the moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill Unyielding Will. Xianxia and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The Martial Skill Pavilion was still the same Martial Skill Pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion's secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the Coiling Dragon Stream. Next to the Coiling Dragon Stream, the wind howled and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past. At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the Coiling Dragon Stream. Halfway down, Yang Kai nimbly turned around and entered the secluded cave he had painstakingly carved out all those years ago. Inside the secluded cave, there were some bonsai plants Xianxia had brought over. Without the evil demonic qi flowing down from the stream, many green vines had climbed up. There were even a few flowers blooming around the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was still the faint scent of Su Yan and Xianxia. This secluded cave was a secret place for the three of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan were having sex, the little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After walking around, seeing and reminiscing, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him feel very comfortable. With a burst of buzzing sounds, Yang Kai's flesh began to squirm, and the Yuan Qi flowing through his body surged like a river breaking through a dam. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course, but after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the third-order transcendent realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home, bowing respectfully. "Master, what instructions do you have for us?" These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. "I have some questions to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled, even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that Master doesn't understand about cultivation?" Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong." "Inappropriate?" Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness?" Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. And Master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop!" Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first, what do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but soon, the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?" "Why do you ask?" Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm. The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tell me more about it. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the Saint Realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the Saint Realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are two major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something Master must have deeply experienced. Yang Kai nodded gently. Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body, but after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the Saint Realm. Li Rong said excitedly, because what flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is not Yuan Qi. It's not Yuan Qi? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before. What flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and Saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones, Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to Saint crystals. Such an obvious truth, how could Yang Kai not understand? The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant. It's normal that no one told Master about this. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you. Kai Yang gently nodded. After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now? Kai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking. Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do, Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now, there is no way to speed up the process, we can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform, so the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, "How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion?" "Everything has been settled," Li Rong replied. "Good, then we should go." Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rush to the central capital, but because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present. Blood battle gangs Human, the twin flower sisters, storm houses Xiao Ruahan, and Fang Ziki were all gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital?" Sassafras suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Then I wish you victory and a triumphant return," Sassafras shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Sassafras grinned. "We know our place, so we won't drag you down, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a lesson, don't show any mercy." Yang Kai smiled and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I won't let any of them go back alive." Turning around, he shouted outside, "Shi Kuan. Subordinate is here." Shi Kuan answered and appeared. "You stay here and help me take care of the people here. If anyone dares to invade, report the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see who dares to offend my holy land." "Yes." Chapter 931. The Central Capital, the greatest city under the heavens. From a distance, the huge central capital looked like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, giving off a desolate aura that inspired awe. A blue light suddenly appeared 50 kilometers away from the central capital, and the figures of Yang Kai, Li Rong, and Han Fei appeared. "There's actually such a huge city here?" Li Rong's eyes flashed a look of surprise as she exclaimed. The scale of the central capital was extremely rare even in Tongxian realm. Li Rong found it hard to imagine how many years it had taken the indigenous people here to create such a huge city. "But there seems to be some traces of destruction," Han Fei frowned. "And more than 10 years ago, the central capital's earth vein erupted and the entire city was destroyed. When I left that year, everyone was busy rebuilding the central capital. Although more than 10 years have passed since then, it doesn't seem to have been completely rebuilt." Yang Kai gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital was slightly calm. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still see many people moving about. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from a corner of the central capital, illuminating Yang Kai's eyes. "Master, there seems to be a battle going on over there," Li Rong whispered. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and disappeared. At the central capital's south gate, a group of Transcendent Realm cultivator were fleeing in panic. The central capital's south gate was a gate used exclusively by the Yang family. All of the Yang family's direct descendants would pass through this gate when returning from outside. When Yang Kai returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he had also passed through this gate. At this moment, the fleeing Transcendent Realm cultivator were basically all masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. They were desperately running away with the goal of escaping from the central capital. However, behind them were 2 unparalleled enemies. "You bastards, you've run away quite fast, let's see where you'll run now." One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not showing any intention of immediately taking action, simply taunting them with a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. A group of trivial transcendents dares act presumptuous in front of me? Run away as fast as you can, don't let me catch you, or else you'll suffer a miserable fate. Everyone who was being chased had bloodshot eyes, but all of them were well aware of how tyrannical their enemy was, so they didn't dare to stop and fight. They could only use their martial skills as they fled, trying their best to delay the enemy's pace. But when these martial skills blasted onto the one-eyed middle-aged man, they were utterly unable to do anything to him. Only layers of ripples appeared around his body, and then the attacks were like stones that sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This caused the fleeing group of transcendents to lose all hope and despair. Cho Su, stop fooling around. Leader Wu is waiting for our report. Let's catch them quickly. In another direction, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure reminded the one-eyed middle-aged man. Cho Su glanced over at her and snorted, "There's no need for you to remind me." He then cursed in a low voice, "Little whore, you think you can order me around just because you've got a big tree like Wu Zheng? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Saying so, his expression became violent as he shouted towards the people below, "Run, run. If any of you are caught by me first, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Seeing you have some strength and some use, I allowed you to work for me, but you actually dared to find an opportunity to escape. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The words of this man and woman reached the ears of the people below, causing their expressions to become uglier and uglier. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man shouted in a low voice, "Brothers and sisters, disperse. Life and death are up to fate. If anyone can escape from here, you must survive. Find the young master and tell him what happened here." Everyone nodded and shouted, "Good luck." The next moment, everyone scattered in all directions. The man and woman chasing behind them saw this scene and didn't show the slightest surprise at all. The one-eyed man named Cho Su sneered, "You have some brains, I thought you would stop and fight with me, but it turns out you're not stupid. Don't make trouble, it'll be troublesome if you let them run away. You block their way forward, I'll block their way back." The voluptuous beauty shouted. At the same time, a surging force burst out from her body and an invisible barrier appeared behind the transcendent realm cultivator, blocking their retreat and pushing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their space of movement. Seeing that she had already taken action, Cho Su no longer spoke nonsense and used the same method to block the path of the cultivator below. *********. One figure after another slammed into the invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear in midair. These cultivator were all forced back dizzily, their faces ugly. Two sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, back to back, and look up at the man and woman in the sky. There was no door to heaven, no road to hell. Under absolute strength, they could only be toyed with in the hands of the enemy, unable to resist at all. "Xioli, it's okay for me to kill one person to vent my anger, right?" Cho Su looked at the voluptuous beauty with his only remaining eye. The beautiful woman called Xioli frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "They're not very strong, what's the use of killing them? The reason why sect leader Wu spared their lives is to make them surrender and work for us. As long as this group surrenders, the rest will be easy to deal with. The world energy here is not rich, and the resources are not abundant, but there are many people. It's fine to take them to the mines and do some rough work. Of course I know sect leader Wu's intentions, but if I don't kill their spirit, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart." Cho Su slowly shook his head. Seeing him like this, Xioli felt disgusted, but she didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly, "Fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I will definitely report this matter to sect leader Wu. I know you have a good relationship with sect leader Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I am the pavilion master of Heaven's Seeking Pavilion. It's not up to him to control me." If you want to kill, Just do it, don't talk nonsense, Xiaoli shouted impatiently. Cho Su sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them. She'll be fine, I like to kill women, especially beautiful women. Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xiaoli, intentionally or unintentionally. Xiaoli snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him. The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale. Yu Xian. The others all paled. Tang Yu Xian smiled bleakly. Life and death are up to the heavens. Don't resist. The place they came from should be where the little lord went. When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters. Everyone shook their heads. Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Cho Su stood in the air and laughed wildly. They've gone too far, I'll kill them. Tu Feng roared, his blood chi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed. Ying Jiao's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ying Jiao's figure to stiffen in place. Cho Su laughed loudly. I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Tang Yu Xian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yu Xian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yu Xian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yu Xian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Cho Su, the look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Cho Su to stare blankly. Xiao. A sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Cho Su and Tang Yu Xian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yu Xian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. Who's there? Cho Su and Xiaoli's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The transcendent realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the 3 figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. Little Lord! Yang Kai nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yu Xian, Ying Jiao, Jili, Xiao Shun, Yanling Xing, Wu Ju, most of the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were here. Is Yu Xian all right? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yu Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. It's just a minor injury, little Lord doesn't need to worry. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath. For you. Cho Su frowned, quietly stood beside Xiaoli and asked in a stern voice. Xiao. The heaven-punishing spear hit thin air and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Cho Su was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens divine skills, unable to resist at all, his face pale. Dodge, keep dodging, let's see how long you can hide. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Cho Su's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Cho Su as golden light shot out from it. Cho Su didn't have time to respond. Simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Aren't you a saint? Go all out and fight. Why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means. Today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master. Yang Kai grinned coldly, following up with the heaven-punishing spear. The profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now, basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today, this one-eyed man named Cho Su had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth, and now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Cho Su so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Cho Su's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared. A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent. Because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xioli so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. "Father will fight with you." While dodging in a sorry state, Cho Su suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Cho Su's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's Yuan Qi erupted and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Cho Su, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood midair as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack but also sending him flying. Cho Su only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth's cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zheng!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Cho Su, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure yuan qi was sent by Yang Kai into Cho Su's body. Cho Su tried to resist but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Hong, Cho Su's body exploded. In mid-air, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her." Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood." Han Fei responded, her tender body flickering as she arrived beside Xiao Li, her jade white hands casually patting her body a few times. The next moment, the surface of the enchanting woman's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gradually, she was frozen like a lifelike ice sculpture. The panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the layer of ice. The ice sculpture fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering into pieces. This enchanting woman also died without leaving behind even her bones. "Who dares commit murder here?" A roar came from the distance, and a moment later, an old man with a ruddy complexion appeared, his expression extremely angry as he glanced around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, this old man couldn't help paling. "Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master." "Little Lord." All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded, "It's fine, let's head back first." By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Zheng had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious, Dong Suju constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suju ignored the fourth master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai. "Mother!" Yang Kai called out eagerly. Dong Suju looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly. Yang Kai couldn't breathe. Li Rong watched this scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister, never having expected that she was actually her master's mother. "Good, everyone is waiting. Why are you hugging Kai so tightly?" Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time and couldn't help but come forward and remind her. "I don't care about them, this is my son." Dong Suju burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. "Father!" Yang Kai grinned and greeted fourth master Yang. Well done. The Yang family fourth master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news, so naturally he and Dong Suju were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the fourth master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down and she let go of Yang Kai. Wait for the evening, we'll talk again as a family. Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood. 9th brother. The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. 2nd brother, how do you feel about being the family head? Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed. If you don't lead the family head, you won't know how expensive daily necessities are. 2nd brother always thought too simply. If I was given another chance, I wouldn't have participated in the inheritance war. Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, besides Yang Kai, the most suitable one to be the family head was naturally Yang Zhao. Although the eldest brother, Yang Wei, had great personal strength, he was obsessed with the martial Dao and didn't care about anything else. The family's elder Mo also didn't feel comfortable leaving the family head to him. So after Yang Kai left, the family had been managed by Yang Zhao. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the other brothers had all settled down and had children of their own. Let's talk inside, it's been a long time since we've been together. Yang Zhao stepped aside and said. In the Yang family spirit hall, Yang Kai, under the orders of the 4th master, came in and offered incense to the ancestors. According to the 4th master's words, the reason why they were able to escape this disaster was all because of the blessings of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai could only comply with his 4th master's wishes. After paying his respects, Yang Kai walked out of the spirit hall and followed the 4th master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone's expression changed as they stared towards him. Grand Master! Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su in the crowd at a glance and quickly rushed over, shouting happily. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to have been seriously injured, his face as white as paper, his body trembling slightly as he stood there. Yang Kai's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious, I was just hit by that man named Wu Zheng. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here today. Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, instead reaching out and placing his hand on Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining it. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly. His grandmaster's injuries weren't light, but they weren't life-threatening. With his current means, it wouldn't be difficult to treat him. Grandmaster, take this pill. Yang Kai placed a pill in his hand. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and saying, we'll talk about this another time, I need to refine this pill first. Master, I'll see you off. 4th Master Yang quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Tai Su leave. Senior Ling was injured by that man in order to save us, Tu Feng suddenly said. This time, if it weren't for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught. Fortunately, Little Lord appeared in time and prevented Senior Ling's efforts from going to waste. Tang Yuxian lowered her head with some shame. Don't worry about it, since Grand Master acted like this, he must have his own considerations. Isn't everything fine now? Yang Kai smiled. Come in and sit down. Inside the hall, everyone crowded in and found a place to sit down. Those who didn't have a seat simply stood around, all of them turning their eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. 2nd brother, did the family suffer any losses this time? Yang Kai casually found a place to sit down and asked Yang Zhao. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy, and even Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. The biggest loss was the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people arrived, we didn't know their strength was so great. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle, and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Yang Kai had an impression of Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out, Chu Gao Yi Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Zong, they're all dead. Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ying Jiao had followed Yang Kai from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Chapter 934. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the surviving blood warriors all wore solemn expressions. In addition to the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family's elderly elders had also died in battle. The first elder of the Long Chalk Hall, Yang Zhen, had died tragically at the hands of the free and unfettered. It could be said that the arrival of this catastrophe had caused the entire Yang family's high-end strength to shrink by nearly half, the biggest blow it had ever suffered. Not only the Yang family, but almost every one of the central capital's 8 great families had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Wu Zheng didn't want to kill them all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of these central capital's masters, they wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble, so after a brief period of slaughter, he had sealed the strength of the various great families' masters and ordered them to submit to him and work for him. He had set his sights on the human resources here. Whether he could take the people here to Tong Xian realm to work as coolies or sell them as slaves, he could make a considerable fortune. It was also because of this that the central capital's 8 great families had not suffered a devastating blow and had retained a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's methods are extraordinary and his strength is earth-shattering. Can the people you brought really deal with him? Yang Zhao asked worriedly. I never thought there would be such a powerful person in this world, some of the elders also said worriedly. Whether or not we can deal with him, seeing is believing, Yang Kai chuckled, listening carefully for a moment before nodding. She's back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed into the hall from outside, wrapping herself in a bone-chilling aura as Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, tossed the head to the ground, and bowed to Yang Kai. Master, I was fortunate to not fail my mission. You've worked hard, Yang Kai gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head rolling on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened eyes that had lost all light, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and shouted, It's Wu Zheng. Is he really dead? Good. The eyes of many Yang family members lit up, their spirits rising. Turning to look at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Previously, Li Rong had rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng. Her actions were swift and decisive, and before anyone could react, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples had inexplicably died. None of them had seen Li Rong's methods, so they didn't know just how tyrannical she was. But now, seeing Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei with her own eyes, she naturally understood just how powerful this icy beauty was. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Many people even leaned over to take a closer look, wanting to see if that was really Wu Zheng's head. After confirming it, his body trembled. Ninth brother, this lady is… Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly, a strange light flashing across his eyes. We are master's subordinates, Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstand. Subordinate. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. His ninth brother had been gone for more than 10 years without any news, but as soon as he returned, he had brought such powerful subordinates with him, sweeping away the enemy and saving the central capital. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had been helpless when facing an enemy invasion. Comparing the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. But this is good, with this lady's strength, my Yang family will no longer need to fear being bullied. Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving? All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suju, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, Kai? Do you still want to leave? Yang Kai smiled, I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me. Together? Yang Zhao frowned. I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm and give up on the central capital. The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, in the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came, next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital. Someone else will come? Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wu Zheng dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions. Yang Kai nodded. If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace? Second brother is not belittling himself, but after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. And I still have some weight over there and can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location? And I've already found a place, you don't have to worry about that. Yang Zhao asked again, what about cultivation materials? We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right? Yang Kai chuckled, what I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated, Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade? Above spirit grade, Yang Kai explained. Then what are crystal stones? Tang Yuxian also asked. These things are called crystal stones. Yang Kai casually tossed one to her. Tang Yuxian caught it and the other blood warriors also gathered around to examine it, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, their eyes filled with amazement. Heavens, this thing contains a lot of energy. And it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into one's own yuan qi. If we had this thing in battle, wouldn't we be able to quickly recover? Exclamations continued to ring out as the blood warriors' faces flushed with excitement. And the world spirit chi over there is not something that can be compared to here. The world spirit chi over there is much denser than here. That's why the cultivation speed of the cultivators over there is much faster than here. Yang Kai described all the wonderful things of Tongxian realm, causing the eyes of the Yang family group to light up more and more as they listened, filled with more and more expectation. The world energy aura was rich, there was no need to worry about their own safety, there were plenty of cultivation materials, and there was a place to settle down. Yang Kai had already arranged everything, all they needed to do was follow him. Of course, I just hope that you can come with me to Tongxian realm. If some of you are reluctant to leave this place, I won't force you. After speaking for a while, Yang Kai made his attitude clear. Those who want to stay here can still do so. Not everyone is as hateful as Wu Zheng. Perhaps the masters who come here in the future won't bully the weak. You can make your own choice. My Chiu family will go with you. I wonder if little Lord is willing to take us with him? Suddenly, a tender voice called out from outside the hall. Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look outside. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was pretending to be calm, anyone could see that she could not hide the excitement and joy in her heart. The Chiu family's patriarch has arrived. Yang Zhao got up and greeted. Beauty, long time no see. Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked into the hall. Chiu Meng. Just as decisive and resolute as before anyone else had even made a decision, she had chosen a direction and entrusted her own interests and future to Yang Kai without hesitation. And long time no see. Chiu Meng's eyelashes trembled a few times as a look of grievance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and calmly greeted him. Sister Luo. Yang Kai then turned to the woman standing behind her and nodded. This woman's chest was quite large, and she was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Chiu Meng's best friend. After more than 10 years apart, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, so she simply nodded lightly and hid behind Chiu Meng. She didn't know why, but when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help thinking of the ash-gray cloud evil land girl named by Luo. My Chiu family will go with you. Would little Lord be willing to take more people with him? Chiu Meng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so polite. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't intend to only bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you're willing, naturally that's for the best. Seems you still have some conscience. Chiu Meng glared at him before smiling widely, the hall suddenly brightening up. I heard that young Lord Kai is back. Is that true? Another shout sounded from outside the door, full of excitement. Just as this voice fell, the Hua family's Hua stars rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around and shouting, "Where is young Lord Kai?" The next moment he saw Yang Kai standing not far away and rushed over, giving Yang Kai a bear hug and patting his back fiercely. Brother, you're back. Chiu Meng missed you so much. Chiu Meng's pretty face changed as she grit her teeth and shouted, Stars Hua, do you want me to tear your mouth off? The Hua family young lord grinned meaningfully before letting go of Yang Kai, his smile becoming more and more brilliant. Brother, I missed you too. You little brat, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How did your cultivation fall so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, feeling happy to see familiar faces. Chapter 935. During the Inheritance War, all those who had followed Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang had used her myriad drug liquid to create a pool of medicinal liquid that allowed them to be reborn and purified, improving their aptitude to varying degrees. Hua Stars and Chiu Meng, as well as other important figures, had obtained even greater benefits. It could be said that their future achievements would not be too low. Even if they stayed in the central capital, they could still break through to the transcendent realm. After 10 years, Chiu Meng had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but Hua Stars, who was not inferior to her, was only at the 6th stage, which surprised Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't understand why his cultivation had fallen so far behind. Listening to Yang Kai's question, Many people in the Yang family hall snickered, as if they knew the inside story. Qiu Yimeng covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Hua Stars wore a bitter expression as he cried, "Young Lord Kai, you don't know, this brother's life is very hard," he continued. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange as he became speechless. The Hua family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Hua Zheng, only had one son, Hua Stars, while he had a large number of daughters, all of whom he regarded as treasures and cared for in every way possible. After Hua Stars took over the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch and began to arrange marriages for Hua Stars, allowing him to start a family. Over the past 10 years, the Hua family had selected more than a dozen young ladies for Hua Stars to fill his harem. Hua Stars, under the coercion of many of his elders, worked hard every day to prolong the Hua family's bloodline. Working so hard, it would be strange if Hua Stars' cultivation didn't fall behind. This young lord already has 15 concubines and 1 wife. Stars Hua looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression. He patted his shoulder and sighed, "I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance. Although they are all beauties, this young master is really unable to do so." Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, "My condolences." Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. It seemed that news of Yang Kai's return had already spread. Following Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. Meng family patriarch Meng Shan-yi, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5, Meng Shan-yi and Lu Qingyao were quite familiar with Yang Kai, but he didn't know much about the remaining 3. Naturally, they had come together this time because they had heard the news of Yang Kai's return and how he had defeated the free and unfettered. They wanted to ask what they should do next. Learning that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family away from the central capital and go to Tongxian realm, the 5 of them couldn't make a decision for a while. A family's affairs were not something they could casually decide. On top of that, they also had concerns. During the inheritance war, the ones who had the closest relationship with Yang Kai were naturally the Hua family and the Qiu family. Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing had also been assisting Yang Kai, so it was natural for them to follow Yang Kai now. However, the remaining 5 families had all opposed Yang Kai in the past. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to take a stand. Yang Kai casually invited them to follow him to Tongxian realm. The events of the past were already in the past, so Yang Kai didn't care. No matter what, these 5 families were still from the central capital. If he could help them, it was only a small matter for Yang Kai. However, the 5 of them all said that they would go back and carefully discuss with their respective elders before making a decision. After the 5 left, the hall was not quiet for long before countless more people arrived. All of them were friends of the Yang family who participated in the inheritance war. 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Shaoqi, Yi Han, Lu Qingru, Hua Ruoyin. Water Moon Halls Feng Qianhen. Pure Heart Palaces Li Exan Yuan. Reflecting Moon Sects Chen Shui Shu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure Instrument Sects Tao Yang, Zhao Rong. Ghost King Valleys Leng Shan, Chen Yi, Chen In. After Yang Kai left, these people had been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family was also grateful for their assistance to Yang Kai and had signed some contracts with the sects these people belonged to, leaving them in charge of managing the central capital. As such, these people had been living in the central capital, acting as the liaison between the Yang family and their respective sects. This time's disaster, none of them had been affected and all of them were unscathed. Old friends meeting again was a joyous occasion. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace had all grown up and had become more mature. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Yang Kai told them about his plans for this trip and all of them said that they would consult their sect elders first before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the Elder Hall's people whether they want to come with me or not. Give me a reply as soon as possible, I'll be staying here for a while." There's no need to discuss, ninth brother, since you've arranged everything, my young family will naturally follow you, Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objecting. The blood warriors were even more excited, secretly happy to be able to follow their little lord and serve him again. Good, then take advantage of this time to pack up your things and bring your most important things with you. As for the supplies, you can give them up, they won't be worth much in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai said before turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng and Huixing. The Hua family young lord nodded, whatever Qiu Yimeng does, I will do. Her vision is much longer than mine. I'm going to take the Qiu family to Tongxian realm. Qiu Yimeng glanced over at him. Huixing shrugged his shoulders, then I'll go back and inform my father so the family can pack up quickly. Saying so, he quickly left. Then we'll also pack up quickly. Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family members in the hall. Just as ninth brother said, keep everything simple, don't bring anything you don't need. Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman remained in the hall. Master will wait for you outside. Tell my father and mother that I have a lot of time to spend with them in the future, Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying 100 kilometers away in a flash of blue light. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei's tender bodies flickered and also disappeared, rushing to the fourth master's mansion to accompany his parents in place of Yang Kai. Chapter 936. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly up directly but instead took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This was a holy land in the hearts of all the world's alchemists. Here was where the world's #1 alchemist grandmaster, Xiao Fu Sheng, lived. Anyone who came here would not disregard etiquette and fly up the mountain. Many years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley. Although he had never learned the alchemic way from Grandmaster Xiao, this old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On Yang Kai's path of growth, these lessons had helped him a lot. Yang Kai respected this kind grandmaster from the bottom of his heart, as well as the two beautiful women who served him. They had given Yang Kai the best resources they could. Yang Kai was very grateful for their generosity and help. This time, he was prepared to take the three of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fu Sheng's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he had never been able to achieve this. As long as they arrived in Tongxian realm, with the resources there and Xiao Fu Sheng's methods, refining a spirit-grade pill would not be difficult. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards Hidden Cloud Peak, looking at the herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he had lived here. Couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley was not much different from before. Wu Zheng had taken a group of people to the central capital and High Heaven Pavilion to commit crimes, but it didn't seem to affect this place. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As always, there were only a few huts, very simple and crude. 2 plump figures were sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves to prevent it from getting dirty. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads, the one standing in front wiping the sweat from her forehead as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted them loudly. "You are?" Auntie Xiang froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, putting down the broom in her hand and quickly greeting him, "Yang Kai." "It's me." Auntie Lan also hurried over and gently nodded. She examined him from head to toe and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's been so many years since we last met. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Yes, you're much stronger than before. In the past, your body didn't look very good." Auntie Xiang warmly greeted him. "Come in and sit." "Yes." Inside the thatched cottage, Yang Kai, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan sat down at a simple table. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Auntie Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't be so formal." Aunt Lan is too polite. Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and said with a smile, "Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Auntie Lan and Auntie Xiang haven't changed at all. They are still as young as before." The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. "You have a glib tongue. You only know how to please people." Auntie Xiang glared at him. "You've deceived a lot of young girls, haven't you?" "No." Yang Kai scratched his head. "I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went, but now you're back?" "I've only been back for a few days." "It's good that you're back safely. Grandmaster used to talk about you a lot, saying that you were clearly proficient in alchemy but acted like you didn't know anything. When you first came here, you deceived him." Back then, I really didn't understand. Where is Grandmaster? Why haven't I seen him? Is he in secluded retreat to perform alchemy again?" Yang Kai asked. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Grandmaster? He passed away 5 years ago." Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Yang Kai froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Xiao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly, he had passed away 5 years ago. "Grandmaster?" Yang Kai opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Yang Kai took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full, the aura was dense and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. "So we don't need to feel sad for him. However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy, there must be a higher grade above it." Yang Kai's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Xiao Fu Xing's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason Xiao Fu Xing was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. "Where is Grandmaster buried?" Yang Kai looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." Hidden Cloud Peak. In a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death. There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings. While Yang Kai was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained. "If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come to see him, he would definitely be very happy." Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Auntie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks. "It's my duty," Yang Kai nodded gently. Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan. Chapter 937. Yang Kai turned his head and stared in the direction the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Above Fragrance City, the beggar was flying at a high speed, looking back anxiously in the direction of the palace, but he couldn't see the young man at all. Suspicious, he hurriedly searched for him, but in the blink of an eye, that young man had actually caught up with him and was now flying side by side with him. His demeanor was relaxed and relaxed. The beggar's eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe that he had been surpassed in speed. What he excelled at the most was his burst of speed, and he believed that no one in this world could match him, even if it was the demon Lord Yang Bai. He had also praised this young man's speed and admitted his inferiority. But this young man had actually caught up with him first, and from the looks of it he hadn't even used his full strength. How could he not be shocked? Shadow King, don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and a scorching hot power erupted from his body. An invisible fist struck the beggar, catching him off guard. The beggar's figure was suddenly thrown into disarray, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, flipping through the air. He tumbled. After a long time, the beggar managed to stabilize himself and stand in the air, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Unwillingness and fear filled his face. He had not expected that not only was he inferior to his opponent in terms of speed, but his opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength. Realizing the huge gap between him and his opponent, his thoughts of resistance and escape faded. The other party was right. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was a futile struggle. The burst of power midair alarmed the cultivator in Fragrance City, and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the beggar in front of the Queen's master's palace? Yeah, he stays at the entrance of the palace all day long. I don't know how the Queen's master can stand him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at him now, he doesn't seem to be a simple beggar. This person's strength is so great. Why is he in such dire straits? Until now? Who is that young man? He seems to be even more powerful." The exclamations continued, and the cultivator of Fragrance City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly. After a short while, the street below, as he spoke, the roof was filled with people. There were even quite a few courageous cultivator who flew into the air and gathered around, putting on an expression as if they were watching a good show. Yang Kai turned a blind eye to this. He really didn't put the strength of Fragrance City's cultivator in his eyes. "Little brat from the Yang family, do you really want to kill us all?" The beggar shouted in grief and indignation. "It's not that I want to kill them all." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious. One of the 6 great evil kings, the Lightning Flash Shadow King, is actually so powerful. Why are you disguising yourself as a beggar and hiding in Fragrance City?" "Lightning Flash Shadow King?" A series of exclamations rang out from below. Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way? That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King? It does look a bit like him. It really is the Lightning Flash Shadow King who disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and is hiding in Fragrance City. Fuck, when I passed by him a few days ago, I even spat at him. Isn't this a dead end?" The person who spoke had a pale expression. The beggar's complexion paled as he trembled with fear. "I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right?" Another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying "you're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. "Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart, ha." Another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity, everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profound Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 great evil kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 great evil kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yang Bai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yang Bai died in battle and the 6 great evil kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Shanqing Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died, others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Yang Kai hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Shanqing Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Yang Kai's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Yang Kai not to notice him. Yang family little brat, I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing? Shadow King yelled harshly. Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Shanqing Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Harm her? Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting, Are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it? Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. But yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today. Shadow King struggled for a moment but soon found that this Yuan-Chi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. The fact that he had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it. Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She was also taken away. Yang Kai sighed at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the Dragon Lady would actually leave the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to find him and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian realm, so why had she not come to see him? Yang Kai had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. When the Dragon Lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Yang Kai felt somewhat melancholy. Suddenly, he felt like he was being cheapened. I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted. Just like before. Chapter 938. Inside the beguiling Demon Queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly raised his head, an unyielding look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and waved his hand. Scram, I have no interest in killing you. Shadow King stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, apparently not having expected him to be willing to let him go. The reason he had chosen to live as a beggar these past few years was because he was afraid the masters of the central capital would find trouble with him. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he actually had a chance to survive? Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai shouted. Shadow King gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was the Shadow King, but he had to endure humiliation to survive. It was one thing for him to be looked down upon by the world, but now, this young man in front of him was casually yelling at him, not taking him seriously at all. This made him feel very unjust. He wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Shanqing Luo went to the Spider Mother's nest before she left. She seemed to have found something there. If you want to find her, you may find some clues there." Saying so, Shadow King turned around and left. Spider Mother's nest. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He naturally remembered this place clearly. Back then, a seventh-order monster beast that could communicate with humans through divine sense lived there, the Spider Mother. It was also the only seventh-order monster beast in the entire world. Shanqing Luo's poisonous widow constitution originated from it, and the aphrodisiac poison in her body was neutralized by the Spider Mother's monster core. "Young Master Yang," Yunli called out softly, "are you going to find the Queen Master? Let's go take a look, she may not still be there. And she should have left long ago." "Oh, then young Master Yang should be careful." Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing nodded lightly, not bothering to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai glanced at them and suddenly said, "Your master is no longer here, what are you doing here?" Yunli smiled and said disappointedly, "Where else can we go? If we stay here, at least we'll have a place to live, but if we go somewhere else, with our current strength and appearance, young Master Yang should be well aware of what awaits us outside." The three women, one big and two small, all looked pretty good, but they didn't have much strength. If they really lost the protection of this place and went outside, they would only become the playthings of men. "I'll take you with me. Are you coming with me?" Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Yunli's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Ruoyu and Ruoqing before nodding. "Good, if young Master Yang can reunite with the Queen's Master in the future, we can continue to serve the Queen's Master. Then you guys pack up, I'll be back as soon as possible." "Oh right, ask the others in the palace if they want to leave. I remember there are still 2 maids, right?" Yang Kai instructed, and Yunli hurriedly complied. An hour later, in the Broodmother's lair, Yang Kai stood in the air and looked down at the huge spider statue. He had never thought carefully about how this giant spider statue had come to be, but now that he had come here more than a decade later, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. In the past, there had been countless giant spiders here, and the Spider Mother had also lived here, but in the end, they were still monster beasts, so it was impossible for them to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to have undergone many vicissitudes of life, and Yang Kai estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, there was no sign of life in the Broodmother's lair. After the Spider Mother's death, the giant spiders that had originally lived here had all disappeared. When Yang Kai arrived, he didn't see a single living creature. Descending, Yang Kai arrived in front of the statue and entered through the mouth of the giant spider. Inside the statue, there was a huge space filled with sticky spider silk, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. Obviously, no one had entered this place for many years. Yang Kai looked around and suddenly his brow furrowed as he stared in a certain direction. There, he saw an altar-like object with a series of crisscrossing grooves that seemed to form some kind of strange spirit array. At this moment, there were some dark black things inside this spirit array. Yang Kai saw at a glance that these dark black things were the remnants of dried blood. The altar wasn't very big, at most able to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing on it. Yang Kai stared at it and could clearly see that there were 2 different sets of footprints on the altar. Because they had stepped on blood, they had left behind traces that would not be erased. Were these footprints left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo? Yang Kai didn't know, but he felt a faint aura from this altar. Although it was very faint, it couldn't escape his perception. The altar had been damaged, and there were many cracks on its surface. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, but unexpectedly it couldn't even withstand this small amount of force and collapsed. Staring blankly at everything in front of him, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. There was a strange spirit array on the altar, and there was also a faint aura of the void, so it wasn't difficult to infer that a void corridor had once appeared here. If the 2 pairs of bloody footprints were really left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo, they must have passed through a void corridor and left this world. Where could they have gone? When Yang Kai separated from the Dragon Lady, she was only a first-order transcendent. Such strength was nothing in Tongxian realm. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't find any useful clues, so he left the huge spider statue and stretched out his hand towards the void. Heaven-covering hand. A huge palm print descended from the sky and slammed into the spider statue. Rocks rolled down, and the statue shattered. Dust flew up, and the statue was buried underground forever. Yang Kai's mood was subtly complex. When he left the central capital this time, he had gone to a total of 2 places, wanting to take 2 groups of people to Tongxian realm, but unfortunately, Xiao Fuxing of Medicine King's Valley had already passed away. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had volunteered to stay behind to accompany him, and Shanqing Luo from Fragrance City had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai hadn't accomplished a single thing he had planned. Helplessly, Yang Kai returned to the palace in Fragrance City where Yun Li and the other maids had already prepared for him. In addition to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, there were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before Shanqing Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang nodded. Yang Kai. Cousin. 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yen running towards him from a short distance away. Dong Qing Han was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful. His cousin Dong Qing Yen had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these 2 cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qing Yen rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, you've become much more handsome. Your little mouth is quite sweet. Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qing Yen just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Cousin, do you have any reward for me? Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Qing Han smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. I'll give you this. Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dong Qing Yen, saying seriously, take good care of this. It's a precious treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into Yuan Qi. Whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit. Dong Qing Yan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising. This thing is so clear and beautiful. It's like a huge gem. Are you really giving it to me? What's the point of taking back something you've already given away? Thank you, cousin. Dong Qing Yen was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing. Little sister, go play somewhere else. I have something to discuss with Yang Kai. Dong Qing Han winked at Dong Qing Yen. Acting so mysterious, it's definitely not something good. Dong Qing Yen snorted and ran off. Leaving behind only the 2 cousins, Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he asked, I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tongxian Realm. What's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family. Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he quickly asked, but is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly. Yang Kai comforted. When I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there, suitable for young people. Ha! Dong Qinghan laughed. I was just asking casually, but since Qiu Yimeng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Qiu Yimeng's vision more. Yang Kai was speechless. When does your Yang family plan to leave? As soon as possible. The journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer. So long? Dong Qinghan's face changed. The vastness of Tongxian realm is far beyond your imagination, so your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there. Good. Dong Qinghan nodded. I'll arrange it. The majestic man frowned, showing an interested expression. And it's someone from my demon race. Could it be Go Che? The woman shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If Go Che came here, he would definitely act with us. How could he come here alone? It's not Go Che? Then who else in my demon race would have such a cultivation? The man showed a puzzled look, but his expression suddenly changed. No, there's also a human. This human's aura, why does it feel so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? He muttered softly, but still couldn't figure out where he had seen this human before. Just as he was puzzled though, the graceful woman's expression suddenly changed and she shouted, I know who it is. The woman sneered softly, it's really a small world, so it's that woman. Speak clearly. The man impatiently shouted in a low voice. The woman glanced over at him coldly and snorted, Do you remember when I was injured 2 or 3 years ago? The man thought for a moment and said with a gloating expression, You mean you went to the human race's territory without permission and were injured by a human race master? Of course I remember. What's the matter? Is it related to this human? The woman ground her teeth and said, How could it be related? The one who attacked me at that time was her. She was clearly a member of my demon race, yet she willingly colluded with a human. It was a great shame to my race. The man raised his brow and grinned. Then today you'll have a chance to get your revenge. The woman coldly said, She's not weak. At that time she was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to fight me to a draw. How is that possible? Are you still asleep? The man paled. You're a dignified demon general. How could you not even be able to defeat an opponent a minor realm lower than you? That woman is different from the others. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from that clan. Which clan? The woman glanced over at him faintly and quickly said, The clan that served great demon god back then. The man paled and his expression became gloomy, as if he was very afraid of this clan, hesitating for a moment before asking, Are you sure she's from that clan? I fought her before, how could I not know? The divine technique she displayed was the demon god transformation passed down to that clan by great demon god. That's really strange. That clan actually still has a bloodline? The man's expression gradually became excited, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his eyes filled with greed. Mengge, are you interested in her? The woman glanced over at him and asked casually. I'm not interested in her, but I'm interested in the demon god transformation. The man named Mengge chuckled meaningfully. I'm also interested. The woman giggled. How about this? You and I will join forces. There are 3 people here, 2 of them are descendants of that clan, and 1 of them is a human. We'll each take one of those 2. As for that human. You're also interested in that human? Mengge looked at her with some surprise, suddenly becoming vigilant. Shueli, what kind of wicked idea is this? What is it about that human that you care about? With his understanding of this poisonous woman, if this human wasn't too special, it would be impossible for her to have such thoughts. This human was only a third-order transcendent, so in front of the two-demon general, he was as weak as an ant and could be easily killed. Xueli giggled. Mengo, you're thinking too much. It's just that human escaped from my sand city and caused this queen to lose a great deal of face, so I want to take him back and torture him to vent the hatred in this queen's heart. Mengu was startled and also remembered this matter. In the past, a human had escaped from Sand City, which was under Xueli's control, and this matter had spread throughout the demon land for quite some time. The other demon general regarded this matter as a laughingstock for Xueli and would make fun of her every time they met, causing Xueli to be quite annoyed. Do as you wish. Mengu waved his hand impatiently. As long as you don't harm my interests, don't blame me for being impolite. Xueli nodded with satisfaction, a faint light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Chapter 940. That human brat had indeed escaped from Sand City, but he had the demon god golden blood in his body. This was a secret Xueli had not told anyone. This time, as long as she could catch that boy and absorb the demon god golden blood in his body, her strength would reach the peak of the demon land and she would become the first female demon commander in history. What kind of glory was this? Thinking of this, the blood in Xueli's body began to boil. They're coming towards us. Their courage is quite big, Mengu sneered softly, standing high up in the air, not showing any intention of evading. With the two demon general here, they had nothing to fear. It's Xueli! Yang Kai shouted. As the distance closed, he also noticed the identity of the master on the other side, his brow furrowing slightly, but there's also another master. This aura is somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? Both he and Mungo felt a sense of déjà vu at the same time. Master, you must be careful. Yang Kai nodded, his thoughts turning sharply. Just now, he had noticed the aura of a master approaching from a different direction, which made Yang Kai very concerned, so he had left the team and brought Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that the one approaching was actually Xueli, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting to Tongxian realm. He had come from High Heaven Pavilion, so where had Xueli come from? A moment later, Yang Kai's group of 3 appeared in the vision of the two demon general. Pausing, they stared at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in this place. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Xueli's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a scorching anger, as if she wanted to burn the world down, sneering gloomily. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your tone isn't small. Mengu laughed as he looked at Yang Kai with interest, frowning as he asked, Boy, have we met somewhere before? Why do I find you familiar? Or you? Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that this guy looked familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. I am a subordinate of the demon lord, the demon general Mungo. Mungo replied proudly. Mungo? Yang Kai was startled, and his expression became strange. He chuckled. No wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mungo looked at him suspiciously. What? Don't you remember me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Do you still remember the person who killed one of your avatars? Mungo's face changed. He carefully observed Yang Kai's face and finally had an impression of him. He shouted, It's you. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, one of Mungo's avatars had been destroyed by Yang Kai using the demon's sealing chain. This was many years ago, so not only had Yang Kai's impression of him faded, but so had Mungo, so when the two of them met again, they only felt each other was familiar. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Mungo's anger surged as he sneered, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you would deliver yourself to me today. Good, today I'll take my revenge and vent the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, His malevolent aura almost condensed into a tangible substance and rushed towards Yang Kai. Xue Li's face changed drastically and she waved her hand, sending out a blood-red light to intercept Mungo's malevolent aura. She shouted, "Mungo, you and I agreed before, this human is mine. If you dare kill him, I'll make you pay." Mungo didn't care about her threat at all and just sneered, "Today, he will die, no one can stop me." "Xue Li, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship." What happened back then was a great shame to Mungo, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Yang Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Yang Kai alive, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first." Xue Li refused to be outdone and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Xue Li and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded, "We'll deal with this human later, first we need to deal with these two women." "That's what I was thinking." Xue Li nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. "Go, there's no need to show mercy," Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed, "Little brat, your tone is quite big, aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully." Xue Li also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Xue Li and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Xue Li's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palms smashed through the barrier of Xue Li's blood qi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Xue Li avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. "Your cultivation?" Xue Li's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Xue Li to a draw, but this time, as soon as she attacked, Xue Li felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Xue Li to be at a loss. This world is big and everyone has their own destiny. I can only take care of my family and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heaven's holy land as soon as possible is the right thing to do. What Master says is right. Li Rong gently nodded in agreement. A moment later, the group of three returned to the group. Fourth Master Yang asked a few simple questions, but Yang Kai brushed him off. After a month of trekking, the thousands of people finally arrived at High Heaven Pavilion and joined up with the people from the three nearby sects. From the change in Yang Kai's expression, She also noticed that something was wrong, as if some great danger was approaching, causing Qiu Yimeng's face to go pale. Listen, if you feel the fluctuations of a battle coming from that side, immediately arrange for everyone here to pass through the void corridor. Don't waste a moment. Yang Kai said anxiously. What happened? Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet anxiously. Powerful enemies are approaching, and several of them are coming together. Yang Kai explained casually, no longer wasting any time, turning to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to lead them to stop these enemies. He didn't need to investigate the identities of these people. From the shocking fluctuations of demonic qi, he could smell the auras of Demon General Meng Gu and Shueli. More than a month ago, when he had driven them away outside the central capital, Yang Kai had thought they wouldn't come back again, but now, after a month, they had actually returned. And this time, there was the aura of another master, one whose aura was even more profound than Meng Gu and Shueli's. Is there another demon general? 3 demon general. Even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, so there was no way they could protect the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision not to allow the enemy to approach this place. But before he could move, a loud shout came from the thick clouds. This senior has come uninvited and has an important matter to consult Yang Xingzhu. Yang Xingzhu, please don't take offense. The owner of this voice was still 100 kilometers away, but it rang directly in Yang Kai's ears, clear as day. The thousands of people gathered here also raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that the originally bright sun was gradually gathering into clusters of thick ink-like black clouds, covering the light above their heads. The black clouds were so thick that it was as if they could not be assimilated. They pressed down on their heads, causing them to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Yang Kai's expression changed as he froze in place. Li Rong and Han Fei both turned inquiring eyes towards him, but Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning them to remain calm. The other party hadn't even arrived yet but had already taken the initiative to send him a message, seemingly expressing goodwill. This made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who this person was or what he wanted to do. On the horizon, a black curtain of darkness swept across the heavens and earth, quickly approaching them like a destructive disaster, causing everyone's face to go pale and fear to fill their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Can your excellency retract this evil aura? You're scaring my friends." His voice was like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the inky black clouds and piercing through the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine down, accurately hitting High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive aura stagnated, and everyone gasped for air, breathing to their heart's content. Soon, an apologetic voice called out, "My apologies, this senior is used to being undisciplined and didn't expect so many people to gather here. And Yang Xingzhu, please forgive me." As these words were spoken, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be caressed by a giant invisible hand and quickly melted away. The world was once again restored to clarity. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly dignified. All of them were aware of the tyrannical strength of this newcomer. Soon, 3 figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly floating mid-air, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the 3 people, the leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Shueli and Meng Gu. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expressions serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart. If he had come here looking for trouble or to avenge Meng Gu and Shueli's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense. He could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. "Please come in," Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. "Many thanks for your hospitality." Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Gu and Xueli. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them. Who was that guy just now? He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the Demon Commander. What's a Demon Commander? Shi Kuan, Old Man Chang'imo, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Shi Kuan and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tong Xian Realm. Shi Kuan's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered, "Ignorance is bliss." Demon Commander. Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the Demon Commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tong Xian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here, it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The Demon Commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tong Xian Realm. As for how strong he really is, and let me give you an example, do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Shi Kuan nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The blood warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Shi Kuan smiled bitterly. In your eyes I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the Demon Commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger. Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the Demon Commander was. Then, isn't Kai in danger? Dong Suju screamed. Shi Kuan scratched his head. Not necessarily. The Demon Commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the Demon Commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master. You mean, that lady is as strong as the Demon Commander? Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength. I don't know. Shi Kuan shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out why a person like the Demon Commander would come here to discuss something important with the Holy Master. The two of them had never met before, so what could they possibly discuss? Inside a large hall in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the Demon Commander sat down. Li Rong and Han Fei stood behind Yang Kai while Xueli and Meng Gu stood behind the Demon Commander. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts but did not speak as he stared straight at the Demon Commander, unwilling to miss any of his actions. The Demon Commander, on the other hand, looked around the simple hall as if nothing had happened and praised, "A blessed land, a blessed land, this place was actually able to give birth to someone like Yang Shengzhu, truly a blessed land." This senior wishes he could have been born 1,000 years later and become brothers with Yang Shengzhu, traveling the world together. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became strange, none of them knowing what Zhang Yuan wanted to do. Immediately offering such flattery, everyone couldn't help feeling like he was trying to steal something. Demon Commander, if you have something to say, just say it, you are not welcome here, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression becoming impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety though. Even if they really fought and his strength was no match for the Demon Commanders, he could simply tear space and escape. He could even use the Flying Heavens shuttle. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, even the current Demon Commander would have to eat dust behind him, never to catch up. Yang Kai was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. Here were his fellow disciples, his clansmen, his parents, and brothers. There were too many things he needed to worry about. Impudence! Meng Gu shouted, "Little brat, don't think you can be so easily bullied. For Master Demon Commander to come here in person is your honor. He came here uninvited. I am the master, can't I drive him out? Yang Kai sneered. Mengge, shut up. Zhang Yuan shouted, causing Mengge to immediately lower his head. Although they were both third-order saints, the demon commander was far stronger than any of the other demon general, which was why he could sit firmly in his current position. Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Shengzhu seems to be very wary of this senior. Good, this senior won't waste your time and will get straight to the point. Smiling, Zhang Yuan continued, in fact, Yang Shengzhu doesn't need to be like this. Let's put it this way, the strength in your hands is not inferior to this senior's. As for that lady behind you, even if her strength isn't as good as this senior's, she isn't far behind. This senior has 4 demon general subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but Yang Shengzhu's subordinates aren't bad either. If the two of us really have a falling out, it won't be good for either of us, isn't that right? Yang Kai frowned, his expression calm, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know why the demon commander wanted to point out the difference in strength between the two sides. It was easy to think that the demon commander really didn't want Yang Kai to make such a big fuss. The strength of each side was about the same, so no one side had a huge advantage, so naturally, their status was equal. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, this senior heard that my 2 subordinates had no eyes and offended Yang Shengzhu. It was this senior who taught them a lesson. And, the 2 of you, apologize to Yang Shengzhu and let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Let's not hold grudges against each other in the future. As soon as the statement came out, Meng Gun Shueli's eyes became dull as they stared at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Neither of them had expected him to say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to show goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he do that? Yang Kai felt more and more that Zhang Yuan had ulterior motives, otherwise, it would be impossible for a character like him to allow his subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he stared at Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile on his face. He wanted to see what this demon lord wanted to do and what he wanted from him. As long as he had the map, the initiative would always be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai's heart settled. Chapter 943. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Shueli and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being? They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm this but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you?" "We don't dare." Mengge and Shueli trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before, we ask Yang Shengzhu to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. "That's right, since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good, let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Shengzhu." "I don't want to," Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, "Not giving me this little bit of face, Yang Shengzhu is simply too unreasonable." The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng and Xueli's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Xueli had broken into human territory without permission and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Menggu was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When demon commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Xingzhu. With things having come to this point, Xueli could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts. Who would have thought that the demon lord master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense, tell me what you want to do? Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, the one who was destined to suffer was himself, so Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. It seems that Yang Xingzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing. Confirm what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, I want to know if Yang Xingzhu is the successor of great demon god. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Li Rong's eyes flashed coldly as she glared toward Zhang Yuan. Mungo and Xueli couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. The words great demon god had an unparalleled impact on anyone from the demon race. Yang Xingzhu doesn't need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. Originally, this senior only had some suspicions, so he hurried over to confirm. After all, if you left here and returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, even this senior wouldn't dare trespass into human territory. Now it seems that Yang Xingzhu really is the successor, and absolutely. Zhang Yuan's expression and tone were very certain, but Yang Kai didn't deny it, simply curling his lips and asking, why are you so certain? Because these two ladies are loyal to you. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei, a trace of envy flashing across his eyes as he faintly said, I have a lot of ancient books in my possession, each of which contains a great deal of information that is unknown to the world. Besides this senior, no one else knows about these things. One of the ancient records recorded the matters of the bloodline that served the great demonic god. They called themselves the Ancient Demon Clan and were close confidants of Great Demon God, vowing that they would only ever serve and be loyal to Great Demon God. Unfortunately, before Great Demon God Master fell, they went into hiding and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they were exterminated because they controlled too much power. Great Demon God Master was worried that after his fall, no one would be able to control them, so he personally destroyed them. But I know that these rumors are false. Great Demon God Master sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. These two ladies are from the Ancient Demon Clan, and since they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, Yang Xingzhu's identity is clear at a glance. Because it is impossible for the Ancient Demon Clan to be loyal to anyone else, even this senior wouldn't place them in his eyes. As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spoke, Yang Kai just listened quietly, not interjecting. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seems that Demon Commander Master knows many secrets that others don't. His expression was firm, so even if Yang Kai wanted to deny it, it was useless. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Great Demon God Master sealed the Ancient Demon Clan and why he wanted to leave this power to his successor. All of this was left behind by Great Demon God many years ago. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Silently, his thoughts had been led by Zhang Yuan and he had suddenly lost the initiative. This discovery made him feel so depressed he wanted to cough up blood. Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened, secretly reminding himself that this guy in front of him was an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, so he couldn't afford to fall for his tricks again. Zhang Yuan chuckled, "For the upcoming catastrophe." Catastrophe? Yang Kai was stunned. "And as for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Yang Xingzhu can figure it out." Zhang Yuan quickly said. "If even you don't understand it, how could I?" Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he said, "In my demon capital, there is a secret chamber left behind by great demon god master. This secret chamber has many powerful spirit arrays, and several generations of demon commanders have tried to unravel its mysteries, but unfortunately, no one has been able to crack them." "Even you can't crack them?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, a look of yearning appearing on his face. "Great demon god master's methods are too profound, not something I can compare with. I always felt that his cultivation had surpassed the saint realm, perhaps even reaching a higher level." Yang Kai's body shook as he involuntarily came to the same conclusion as Zhang Yuan. When he and the two monster race great seniors entered that strange space and saw great demon god's various methods, Yang Kai had this conjecture at that time, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan was also thinking the same thing. "I can't crack them, but Yang Xingzhu should be able to," Zhang Yuan continued. "I don't know why Yang Xingzhu was able to become great demon god's successor, but since he is his successor, you should have the demon mystic tome in your hands, right?" "Demon mystic tome?" Mengge and Xueli exclaimed in unison, a trace of fanaticism appearing on their faces. It seemed that these 4 words had caused their blood to boil. Great demon god obtained a complete soul-suppressing stone from somewhere and used it to create the demon mystic tome. His various divine technique is hidden inside this demon mystic tome. Whoever can open the demon mystic tome will be his successor. Yang Xingzhu is great demon god's successor, so he should have obtained the demon mystic tome. That thing is the key to opening the demon capital's barrier. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he thought about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. "Are you talking about this?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wordless black book. Meng and Xueli's eyes filled with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling moved. Guessing was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal as he took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, this is the demon mystic tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but the heavens have no eyes, actually allowing the demon mystic tome to fall into the hands of a human." Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret, not bothering to conceal his true feelings. This was only natural. Great demon god's successor should have been a member of the demon race, but the one who obtained the demon mystic tome was actually Yang Kai. This made them feel a sense of grief and indignation. Whether this is the demon mystic tome or not, I don't know. "I just call it the wordless black book," Yang Kai said casually before putting the wordless black book back into his body chalk. Meng and Xueli suddenly became frustrated as they stared sharply at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the demon mystic tome. Something made from such a large piece of soul-suppressing stone, not to mention whether it contained the various divine technique of great demon god, the value of the material itself was immeasurable. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Let's talk about it. Chapter 944. Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as Great Demon God. These words made Mengge and Xueli feel a sense of crisis. Even Master Demon Commander had admitted that such a height was beyond his reach, so what if Yang Kai was allowed to grow up? Great demon god was able to sweep through the world and become invincible, so could this Yang Kai. At that time, he would be able to kill all living beings in this world. The two demon general couldn't help having the dangerous thought of strangling Yang Kai here, lest that day really came. Don't be rude. Zhang Yuan shouted. I already said that I want to be friends with Yang Shengzhu, so I will say whatever I want without concealing anything. If the two of you dare act so murderous again, this senior will cripple you first. Mengge and Shueli both wore shocked expressions, never having expected that Zhang Yuan would actually reprimand them for Yang Kai. Only now did they understand that Master Demon Commander's firm attitude was not just empty words, quickly bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Yang Kai. That being said, Yang Shengzhu, you shouldn't expect too much. Now that the demon land is in this senior's hands, it is impossible for me to hand over such a large piece of land to a mere human. I have no idea about the demon land. That would be for the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. In fact, the safest way is for this senior to kill you and take your demon mystic tome. However, this senior knows that even if I kill you, I can't obtain the great demon god's inheritance. It is unique and irreplaceable. Since great demon god chose you, he must have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of great demon god, so this senior only hopes that Yang Shengzhu will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of great demon god that I will not harm you in the future, so please don't find trouble with me. How about it? Yang Kai secretly nodded. No demon dared to casually swear an oath in the name of the great demon god. These three words held immeasurable weight in the hearts of all demons. Even the current demon sovereign was the same. Yang Kai deeply recognized Zhang Yuan's sincerity, and his expression couldn't help becoming serious as he nodded. Good. Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Then it's settled. Although Yang Shengzhu is young, his decisiveness in handling matters is very much to this senior's liking. Dealing with people like you isn't difficult at all. You're quite straightforward too. Then we're friends? Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In any case, he's not an enemy. Yang Kai also smiled. All right. Zhang Yuan stood up. Then that's all for today. It's time for me to leave. If Yang Shengzhu has some free time, please come to the demon capital. Firstly, this senior will be able to show this senior some hospitality, and secondly, this senior is very curious about the secrets left behind by the demon god master and would like to borrow the demon mystic tome. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu can agree? Good, I'll be there. Many thanks. In the future, if Holy Master Yang wishes to visit the demon capital, please inform us in advance. My demon land will allow you to travel freely, no one will harm you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and immediately walked out after saying so. Li Rong, see these guests out. Yang Kai ordered. Li Rong immediately acted, escorting Zhang Yuan and the two demon general out of the hall. A moment later, she leisurely returned and together with Han Fei stared at Yang Kai. Master, do you really believe Zhang Yuan's words? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. Li Rong thought about it carefully and nodded. He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him so we can't completely believe him. I think so too, Han Fei nodded. I actually think he's a good person, Yang Kai grinned, causing the two women to be stunned. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could deceive him with just a few words, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Regarding Zhang Yuan's attitude and words, Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts. Do you want to go to the demon capital? Of course, I want to go, Yang Kai nodded firmly. However, it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god. If his guess was correct, the secrets left behind by the great demon god were definitely related to what the soul clone of the great demon god had said in that strange space. When he brought Meng Wuya and his little senior sister back, the great demon god's soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had time, he should go to the demon capital. Once he arrived there, he would be able to figure out everything. Yang Kai didn't care much about this, but now that Zhang Yuan had come here, his words had given him an opportunity. All of the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened because he had destroyed that place, and the soul clone of the great demon god had said that it was the center of the entire world. What kind of shocking secret was hidden here? Yang Kai couldn't sleep or eat in peace until he figured it out. While contemplating this, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall, led by Ling Tai Su, all of them rushing over to ask if the demon commander had done anything to harm him just now. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, repeatedly offering words of comfort. A few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Menggu and Xueli and quickly flew away. The two demon general followed behind the demon commander, staring at each other, unable to understand why the demon commander didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill this human and instead chose to make friends with him. Such a terrifying person naturally had to be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he become a threat to the entire demon land in the future. As if seeing through the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill him, don't even think about it." Menggu and Xueli trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "Being chosen as the successor of the great demon god, how bad can that Yang Kai be? Don't just look at him as just a third-order transcendent. If he really goes all out, I estimate he'll be able to display strength comparable to a second-order saint." "Really?" Menggu and Xueli exclaimed. "Why wouldn't he?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. The great demon god master was famous for his ability to fight enemies above his own realm. It is rumored that he was able to easily defeat enemies several minor realms above him. You two are also demon general, how could you not know this? Menggu and Xueli were speechless. They were naturally aware of this information, but they didn't associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own strength. Perhaps he has also mastered some kind of great demon god divine technique. If I can't kill him in one strike, I will only become his enemy. If he really matures in the future, my demon land will be finished. This senior cannot afford to take such a risk. Moreover, that woman from the ancient demon clan following him, this senior cannot defeat her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no matter how big this world is, there is no one who can threaten his life. The two demon general couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength before and compared it to the demon commander, hearing Zhang Yuan admit that he couldn't win, Menggu and Xueli still couldn't believe it. "Then what master said today?" Menggu hesitated. "I didn't lie to him, I really wanted to make friends with him. And if you want to make friends with someone, you have to do it while they are still weak. Once they are strong, it will be too late to make friends with them. Remember this, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before, today is the end of it. Don't have any more conflicts with him in the future. I don't want to see the relationship I worked so hard to build be destroyed by you." Menggu and Xueli felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, not knowing what to say for a while, only nodding. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's command, several thousand people passed through the Void Corridor and headed towards Tongxian Realm. After waiting for so many days, those who should have come had already arrived, those who hadn't would probably not come, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all the friends he had made were willing to follow him and entrust their lives to him. They all had complete confidence in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and unfettered territory, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shi Kuan had arrived ahead of time and cleared out all the cultivator who had stayed nearby, leaving almost no one within a 50-kilometer radius. Shi Kuan looked at Yang Kai puzzledly and asked, "Holy Master, won't doing this provoke public anger? In fact, as long as we clear out a 10-kilometer radius, everything will be fine." He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear out a 50-kilometer radius. "You'll know soon enough," Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the Void Corridor. A group of people suddenly appeared, one after another. The first group to arrive was naturally the Yang family's direct descendants, all of them looking around curiously, as if they had arrived at a new world. When they noticed the richness of the world energy aura in this place, all of them were ecstatic, greedily inhaling the air, their faces filled with excitement. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, The first group of Yang family direct descendants flew down from the sky and found an open place to wait for the others to arrive. A beautiful figure mixed in with the Yang family direct descendants. After walking out of the void corridor, she looked around and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him with a smile. Isn't your Chiu family the fourth group? Why have you, the patriarch, come here yourself? Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng in amazement. Chiu Yimeng stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. I've come to ask for a gift. What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? You said a few days ago that when we arrived here, you would give me a big gift. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you? Oh, you're talking about a gift. Yang Kai seemed to wake up from a dream and patted his head. I remember, I've already prepared one. Chapter 945. It took 3 days for several thousand people to safely pass through the void corridor and arrive in Tongxian realm. Within a 50-kilometer radius, many cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty each found a suitable location and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, breaking through their own shackles and advancing their cultivation to the next level. Because of the different world principles, all cultivators who arrived in Tongxian realm could obtain some improvement in their strength. Those cultivators on the verge of a breakthrough could naturally take advantage of this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. When Yang Kai first set foot in this world, this was the case. When the ancient demon clan was brought out of the mysterious small world by Yang Kai, many of their clansmen had their cultivations improved. Now that it was the turn of the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai was already familiar with this process and had long since prepared for it, so he had purged the 50-kilometer radius to provide a safe environment for everyone to break through. Of the several thousand people, at least a third of them were on the verge of breaking through. Although the others were not so lucky, they were still satisfied. The Yuan Qi in their bodies and their own cultivation had improved somewhat, so they took the initiative to disperse and protect their companions who were about to break through. Chiu Yimeng came over from somewhere 10 kilometers away, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, seemingly cursing something. Rushing over to Yang Kai's side, she raised her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Is this the gift you gave me? Are you satisfied? Yang Kai grinned. I'm satisfied, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Open your eyes wide and look around, so many people are breaking through. Chiu Yimeng stretched out her hand and pointed around. As far as the eye could see, countless cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaling and exhaling world energy, creating a spectacular scene. It's fine as long as you're satisfied, don't be so serious. Remember this, if you disappoint a woman, I won't let you off. Chiu Yimeng stomped her foot bitterly and no longer bothered with Yang Kai, running over to where the Chiu family members were gathered. Yang Kai rubbed his nose helplessly. Holy Master! At this time, Shi Kuan appeared out of nowhere and said anxiously, there's a large group of people coming this way. They look very aggressive. Something's not right. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned. Subordinate didn't have time to inquire, but there is a Saint Realm Master on the other side. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai's expression was displeased. The only major force in the vicinity was the Free and Unfettered, but after so many of their experts had been killed, the Free and Unfettered seemed to have scattered. This time, when he had come from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai had specifically asked Li Rong to go to the Free and Unfettered, but when Li Rong arrived, she found that there was no one there. At this time, who would be so blind as to run over? After walking a short distance, Yang Kai saw some small black dots on the horizon rapidly approaching. As time passed, the figures of that group of people became clearer and clearer. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that in this group of people, there was only one Saint Realm Master, a First-Order Saint Cultivator at that. The others were all transcendents with a few immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. What made Yang Kai feel strange was not that the strength of these people wasn't high, but that there were many familiar auras among them. Carefully perceiving them, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. The approaching group of cultivators apparently also noticed the situation here and stopped a kilometer away, the leader of the group shouting, "Dare I ask if you are friends from the free and unfettered? This one is Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master, Xianxia. We have come here today to ask for your guidance." Dragon Phoenix Palace? Li Rong, who was standing behind Yang Kai, frowned, having no impression of this unknown sect. "We're on the same side," Yang Kai said casually before calling out, "Sun Yu, are you over there?" As soon as this statement came out, the Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator all frowned. Palace Master Xianxia even moved slightly, firmly blocking the figure of a young man in the crowd, preventing Yang Kai from seeing him. "Disciple, someone over there is calling out to you. Do you have friends from the free and unfettered?" Ling Jian looked suspiciously at Sun Yu, who was being protected in the middle. As his master, he naturally knew his disciple's life experience the best. Sun Yu had been picked up by Ling Jian when he was very young and brought to Dragon Phoenix Palace to cultivate. Over the years, Sun Yu had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he hadn't insisted on coming here this time, how could Ling Jian have allowed him to go out so easily? Now, he was the future hope of the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace and could not be allowed to have any accidents. Sun Yu had almost never left Dragon Phoenix Palace, so how could he know people from the free and unfettered? Ling Jian was confused. Palace Master Xianxia also turned his eyes to Sun Yu and asked, "Do you know the one who called out to you?" Sun Yu's face filled with ecstasy, but he didn't answer and simply walked out of the crowd, a look of awe on his face as he called out, "Is that Senior Yang?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "Yes. It really is Senior Yang." Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly broke away from the crowd and flew over. The expressions of the Dragon Phoenix Palace masters all changed greatly as they quickly followed after him. "Old man Ling Chong, who is this Senior Yang that Sun Yu mentioned? Why is he so enthusiastic?" Chen Zhou asked curiously as they flew. "This old master doesn't know either." Ling Jian was also confused. As they spoke, everyone arrived in front of Yang Kai. Sun Yu wore an excited expression as he respectfully cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Yang, it turns out you are also here." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Sun Yu and looking behind him. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, almost all of the masters had followed Sun Yu here, forming layers upon layers of guards. Even at this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would act against Sun Yu. "Right, let me introduce you." Sun Yu excitedly pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is Senior Yang." Then, pointing to the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace, he said, "This is our palace master Xianxia, this is my master Ling Jian, this is Elder Xiaoling, this is..." After each introduction, Yang Kai nodded and greeted each of them. "Young man, what qualifications do you have to call me senior?" Chen Zhou asked with some displeasure. Sun Yu was now the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, his status far higher than even Palace Master Xianxia's, but now, Sun Yu was actually calling such a young man senior, making Xianxia feel very uncomfortable, as if the Dragon Emperor was being belittled. If Yang Kai was a middle-aged man, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Xianxia clearly saw that he was a young man in his late 20s. "Palace Master, this Senior Yang has shown me great kindness, I won't allow you to speak of him like that," Sun Yu snorted. Chen Zhou was stunned, his expression becoming awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one's mouth is a bit blunt, I mean no harm." Palace Master Chen is too polite. Yang Kai didn't care at all. Chen Zhou immediately compromising and changing his attitude because of Sun Yu's words showed just how much importance he attached to Sun Yu. Next to him, the elder from Dragon Phoenix Palace named Xiaoling suddenly stared at Shikuan, hesitating for a moment before asking, "May I ask if your excellency is Elder Shikuan of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "Indeed, have we met before?" Shikuan looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Ling's expression became strange as he exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar. Half a year ago, this Xiao went to Nine Heavens' Holy Land to request alchemy from a grandmaster. At that time, Elder Shirkuan was sitting in the stone pavilion outside the Nine Peaks, so this Xiao has seen you before. However, Elder Shirkuan probably doesn't have any impression of this Xiao." "So that's how it is?" Shirkuan nodded. "There were too many people who came to the Nine Peaks to request alchemy services every day. How could he remember each one?" "Your Dragon Phoenix Palace went there to request alchemy services?" Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu. Elder Xiao Changjiao came back and said there were many people waiting in line. He waited for a month before it was his turn and gave all the alchemy services he requested to me," Sun Yu smiled. "If you want to request alchemy services in the future, just tell me directly, there's no need to wait in line," Yang Kai said. In an instant, everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Chen Zhou hesitantly asked, "Dare I ask, what is your relationship with the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai?" The Holy Land's Elder Shirkuan was here, one step behind Yang Kai, so it was obvious he was the leader. Sun Yu had just called him Senior Yang. This made Chen Zhou think of many things, but he was also a man with keen eyesight and quick thinking, so he quickly made some guesses. "This is my Holy Master," Shirkuan quickly said. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace trembled as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Chen Zhou's expression was extremely awkward as he cupped his fists. "So it is Yang Shengzhu." This Chen was ignorant just now and offended Yang Shengzhu. "I hope Yang Kai can forgive me." As soon as they met, he had questioned Yang Kai without any sense of propriety, but how could he have imagined that this young man was the most famous person in the world? The difference in strength between Dragon Phoenix Palace and Nine Heavens' Holy Land was simply too great, so if he really angered the other, Dragon Phoenix Palace would definitely not have a good end. Thinking so, Chen Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. "Palace Master Chen doesn't need to worry. Sun Yu and I are friends. Naturally I don't care about such matters." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Friends?" Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded, each of them blushing in excitement, as if being able to make friends with Yang Kai was a great honor. Turning their gazes towards Sun Yu again, their eyes filled with even more admiration and excitement. All of them secretly thought to themselves that the Dragon Emperor was truly worthy of being the Dragon Emperor, actually being able to make friends with such a character. Sun Yu was still so weak, yet he was able to obtain such good treatment from the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. It seemed that this Yang Shengzhu was also a person with great vision and had long since seen through Sun Yu's extraordinariness. While the group of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were secretly celebrating, Yang Kai turned to Sun Yu and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Yu scratched his head. "Last time, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about some information, so I had been keeping an eye out for clues. Finally, I heard that this mysterious small world had some information that Senior Yang wanted, so I brought some people here. How could I have known that Senior Yang would also be here? And I also inquired about this place not long ago. Then these people..." Sun Yu glanced around and found that there were between 4,000 and 5,000 people gathered here, somewhat dumbfounded. With such a group of people joining the team, their journey forward would definitely be much safer. After all, these people were very familiar with Tongxian realm, so it would be easier for them to deal with any problems they encountered, unlike the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty who knew nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and asked in a low voice, "Disciple, when did you meet that Yang Shengzhu? Listening to your tone, you seem to have studied with him for a while, right? How come Master doesn't know about this?" Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, not daring to tell the truth, causing Ling Jian to become even more suspicious. 2 days later, everything was ready and the several thousand people set off in the direction of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had been observing the scenery along the way and was very curious about everything around them. From time to time, they would gather in groups of 3 or 5 and whisper to one another. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had become a hot commodity, each of them surrounded by countless cultivators who would ask them about Tong Xian realm's situation. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace didn't dare neglect Yang Kai's friends and relatives, answering whatever they were asked. All day long, their moods were somewhat complicated as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these country bumpkins from the Great Han Dynasty, because they found that these people were completely ignorant of a lot of common sense. Sighing with emotion, they couldn't help wondering what kind of backwater the mysterious small world they had lived in before was. At the back of the crowd, Yang Kai and Sun Yu walked side by side, Sun Yu asking some questions about the martial Dao from time to time, and Yang Kai would also teach him. Not far away, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master Chen Zhou stared at the 2 beautiful figures in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's brow rose and he asked, "Has Palace Master Chen discovered something interesting?" Chen Zhou smiled, "It's not a big deal. I'm just curious about the feeling the 2 girls in front of me give off. The 2 of them are almost identical, not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of their life auras and yuan qi fluctuations. The only difference is their temperament. If I hadn't confirmed that they had just arrived in Tong Xian realm, I would have thought they were from some sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and called out, "Jiao, hey." The Hu sisters, who were walking not far ahead, heard this call and hurriedly stopped. When Yang Kai approached, Hu Jiao asked, "What do you want?" Yang Kai ignored her and instead turned to Chen Zhou and asked, "Which sect does Palace Master Chen think they are from?" Chen Zhou was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "Twin Spirit Pavilion, I wonder if Yang Shengzhu has heard of it." "Sure enough." Yang Kai nodded, "Naturally I have heard of it, and I have also heard that this Twin Spirit Pavilion has a good relationship with your sect." "The relationship between our 2 sects is indeed very good, but it is not without reason." Chen Zhou smiled bitterly and explained. The relationship between the 2 sects could be traced back to a very long time ago. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion were both extremely powerful sects a long time ago. Their status in the human domain was even higher than today's 9 Heavens Holy Land. However, for some unknown reason, a pair of top masters from Twin Spirit Pavilion disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Since then, the 2 sects had lost their most powerful inheritances and gradually declined. The relationship between the 2 sects had always been good, and over the years, their relationship had become closer and closer. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is in a better position. Sun Yu has lived up to our expectations and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, inheriting the Dragon Emperor's mantle. As long as he can find a suitable Phoenix Empress, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely regain its former glory. But Twin Spirit Pavilion? We still haven't heard anything about their inheritance. Chen Zhou sighed and said with some relief. Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Twin Spirit Pavilion? After listening for a long time, Hu Jiao finally reacted and asked with a slightly excited expression, "What kind of sect is Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Chen Zhou chuckled, "It's a very special sect. Because this force only recruits twin brothers and sisters, the disciples of this force always go out in pairs. And this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they are born from the same body while we cultivate male and female dual cultivation, so our natures are quite different." "A force that only recruits twins?" The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. And the feeling their disciples give off is very similar to the 2 of you. After cultivating their secret art, the aura, yuan qi, and life fluctuations of a twin brother and sister will gradually become identical. When the 2 of you join forces, their power is infinite. However, the 2 of you seem to be even more powerful than them. I have been to Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and have seen many of their disciples, but in this regard, they are inferior to you. Senior, do you know what kind of secret art they cultivate?" Hu Jiao asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew she had some suspicions. The secret art they cultivate seems to be called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, but a large part of it is missing. Although it has been repaired by later generations, it has never been able to restore the glory of their ancestors, Qin Zhou casually said. Although a sect's secret art would not be casually passed on to outsiders, the name of the secret art wasn't a secret, so it wasn't a big deal to reveal it. Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Hu Jiao's tender body trembled, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Elder sister? Hu Mei also covered her mouth and muttered incredulously, "Isn't that the secret art we obtained?" "You obtained it?" Chen Zhou exclaimed, staring at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiao nodded. "The secret art we two sisters cultivate is the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Could it be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion?" "How could it not be related?" Chen Zhou looked excited. "That must be the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it to be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so similar." After speaking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. "If Wu Fa and Wu Tian knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep." "Wu Fa and Wu Tian?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Oh, the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fa and Wu Tian. They are a pair of twin brothers," Qin Zhou quickly explained. This name. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It was really a cheap name, but this name was too arrogant, it would easily attract hatred. If some bad-tempered master encountered them, they would teach them a lesson about what it meant to be truly lawless. So that secret art came from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes faintly shining. Since she and her sister obtained the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, their paths in life seemed to have changed. The two of them improved their strength at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. In just a dozen years, they had broken through to the transcendent realm, becoming one of the few masters in the great Han dynasty. Towards this secret art, they were very grateful. Towards the senior who left behind this secret art, they were naturally in awe. Now that they knew the origin and sect of this cultivation technique, the two of them had the same idea at the same time, to go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion and take a look at the sect that this cultivation technique came from. They wanted to see their twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same cultivation technique as them. Chapter 947. Naturally, the Hu sisters' thoughts could not be hidden from Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai already had a plan. Sun Yu was treated like a treasure because Chen Zhou and the others mistakenly thought that he had unlocked the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. If the Hu sisters went to the Twin Spirit Pavilion with this Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, their treatment wouldn't be bad. He would definitely become the rising star of the Twin Spirit Pavilion. This was because what they had obtained was the most orthodox version of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, and was not something that the descendants of the Twin Spirit Pavilion had completed themselves. More importantly, the Twin Spirit Pavilion might have information that the Hu sisters needed. Over the years, the two sisters had been cultivating on their own, and although their strength had reached the First Order Transcendent Realm, it was nothing in Tong Xian Realm. The people in the Twin Spirit Pavilion undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art than they did, and could impart a lot of experience to them, which was much better than them cultivating on their own. "Kai Yang, we want to..." Hu Jiao stammered as she looked at Kai Yang, but he gestured her to stop, interrupting her. "Headmaster Chen, how are the two pavilion masters of the Gemini Pavilion?" Yang Kai asked seriously. He knew what the Hu sisters were thinking, but he didn't feel at ease letting them go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In terms of character, Yang Shengzhu can rest assured, I have dealt with them for many years and they are all honest people. The Twin Spirit Pavilion doesn't have many disciples, in total, no more than 1,000, so they have always been obedient and have never done anything outrageous. However, although there are only 1,000 of them, the Twin Spirit Pavilion status in Tongxian Realm is no worse than my Dragon Phoenix Palaces. Wu Fa and Wu Tian are both first-order saints, the same as this Qin, but when the two of them join forces, they can defeat most second-order saints, Chen Zhou explained. Then there's no problem. Yang Kai nodded. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. If these two ladies can bring the complete Twin Qi shared divine art to the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely be overjoyed. There's no need to rush. Jiao and Mei should return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with me first. It won't be too late to make a decision after we arrive, Yang Kai chuckled. Oh. The Hu sisters were very obedient. Then, can I send a message to Wu Fa and Wu Tian to inform him of this good news? Chen Zhou asked cautiously as he observed Yang Kai's expression. Thank you, Manor Head Qin. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Chen Zhou gratefully called over Elder Xiao Ling of Dragon Phoenix Palace and told him to quickly go to Twin Spirit Pavilion and convey the news of the Hu sisters to Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship, and Chen Zhou, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian also had a good relationship. Sun Yu had opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear after thousands of years. While Chen Zhou was overjoyed, he also felt sorry for the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Now that he saw hope in the Hu sisters, he wanted to quickly inform his two friends and secretly rejoice for them. Yang Kai had already stepped into the middle of the group, walking side by side with Ling Taisu. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts as they stood on either side of Chen Zhou and asked him about the situation at the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Chen Zhou told them everything he knew, and the three of them chatted happily. Yang Shengzhu has taken great pains to think about the two of you. Chen Zhou suddenly smiled mysteriously. What does Senior mean by this? Hu Jiao was puzzled. Chen Zhou explained, Yang Shengzhu asked the two of you to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first. I also sent a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion, so if Wu Fa and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Yang Shengzhu's relationship with them, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the other hand, if the two of you go directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Jiao thought about it for a moment and also felt that this was reasonable, her beautiful eyes faintly glancing towards Yang Kai in front of her and curling her lips. He's so crafty. He's also doing this for your own good. Chen Zhou nodded and smiled ambiguously, as if he had seen through something. After 3 months of continuous trekking, the thousands of people were finally about to reach their destination. When the news spread, everyone was excited and looked forward to the future. After such a long time, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty was also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and novelty, they couldn't wait to find a place to settle down and enjoy the rich world energy and the gifts of this world. This world was many times better than the cultivation environment of the Great Han Dynasty, so everyone was secretly looking forward to what kind of development they would have in the future. Nearly 100 kilometers away from the 9 peaks, a group of figures quickly flew over from Nine Heavens Holy Land. When they arrived, all of them cupped their fists and saluted, Holy Master. The several elders of the Holy Land had come out in full force, none of them missing, their eyes wandering around the thousands of people, full of curiosity. Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, Is everything ready? Great Elder Su Hui replied, Everything is ready. In response to Elder Shirkuan's message, as early as a few days ago, we have refurbished the former site of War Spirit Temple and can now move in at any time, but there are still some places that need to be repaired. No problem, Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. Nine Heavens Holy Land already had 3,000 disciples, and Yang Kai had brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. There was no way the 9 peaks could accommodate all of them, and even if they could, with so many people gathered in one place, the supply of world energy in the future would become a problem. As such, Yang Kai had already thought of a place to settle everyone. The former sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were good choices. The places where these two sects had been established were also filled with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, making them very suitable for long-term residence. Most importantly, the buildings there were ready-made. After finding her and inheriting the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would reach a new height. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge team passed through the 9 peaks and, under Yang Kai's orders, Su Hui personally led the group from Dragon Phoenix Palace into 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Everyone else continued to move forward towards the former site of War Spirit Temple. Yang Kai had already asked Su Hui to send some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as a thank you gift, so presumably Su Hui would be able to handle this matter well. After another hour, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From a distance, Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, flew over and cupped his fists. Yang Xingzhu, long time no see. Sect Master Wizard, how come you've come to help? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully. I had nothing better to do, so I brought some disciples to help. Are these people from Yang Xingzhu's hometown? Quite a few. Saying so, Tribulation glanced behind Yang Kai, secretly surprised. They will live here from now on, not far from Netherworld sect. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Wizard. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one can cross my sect's line of defense and bully this place. Wizard Tribulation patted his chest and vowed. Chapter 948. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty settled in. After more than 10 days of discussion and arrangement, each force had their own place to stay. War Spirit Temple originally had several thousand disciples and occupied a vast area, so there was no problem in accommodating the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. With a new home and a new atmosphere, everything was thriving. Yang Kai summoned the leaders of the various great forces and gave them some instructions, especially regarding the passage leading to the Star Gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, ordering them to strictly prohibit their disciples from entering at will. In that kind of place, even a Saint Realm Master would have a slim chance of survival, let alone this group of people from the Great Han Dynasty. This place is different from the Great Han Dynasty. You can no longer act independently like before. Everyone must treat each other as a family. It may take you a few years, a decade, or even a few decades to integrate into this world. Although the road ahead is bumpy, there is much more room for development here than there, Yang Kai said to the crowd. The leaders of the various forces all nodded. They were willing to follow Yang Kai here, so naturally they were mentally prepared. If they wanted to develop and make a living, they must seek common ground while reserving differences. They must give up their previous notions of family and sect and treat everyone as a whole. This kind of thing didn't need Yang Kai to say, they all understood. Fortunately, the people at the helm were basically all young people, so it was easier for them to communicate with each other. A large number of cultivation materials were sent over from the Holy Land and were properly handed over to everyone, so the cultivator who came here didn't need to worry about the lack of cultivation materials and could improve their cultivation without any worries. It was easy for the Holy Land to collect these cultivation materials now. The 5 Grandmasters and Xia Ningchang had been busy performing alchemy, and as the storm in the mysterious small world passed, the number of people coming to the Holy Land gradually increased. Every day there was a huge income, enough to support the 10 Holy Lands, so it didn't matter if a part of it was given to the Great Han Dynasty. During these 10 days, Xia Ningchang also rushed over and stayed for a few days, meeting with the people from High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were too many people from the Holy Land requesting alchemy, she had no choice but to return. More than 10 days later, everything was finally back on track. In a corner of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Yang Kai appeared. He glanced at Ling Tai Su, who was standing there quietly, gazing into the distance with a deep gaze. He walked forward and said, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su turned around and nodded with a smile. "You must be tired these days, right?" "I'm not tired." Yang Kai smiled. "Being able to settle all my family and friends here was one of my first wishes when I came to this world." Ling Tai Su showed a look of approval. "This time, you handled the matter very well. I think everyone who comes here will be grateful to you." Yang Kai gently breathed in and revealed a worried expression. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that they might have some sort of conflict in the future." Ling Tai Su laughed heartily. "There will definitely be conflicts. After all, the people who came here belong to too many different forces, but you don't need to worry. They are not unreasonable people. Even if there is a conflict, they will know how to resolve it. As long as they are willing to integrate into one, after 1 or 2 generations pass away, they can truly become one family. It's only a matter of time." "I hope so." Yang Kai nodded. After talking for a while, Chu Lingxiao said, "When I founded High Heaven Pavilion, it was an idea I had on the spur of the moment. After guarding the demon general's body for too long, I found a few disciples and taught them, but I didn't expect that after I left, they would be able to bring about great prosperity to High Heaven Pavilion. How many of them can bring glory to High Heaven Pavilion? And it seems I was a little irresponsible. If I had known earlier, I would have left more secret arts and manuals there. These years, you've suffered a lot. Ancestral Founder is too serious." Ling Tai Su hurriedly said, "It is also thanks to Ancestral Founder that this disciple can have today's achievements. Disciple being able to see Ancestral Founder in this lifetime is already a blessing from High Heaven Pavilion's ancestors. If they were to learn of this in the netherworld, they would surely be smiling in the afterlife." "Good," Chu Lingxiao gently nodded, a look of relief on his face. Chapter 949. Chu Lingxiao was very concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, while Ling Tai Su also wanted to chat with his ancestral founder. Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to talk about, Feiyu beckoned to Yang Kai from the side before quietly withdrawing. Yang Kai quickly excused himself and left. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Sangyan and the others also came out. They had come here to report something to Chu Lingxiao, but seeing him and Ling Tai Su chatting happily, they did not disturb them. "Little martial nephew, I heard your 9 Heavens Holy Lands development is quite good?" Feiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "It's just as so," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I also heard that the saintesses of your 9 Heavens Holy Land are all obedient to the Holy Master. Is that true? Little martial nephew, how many saintesses have you found?" Rimaru poked his head out and asked with a wretched expression before solemnly saying, "Little boy, although you're young and strong, you need to exercise restraint, don't harm your body." Yang Kai's face went black, not knowing what to say, quickly changing the subject. "Martial uncles, did you just come back from outside?" Sangyan nodded. "We went to the Snow Mountain Range to investigate the situation." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The 4 saints glanced at each other, Feiyu thinking for a moment before asking, "Little martial nephew isn't an outsider, why don't we talk about it?" Sangyan nodded. "We can talk about it. It's also a good opportunity for little martial nephew to remind your 9 Heavens Holy Land to pay attention." Seeing the dignified look on their faces, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this matter was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, how could 4 Saint Realm Masters treat it so seriously? "Come with us." Feiyu beckoned and then led Yang Kai to the side with the other 3 martial uncles. More than half a year ago, the world's mysterious small worlds opened on their own, Little martial nephew should know, right? As they walked, Tsungyin asked. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. On top of that, he also suspected that the opening of all the mysterious small worlds had something to do with him destroying the space where great demon god's soul clone was. Although there was no definitive evidence, the timing was quite consistent. It was when the space was destroyed that all the entrances to the small sealed world opened. We don't know if there is any connection between these two events, but ever since the entrances to the mysterious small worlds were all opened, something happened in the Snow Mountain range. What's the situation? Yang Kai asked. A top-notch expert has mysteriously appeared, the Tsungyin replied in a low voice. Expert? A third-order saint. Yang Kai's expression changed. The number of third-order saints in the entire Tongxian realm could be counted on one's fingers. Among the 3 clans, the total number of such masters added together did not exceed 20. Yang Kai knew that the demon race only had 5 such masters. In addition to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, there were also the 4 Demon General. On the monster race's side, only 3 monster race great seniors had reached such a level, namely Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth Shaking Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The human race's side had slightly more such masters, but not by much. Such a master suddenly appearing in the Snow Mountain range was naturally a cause for concern. Which race is it? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The expressions of his 4 martial uncles suddenly became strange, the Tsungyin hesitating for a moment before saying, It is precisely because we cannot determine which race it is that it is puzzling. When we arrive, you'll understand. Yang Kai was stunned but no longer asked and simply followed the 4 martial uncles forward. "7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find a senior sister of mine, north of the sea, in a place covered in glaciers," Yang Kai quickly explained. Back then, he had gone to find Su Yen and merged his souls with her in Ice Sect. The 2 of them had transformed into golden dragons and ice phoenixes, wandering the world and inadvertently destroying an iceberg. Inside that iceberg, Yang Kai found a frozen skeleton. This skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid figure in front of him, with no flesh or blood, only bones and meridians, a terrifying sight to behold. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know the depth of this skeleton and thought that it was some Ice Sect disciple who had accidentally encountered it, so he kindly brought back the frozen skeleton. Ice Master Xianxia, Elder Qianyu, and Qian Hao, on the other hand, told Yang Kai a secret. A long time ago, a race called the Bone Race had mysteriously appeared in Tongxian realm. Their characteristics were that they were skeletons with very little flesh or blood, but each of them possessed tyrannical strength and lived long lives. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Xianxia finally asked Yang Kai to burn the skeleton, but the moment Yang Kai burned it, the skeleton, which should have been dead for countless years, revealed a trace of vitality. At that time, Yang Kai was startled and had a deep impression of this matter. Now that he saw the skeleton that was bound here, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the expressions of his martial seniors became more and more dignified. You mean he lived for thousands of years? The Tsungyin asked in disbelief. It should be, Yang Kai nodded. Ancestral Founder also said that although this person seemed to have no vitality, he was actually still alive. However, he should have just woken up from a deep sleep and his strength should not have been restored yet, which is why Ancestral Founder was able to easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This Bone Race person was captured by Ancestral Founder? Yang Kai turned to look at the other 4. On the same day that all the entrances to the mysterious small world opened, Ancestral Founder suddenly felt an abnormal aura coming from the Snow Mountain range and went to investigate. A few days later he returned with this person. We all thought he was dead. Fortunately, Ancestral Founder had the foresight to bind him here. Rimaru said with a look of lingering fear. This Bone Race person's cultivation fluctuations were at the peak of the Third Order Saint realm, and although they were very faint, his realm was clear. If he had really been allowed to recover, Chu Ling Xiao may not have been able to do anything to him. Look, when we came here a few days ago, his meridians were still shriveled, but now they seem to have filled up a bit, and the vitality in his body has also become much richer. Feiyu noticed the situation and quickly reminded them. He's recovering. The Zhongyin's face changed. What kind of astonishing vitality was this? After being frozen in the snow mountain range for thousands of years, he was actually able to recover after waking up. It was simply shocking. How come we've never heard of such a race before? The four people looked at each other in confusion. The world is big and full of strange things. There are many things we don't know about. Rimaru, go inform Ancestral Founder and ask him what we should do now, the Zhongyin ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Rimaru immediately disappeared. Originally, he had brought Yang Kai here just to give him a reminder, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly obtained some information, causing the Zhongyin to immediately take this matter seriously. A short time later, Chu Ling Xiao rushed over. I've heard the situation from Rimaru. Yang Kai, how much do you know about this bone race? Chu Ling Xiao asked seriously. Not much. Yang Kai shook his head. All I know is that if we want to completely obliterate him, it's best to burn his bones to ashes, otherwise, once he fully recovers, he'll be very difficult to deal with. Indeed, this old master has never heard of such a strange race before, but I do know a thing or two about that ice sect. I didn't expect their bloodline to still be alive. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ancestral Founder knows about ice sect? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, that endless snow mountain range was where ice sect was founded a long time ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. However, this also explained why the bone race had appeared here. The decline of ice sect was inextricably related to the bone race. Presumably, a long time ago, they had fought with the bone race here and then chased them to that ice world, where they had been stationed. There, they had not appeared for a long time. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.